चले पड़े हैं हम IRCTC के संग। प्लेटफॉर्म है रेडी, तिरंगा है हाई, IRCTC सर्किट्स टचिंग द स्काई। शिवाजी महाराज शिवाजी महाराज सर्किट से गूंजे शौर्य की कहानी। रामायण एक्सप्रेस ले जाए संस्कारों की रवानी। चार धाम यात्रा में जागे मोक्ष की पुकार। साउथ इंडिया डिवाइन करे जीवन का उद्धार। चलो IRCTC के संग, भारत के गौरव को जाने। हेरिटेज कल्चर फेथ को जीवन का हिस्सा बनाने। बौद्धिस्ट सर्किट में शांति को हो एहसास। जगन्नाथ यात्रा में श्रद्धा के रंग बरसे हजार। सौराष्ट्र दर्शन में दिखे भारत की शान। काशी तमिल संगम मिलाए दो संस्कृतियों को एक साथ। नॉर्थ से साउथ, ईस्ट से वेस्ट, हम सबका है एक ही क्वेस्ट। यद यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी, भारतीय हमारी आइडेंटिटी। चलो IRCTC के संग, भारत के गौरव को जाने। हेरिटेज कल्चर फेथ को जीवन का हिस्सा बनाने।
कितना पकड़ पकड़ कर इसे चलना सिखाया। इसके साथ डैड का घर आने के लिए घंटों इंतजार किया। अपनी पहली बिजनेस का आइडिया इनको मेरे कंधे पर आया। इसकी शादी के लिए सबसे पहले भी हम ही सजे। और बस यूं ही शुरू हुआ सिलसिला दोबारा, साथ जो चलता रहे। जिंदल साथी सील वाले पाइप्स और ट्यूब से बने गेट्स, रेलिंग्स और फर्नीचर हैं करोजन रेजिस्टेंट, फायर रेजिस्टेंट, टर्माइट रेजिस्टेंट और लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
बचपन में ही माँ बाप गुजर गए, फिर मेरे चाचा ने मुझे संभाला। पढ़ने लिखने की उम्र में एक फैक्ट्री में काम करने लगा। फिर मैंने वेल्डिंग का काम शुरू किया। मगर जब मेरा बेटा भी थोड़ा सा बड़ा हुआ तो चाचा ने कहा, पढ़ लिख कर क्या ही कर लेगा, इसे भी काम पर लगाओ, 2 पैसे तो कमाएगा। ये बात मेरे दिल को लग गई और उसी दिन मैंने ठान लिया कि मैं अपने बेटे से बाल मजदूरी नहीं करवाऊँ। फिर मैंने जिंदल स्टेनलेस एकेडमी के साथ मिलकर वेल्डिंग का और बढ़िया काम सीखा। जिंदल साथी सील वाले पाइप और ट्यूब की मदद से बढ़िया गेट, रेलिंग और फर्नीचर डिज़ाइन किया। पैसा और शोहरत दोनों कमाए। आज मेरा बेटा स्कूल में पढ़ता है और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि मैंने उसके बचपन पर काम का बोझ नहीं डाला। इस देश को बाल मजदूरी के जंग से बचाने में मेरा योगदान, प्रगति में मेरा साथी जिंदल साथी सील वाले पाइप और ट्यूब।
ये लोहा मंडी है। हमारी दुकान यहाँ 20 साल से है। सीमा के पापा ने इस दुकान को जिंदगी के तूफानों से डावाडोल होने नहीं दिया, मगर कोविड से वो ना बच पाए। सब बुजुर्गों ने मिलकर कहा, दुकान है, घर की रसोई नहीं, कौन संभाले। एक औरत और लोहा मंडी में चाचा को दे दो, फूफा को दे दो, कुछ भी हो, लेकिन दुकान औरत के हाथ में नहीं दे सकते। फिर मैंने और सीमा ने भी ठान ली, कुछ भी हो, दुकान औरत की ही होगी। जिंदल स्टेनलेस एकेडमी ने मेरा पूरा साथ दिया, वेल्डिंग, कटिंग और बहुत कुछ सिखाया। आज मैं जिंदल साथी सील वाले पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स के बेंच, गेट और रेलिंग बनाती हूँ। क्या मालूम यही वो चिंगारी है जो औरतों को अपने समाज के दायरे से बाहर लेकर आए। इस देश को महिला असमानता के जंग से बचाने में मेरा योगदान, प्रगति में मेरा साथी जिंदल साथी सील वाले पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स।
चले पड़े हैं हम IRCTC के संग। प्लेटफॉर्म है रेडी, तिरंगा है हाई, IRCTC सर्किट्स टचिंग द स्काई। शिवाजी महाराज, शिवाजी महाराज सर्किट से गूंजे शौर्य की कहानी। रामायण एक सप्रेस ले जाए संस्कारों की रवानी। चारधाम यात्रा में जागे मोक्ष की पुकार। साउथ इंडिया डिवाइन करे जीवन का उद्धार। चलो IRCTC के संग, भारत के गौरव को जाने। हेरी हृष्ट सर्किट में शांति को हो एहसास, जगन्नाथ यात्रा में श्रद्धा के रंग बरसे हजार, सौराष्ट्र दर्शन में दिखे भारत की शान, काशी तमिल संगम मिलाए दो संस्कृतियों को एक साथ। नॉर्थ से साउथ, ईस्ट से वेस्ट, हम सबका है एक ही क्वेस्ट, यद है यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी, भारतीय हमारी आइडेंटिटी। चलो IRCTC के संग भारत के गौरव को जाने, हेरिटेज
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 12th Phdcci Global Rail and Metro Convention. And since this is the 12th edition and every year we are seeing immense vibrancy in the railway ecosystem. So in order to understand what are the latest developments, where are the synergies between public and private sector, Phdcci has conceived this very, very important convention so that we are able to bring all important stakeholders together. So without any further ado, I'll request our learned speakers, our guests to kindly come on the dais so that we can start the proceedings. I will request Mr. Ajay Nandanji, General Manager RCF, Rail Coach Factory Kabuthala, to kindly come on the dais. We have with us Mr. Sajal Gupta, the Chair for Phdcci Railways Committee and President of Monet Group. Sir, kindly come on the dais. Mr. Mangal Dev, our Co-Chair for Railways Committee at Phdcci, and also Head of Phdcci Rail System Business India and South, Director Phdcci India Private Limited. CMA M.K. Anandji, Council Member and Chairman PD and CPE Committee ICMAI. Mr. Alok Tiwari, Additional Member Bridges CE Central Railway Board Ministry of Railways. Mr. Kawasaki Hiroki, Senior Director, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, New Delhi. May I request everyone to kindly welcome all them with a big round of applause. We have with us Mr. Ranit Rana, Associate Vice President, Sales and Distribution, Jindal Stainless Limited, and Co-Chair, Phdcci Railways Committee. So kindly come on the dais. And Mr. Ankur Dev, Executive Director, Transportation, Base Case International Limited, and Co-Chair, Phdcci Railways Committee. And before we formally start the convention, may I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, and may I request everyone to kindly proceed for lighting of lamp so that we can invoke the blessings of Goddess of Wisdom. I'll request all dignitaries to please step up and
सुख करता दुख हरता वार्ता विघ्नाची नुरवी पूर्वी प्रेम कृपा जयाची सर्वांगी सुंदर उटी शेंदुराची कंठी झळके माळ मुक्ता फळांची
जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव
रत्न खचित भरा तुझ गौरी कुमरा चंदनाची उटी कुंकुम केशरा हिरे जडित मुकुट शोभतो बरा रुणझुणती नूपुरे चरणी घागरिया
जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव
लंबोदर पीतांबर फणिवर बंधन
So on behalf of Phdcci, I welcome all the dignitaries who have spent their valuable time and be a part of this very important Phdcci Global Rail and Metro Convention. And it's a privilege to stand before the global railway community at this convention, and this is a gathering that actually represents the very best of what rail and metro can accomplish when the vision meets execution. And Phdcci is organizing this conclave at a very defining moment for India's rail as well as the metro sector. And as we know that in just over a decade, the Government of India has transformed the Indian Railways from a legacy network into one of the most ambitious, technology-driven and passenger-centric rail ecosystem on this planet. And if you see the numbers, it tells us a very compelling story, but the vision behind them is even more remarkable. In the recent budget announcement, as we all know, that there is allocation of rupees 2.93 lakh crore for Indian Railways under the capital expenditure. And the most important thing is that within this budget, nearly half of this budget is dedicated exclusively to safety. So this includes the track renewal, signaling upgrades, telecommunications improvements, and the construction of more than 1,000 road over bridges and road under bridges across network. So now the safety is no longer just an afterthought. This has actually become the structural foundation. And if we see some of the landmarks achievements of Indian Railways, like the Vande Bharat, the significant achievement in installing the Kavach 4.0, if we see the railway tracks which have done close to 35,000 kilometers over the past decade, and the electrification of more than 46,000 route kilometers, these all indicates that this all positions Indian Railways as one of the world's greenest as well as the large-scale rail operators. And on the freight side, we have in fact become the world's second largest freight corridor, carrying a historic 1,617 million tons in 2024-25. And the dedicated freight corridors are now somewhere close to 96% complete, with 2843 kilometers commissioned and handling over 4,000 trains daily. So all these targets, they actually cement India's place as a true global freight powerhouse, second only to China. So Phdcci has conceived this convention at this strategic platform wherein we are bringing together all important stakeholders from like government, from industry, from global technology leaders, investors, manufacturers, operators, and urban mobility experts on one common stage. So this objective is not merely to discuss the progress, but to shape the next agenda for the sector, that is the faster implementation, deeper localization, strong public-private collaboration, and adoption of world-class technologies, and creation of future-ready infrastructure. So this is the gist, like in fact, whatever words have been told, keywords, each and every domain experts will be dwelling on the day in these deliberations, and in fact, at the end of the convention, will be coming up with an action taken report wherein we will put up some of the strategic inputs from our domain experts, and that will actually become enabling, I'll say, a key in order to make more policy advocacy as well as thought leadership. So with this, I now like to invite Mr. Sajal Gupta ji, the Chair for Railways Committee at Phdcci, to kindly give the formal welcome address to all the dignitaries. Over to you, Mr. Sajal Gupta. A big round of applause for Mr. Gupta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable members of the Railway Board, actually we had confirmations from MF, MI and MOBD, but due to some emergent last-minute meeting called by the chairman, I think they might join late or maybe not, depending on the meeting. Anyway, we will be compiling all the minutes and we'll be sending it to them. They have asked for it. So, senior officials from the Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and other ministries, the dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Ajay Nandan, GM RCF, Mr. Kawasaki Hiroki, Senior Country Director, JETRO, New Delhi, and other members of the Railway Committee of PhD CCI, Mr. Mangal Dev, Mr. Anit Rana, Mr. Ankur Dev, and of course, Deputy Secretary General, Dr. Jatinder. Mr. Alok Tiwari, additional member, and the CMI representative, who is our knowledge partner. Also, the leaders of our PSUs and metro companies, representatives from JICA, JETRO, and multilateral agencies, captains of the industry, colleagues from the media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Railway Committee, it is my privilege to warmly welcome you all to the 12th PhD CCI Global Rail and Metro Convention. This year's theme, Transforming Railways, Advancing Resilient, Inclusive and Future-Ready Mobility for Viksit Bharat, reflects the scale and seriousness of the transformation that Indian Railways and our urban railway systems are leading today. The timing of this convention is very significant. In the Union Budget, Railways has once again kept up the tempo, and we again received a record capital outlay of around rupees 2.9 lakh crores. With a clear thrust on expansion, safety, electrification, and high-speed corridors. These investments are not just numbers in the budget. They are concrete enablers for new lines, doubling of the lines, modern signaling, rolling stock, station redevelopment, and green mobility for citizens across India. At the same time, railways and metros are redefining what modern public transport looks like. The production pipeline for Vande Bharat, including sleeper and chair car variants, is being ramped up with thousands of new coaches that have been announced in this year's budget, marking a clear policy of giving a wonderful passenger experience. It is being planned over the next few years, so therefore, for the industry, it is a program on the continuation. Regional rapid systems such as Namo Bharat, expansion of metro networks, and the upcoming high-speed corridors are together scripting a new chapter in high-speed and semi-high-speed mobility for passengers. Equally important is the green transition. Indian Railways has committed to becoming a net zero carbon emitter and has already made remarkable progress through 100% electrification of the broad gauge routes, deployment of energy-efficient locomotives, and a major push on renewable energy. This makes our railway system not only one of the largest in the world, ladies and gentlemen, but also one of the most ambitious in terms of climate responsibility. However, the journey to a truly future-ready, globally benchmarked rail and metro ecosystem demands continuous innovation, deep collaboration, and strong industry partnership. It is forums like these which help to cement this bridge. Safety, capacity enhancement, digitization, Make India, manufacturing, indigenous technologies like Kavach, and new approaches to freight and logistics. All of these require government, PSUs, private industry, and research institutions to move together in synergy. This convention is designed exactly with that spirit. Our inaugural plenary today will hear the vision and policy direction from the Railway Board and the Ministry and from our international partners. The Chai Pe Charcha with CMDs and MDs will bring to one platform the leadership of IRCTC, DFCCIL, Concord, DMRC, RVNL, NCRTC, RailTel, CRIS, and other institutions who are delivering this transformation on the ground. Through this afternoon, our thematic sessions on digital railways, future-ready rail and metro infrastructure, and the freight rail revolution will explore how technologies like AI, IoT, modern signaling, and advanced manufacturing, combined with innovating financing and PPP models, can help India leapfrog to global best practices. PhD CCI, through its Railway Committee, has consistently worked as a neutral platform to connect policymakers, PSUs, industry, technology providers and investors, and to channel industry inputs into policy and implementation. We see today's 12th edition not just as a conference, but as a working forum to identify actionable items, partnerships, and project opportunities that can be pursued in the coming months. I would like to place on record our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and all our rail PSUs and metro organizations and the industry partners for their constant guidance and support, and the sponsors whose participation makes this convention possible. I also welcome our international guests and technology partners who have traveled to be with us today and to explore long-term collaboration with India's rail and metro sector. With these words, I once again welcome each one of you and look forward to your active participation in the deliberations. Together, let us use this platform to strengthen the railway's role as a lifeline of our economy and a champion of green growth and a powerful catalyst of Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sajal Gupta, for laying the foundation of this convention. I would like to invite Mr. Mangal Devji for the industry perspective. Mr. Mangal is the head of Phdcci Railway System Business and also is the co-chair of Phdcci Railways Committee. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Respected dignitaries on the dais and in the audience and the industry partners. So we're very happy to be in front of you to talk about the industry perspective. I will take support of the presentation, to take you through this. Okay. Which one is the forward? Okay, that been used. So I'll give you first a perspective of how Indian Railway is transforming themselves. Indian Railway is now one of the largest network with the over 68,000 route kilometers network and spending almost 2.5 lakh crores capex every year for the last 4 to 5 years, which is humongous. And in the past, Railway has already achieved 100% electrification, and now they're adding almost 5,000 kilometers every year in multi-tracking their network. And on top of that, the 2 dedicated freight corridors are fully operational, and many more are under planning, especially the east-west. So these major initiatives of modernizing Indian Railways dedicated freight corridor, including the Vande Bharat, which is running across the country, carrying passengers in the most modern way. And the new initiative of Namo Bharat, the NCRTC regional trains are also a reality now, and it is going to expand to the rest of the country. And on top of that, the metro rail has done a tremendous job, led by Delhi Metro, which has developed phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5. What is also important is to understand, the policy framework driving the rail revolution. It's not moving. I think it's gone back. Next. So Make in India is very, very important. This has been there for now quite some time, and because of that, we have seen a lot of international companies coming to India. And now, for the last few years, Atmanirbhar Bharat has become even more important, where we are not only talking about manufacturing, but the entire value chain to be developed in India, along with innovation, new technologies, and leading the rail industry from India for the world. And the government is also looking at how we can implement the production-linked incentive scheme for promoting this new innovation, new capacity enhancement, and new investment in India. Railway is very special, where 100% FDI is allowed, and private participation is very important in the whole sector, including the joint exercise between the government and the private sector to develop some new innovative PPP models. And multi-mode freight hubs, including private freight terminals, is enhancing the freight capacity of Indian Railways in a very efficient manner. So now I will talk about the role of private sector. And private sector is not to be seen as a vendor, as a supplier, but as a very important part of the entire transformation process that Indian Railways and metros want to do in the country. And we have seen that for the past several years, this participation, this collaboration partnership is really working very well, and we need to make sure this gets enhanced for the future as well. So I will share some examples because of this partnership, technology transfer is happening from the companies who have been in the railway business for over 100 years and bringing their technology to India, making sure the ecosystem in India is also flourishing and they are following the standards and quality of international level and able to not only serve Indian railways and metros but also take this to the world. So some of the examples, as you know, the Alstom, Wabtec, Siemens, Hitachi, they are contributing in the manufacturing of the locomotives and the components. Whether you look at the WG12 or the new locomotive, that Siemens is producing in Gujarat. And then the infrastructure financing is also very important, where the private sector and the multilateral agencies are supporting these big projects. And this is leading to large projects are getting financed together with the big players and the Indian companies, participating in delivering these projects, be it the dedicated freight corridor or the projects run by RVNL, etc. And the shift of Indian Railways, not just looking at the asset procurement, but also looking at the complete life cycle management of these assets, especially the rolling stock, has really changed the way this private sector can invest into a life cycle based design, manufacturing and servicing, bringing new technologies. So we have seen these examples, the leading players like Hitachi, Siemens, Alstom, Nippon, Kyosan, and also Indian players like BML, Titagarh, they are investing into this life cycle management for the rolling stock, and also this is slowly moving into the infrastructure side. So financing the railway infrastructure is equally important, as I mentioned. So we have the public funding. The government is promising and giving the required push with the capex that has been promised year after year. The project finance, the banks and the multilateral agencies are helping in making sure the working capital and the investment required for the project is available for the infrastructure that we are creating, and the PPP models where the private sector is equally interested to make sure that they can bring innovative technologies together with financing and working with the government in making sure that the VGF and the other models are successful. So we have seen some very important initiatives like the National Investment Infrastructure Fund, which is especially looking at the freight corridors, Asian Development Bank financing metro projects in tier 2 cities, and the World Bank support for modernization and safety systems, especially the dedicated freight corridor. And also we know that India is the largest beneficiary of the JICA ODA finance, especially for the metros and also the high speed. Next. The most important, I think, aspect that the industry can contribute and is contributing is developing the capacity with the global standards and the quality, that is creating an indigenous manufacturing and supply chain. So this is where the entire MSME sector, the multinationals, whether they are coming in India through joint ventures or they're coming as 100%, which is allowed in the country. So we are able to support railway and the metro authorities, whether it is Vande Bharat train, which is most modern, and the entire, you will see that the entire components are being designed, manufactured in India to support Vande Bharat, and even any higher speed rolling stock that may be envisaged in the future, including the metro. When the metro system was launched in India, the factories were set up in India, and the entire ecosystem was developed with that. So this is making sure that the entire initiatives of Indian Railways are fully supported. Of course, this partnership has to be enhanced. A visibility has to be given for future so that more and more investment can come in, the capacity can be enhanced in the areas where it is still lacking. For example, in the brake system, I see that more and more capacity need to be put in. In the HVAC system perhaps, which is more energy efficient system that are required to make sure that we have a environmental friendly railway system. Signaling and train control, I think, we have the entire global players, including the Indian players, making sure whether it is Phdcci, which is indigenous system, or the ETCS, which has been applied on RRTS, or in the past ETCS level 1 has been implemented, or even the modernization of signaling system and the MSDAC, including the control centers. So this has been a phenomenal presence. More and more such innovative solutions are required in the future to ensure that these products, which are highly software driven, Senelec standard, SIL4 software driven products, can be enhanced using AI ML so that we can make more a system more safe and friendly for the operator as well as for the commuters. Next. As we see, the digital has really come in a big way. Especially, you must have noticed the AI conference, AI summit, which happened in Delhi. The entire globe was in India, and the kind of India leading this AI mission means that railway also has to walk shoulder to shoulder with the mission and the vision of the country. And the key areas where the industry is already focusing, we just need to make sure that from POCs, pilots, we try to create bigger and bigger projects so that the speed of implementation, whether this is predictive maintenance of rolling stock as assets or the infrastructure side, which is very critical. Even the monitoring using IoT enabled sensors is very critical, because it's very difficult to find out where exactly the failure has happened and whether the failure is true or not true. Either it's a false alert or a real failure. So you don't have to deploy your engineers or your supervisors or technicians to the site unless you are very sure that the failure has happened. And then when you want to expand your network, you generally try to use the digital twin infrastructure technology, which creates a parallel twin of the real world, and then you can continue to modify it, simulate it, and check the performance before you actually do the implementation on the ground. So this saves a lot of time and permutation and combination, and especially when you have to do it on a brown field, because you cannot have the time privilege to try this on the ground, but you can try in the lab using digital twin. So, and smart signaling, which already I talked about, more and more smart signaling is coming, including the CBTC in the metro with the GOA 4 kind of driverless operation, unattended train operation. So we are moving towards a completely independently operated or unattended system. In the RRTS also we see that ATO operation has been applied, and slowly the freight operation can also become ATO, automatic train operation, as we have applied in Australia, where all the existing technologies can be supervised using special softwares to make sure that ATO, which will give high efficiency of the network and very safe operation. So these technologies can be applied whether on the freight railway or the mainline railway, and whether it is on the metro side. So the industry is fully geared up. What the industry needs is a faster acceleration by the authorities to make sure that more and more digital solutions can be applied and the benefit can be seen by all. Next. India's yeah. So we see that India has a unique potential, just that the railways is expanding very fast. the world is doing engineering, design, innovation in India for the world. So why not, the more and more Indian companies, invest into it and make sure that we collaborate, we do the real partnership with the railways, and railway share their real problems, that the innovation can happen to solve these problems. So this innovation, will make sure that the large domestic demand, we are talking about creating, meeting infrastructure for the demand that will happen in 2050. So, railway has this mission to do this by 2030. So I think more and more innovation also need to happen. Capacity need to be enhanced. The skill that is available in India, is being used for global offerings, but why not for Indian Railways and the metros? We need to have this kind of very close partnership, where we can support this innovation with larger, bigger projects, and asking for more and more and better technologies, and the way to induct these technologies on the railway is also very important. So this will make sure that we move towards manufacturing 4.0, which is a lot of, automatic manufacturing using robots, and ensuring that the people get better and better skills, to add more value than doing a very manual activity. So using this innovation will be very, very important, and this collaboration with authorities and the private sector is very, very important. So to sum up, what is the way forward industry-government partnership? I think we need a very stronger public-private collaboration, which I already talked about, because this is the key basis foundation on which we can build the other aspects. Faster technology adoption, because we have seen that the Indian engineer designers are producing, not only the typical solutions, but also in the semiconductor chips are being designed here, AI solutions are being developed here. So I don't think we lack anything in India. We just need to make sure that there is a faster adoption of these technology by railways and other agencies. And increased domestic manufacturing would mean that we have to unleash, the demand in perspective. So, we cannot, have a very short cycle that, okay, tomorrow, next year we want so-and-so capacity. Because to set up the capacity, you need at least 4 to 5 years of, foresight. So this kind of plan, at least 5-year plan or 10-year plan, which is robust, which does not deviate, from year to year. Just like railways give a plan to their factories, which is quite, of course, it's an internal plan, but the same kind of planning is required for private sector, much in advance, so that the investment can happen. And the last but not least, more focus on sustainable mobility. As railway themselves have taken the mission, to be net zero carbon by 2030. So why not make sure that all our solutions are sustainable, meaning that recyclability of the solution is very important. We should not leave it for it to be a scrap, but recycle it all the time. And also the renewable energy, uses of renewable energy, the energy back from the rolling stock, using different high potential IGBT solutions for electrification is very, very important. So more focus on sustainable mobility, looking for better. Of course, the railways has already introduced a hydrogen train, which is very, very a proud moment for all of us. But I think we have to have a rethink on the long term, whether we want hydrogen or battery operated trains, or we still continue to use the electrified network, which requires a lot of capex as well as a lot of maintenance. So with these 4 commitments, we can make sure that the private sector will take the commitment to support the modern rail network for Indian Railways, which is a world class, and a resilient logistics backbone for Indian economy, and a globally competitive railway ecosystem for not only for India but also for the world. So with that, I will conclude my industry perspective presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mangaldev, for giving a very, very comprehensive and 360-degree overview of the railway network ecosystem. With this, I'd like to invite CMA Mr. M. K. Anand, Council Member and Chairman, PD and CP Committee, ICMAI.
Thank you very much. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen in the house. You see, the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants is providing its services to Indian Railways by way of optimization in their budgets, by way of measuring the activity-based costing. You see, as has been explained by my previous speakers, about the magnanimity of the projects, what is being taken up in Indian Railways. It is one of the biggest and one of the most organized sectors now in India, from which the other countries are now following basically. In this sector, if the financing is important, then the biggest challenge being faced by this humongous area is the budget optimization, budget crunch. Budget crunch is one of the areas which is being faced by the government as well as the other industries which are actually collaborating with this big area. So we are in the process of, as knowledge partners, we are in the process with the Railway Board looking into activity-based performance costing systems. In simple words, each activity, each process is bifurcated into activities, and then we identify non-value adding activities in those which are being removed, so to simplify and standardize the process, which is ultimately helping the railways in budget optimization, optimum utilization of the resources, which is equally important. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you must be understanding this aspect, that if the financing, if collecting the funds is important, the utilization of those funds with optimization and then less wastages is an equal important task basically, which my institute is doing, and I am really proud to say that we are in the process of presenting to the railways. We are integrating their activities. We are giving them costs which are being going into each activity, and then how to control and how to manage. I thank the organizers of this today's seminar to give me a chance to speak on this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anand. Now I would like to invite Mr. Alok Tiwari, Additional Member, Phdcci, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways.
Distinguished guests on the dais, senior leaders of railway PSUs, esteemed industry leaders, and distinguished participants. India today is witnessing a historic transformation in infrastructure development. The scale and speed at which our country is building roads, railway ports, logistic network is unprecedented. At the heart of this transformation stands Indian Railways not just as a transporting system, but a powerful engine of economic growth, national integration, and social progress. As we move forward, the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, railway infrastructure will play a decisive role in shaping India's economic future. It is indeed a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at this 12th Phdcci Rail and Metro Convention, Parivartan Ki Yatra, where policymakers, railway professionals, and industry leaders have come together to discuss the future of rail and metro infrastructure in India. Indian Railways today stand at the center of India's infrastructure transformation. The railway network is not only the lifeline of the nation, but also a key driver of economic growth, logistic efficiency, and regional development. In recent years, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, infrastructure development has witnessed unprecedented scale and speed. The Honorable Prime Minister has often emphasized that infrastructure is not merely about concrete and steel, it is about creating opportunities, strengthening the economy, and improving the quality of life of every citizen. This perspective perfectly captures the transformative role that infrastructure plays in national development. In a country as vast and diverse as India, transport infrastructure is the backbone of economic integration, and within the sector, railways occupy a uniquely strategic position. For more than a century, Indian Railways have served the lifeline of nation, connecting regions, facilitating trade, and supporting social mobility. Today, the Indian Railway is among the largest network in the world with more than 68,000 kilometers of route length, carrying nearly 695 crore passengers annually and transporting more than 1.5 billion tons of freight every year. But in today's globalized and highly competitive economy, the rail of railways has evolved far beyond transportation. Railway today are a critical instrument for logistic efficiency and industrial competitiveness, energy security, and sustainable development. India is currently the fifth largest economy in the world with GDP of around $4 trillion and is projected to become third largest economy by 2030. As we progress towards the national aspiration of Viksit Bharat 2047, the scale of economic activity will expand dramatically. The transformation will require massive investment in infrastructure, particularly in transportation network that support industrial production, trade flows, and regional connectivity. One of major structural challenges facing the Indian economy today is the high cost of logistics. Logistic cost in India are estimated to be around 13 to 14% of GDP compared to around 8 to 9% in advanced economies. High logistic costs reduce industrial competitiveness, increase production cost, and affect export performance. Addressing this challenge requires a systematic shift towards more efficient modes of transportation, and railways provide the most viable solution. Rail transport is inherently more economical, energy efficient, and environment sustainable than road transport. The cost of transporting 1 ton of cargo per kilometer by rail is approximately rupees 1.6 compared to nearly rupees 3.6 by road. In addition, railway produce significantly lower carbon emissions, making them a critical component of India's climatic strategy. Recognizing these advantages, the Government of India has set a clear objective of increasing the share of railways in freight transportation. Currently, railways carry about 27% of country's freight traffic. The national target is to increase the share to 35% by 2030 and eventually to around 40 to 40% in longer term. This shift is essential because India's freight demand is expected to grow rapidly in the coming decades. Estimate says that country's total freight demand will increase from approximately 5,800 million tons today to nearly 8,000 million tons by 2031, representing an increase of about 3,000 million tons of cargo. To effectively serve this growing demand, the railways network must develop the capacity to carry at least 1,500 billion tons of additional freight. Recognizing these challenges, the Government of India has launched several transformative initiatives such as National Rail Plan 2030, Mission 3,000 billion ton, and the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. The National Rail Plan envisions a railway network capable of carrying 3,000 million tons of freight annually by developing infrastructure capacity ahead of demand. This approach represents a fundamental shift from reactive infrastructure development to proactive capacity creation. A key element of this strategy is the move from isolated project-based development to integrated program-based planning. Instead of developing individual railway lines, the focus is now to building comprehensive economic corridors that connect resources, production centers, ports, and consumption market. Under the framework, Indian Railways is implementing ambitious program of economic corridors across the country. These corridors are being developed under three major initiatives, that is energy, mineral, and cement corridors, high density traffic corridors, rail sagar corridors for port connectivity. Together, these programs include more than 430 infrastructure projects covering approximately 41,000 kilometers of rail network with an investment of exceeding rupees 11 lakh crores. The energy, mineral, and cement corridors focus on improving rail connectivity to resource-rich regions and industry clusters, states such as Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Madhya Pradesh, which contain vast reserves of coal, iron, and other minerals that form the backbone of India's energy and manufacturing sectors. Efficient rail connectivity ensures seamless movement of these resources to power plants, steel industries, and cement factories, thereby strengthening the industrial supply chain. The high density corridors aim to address congestion of busiest rail routes in the country. Although these routes represent only 16% of rail network, but they carry nearly 41% of total traffic. Expanding these corridors through multi-tracking and advanced signaling system will significantly enhance the carrying capacity and operational efficiency of the network. Third component is the Rail Sagar program, where focus on improving rail connectivity to the ports. India has more than 200 ports, and efficient evacuation of cargo from these ports is the essential for strengthening the country's international trade and logistic systems. Improved port connectivity will enable faster movement of export-import cargo and India's competitiveness in global supply chain. Collectively, these corridors are expected to generate additional freight traffic of nearly 1,300 million tons, creating a robust logistic backbone for Indian economy. Beyond freight movement, railway infrastructure development has a powerful multiplying effect on economic growth. Studies indicate that every rupees invested in railway infrastructure generates an economic multiplier of 2 to 2.5 times. This means that investment in railway infrastructure stimulate industrial production, generate employment, and accelerate regional development. Large-scale rail projects are also expected to generate employment opportunities for more than 30 to 40 lakh people, both directly and indirectly. Another important dimension of railway infrastructure development is environmental sustainability. Shifting freight transport from road to rail can result in massive savings in fuel consumption. Estimates suggest that transition could save nearly 1,600 crore liters of diesel annually, resulting in financial savings of approximately rupees 1.28 lakh crores per year, while also reducing carbon emissions significantly. Thus, railway infrastructure development contributes directly to India's commitment under the Paris Climate Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, the modernization of Indian Railway is driven by technological innovations. Initiatives such as automated train protection system like Kavach, dedicated freight corridors, high-speed rail corridors, modern station development, redevelopment, and advanced rolling stocks like Vande Bharat trains are transforming the railway network into a safer, faster, and more efficient systems. These initiatives represent a shift towards a modern technology-driven and passenger-centric railway system. One of the most important safety and mobility initiatives of Indian Railway is the mission of Level Crossing Mukt Bharat. Level crossings have historically been the most critical interface between rail and road traffic. Indian Railways achieved a major milestone in January 2019 by eliminating all unmanned level crossings on the broad gauge network, significantly improving safety for road users. However, as on April 2025, about 16,349 level crossings still exist, many of which create operational constraints and delays for both train and road traffic. To address this challenge, Indian Railways has undertaken an unprecedented program of construction of road over bridges and road under bridges. While 4,148 ROBs and ROBC were constructed between 2004 and 2014, but about 14,000 ROBs and ROBs were constructed between 2014 and 2025. Currently, over 4,390 works have already been sanctioned for construction of ROBs and ROBs, but with an estimated investment of about rupees 4 lakh crores, the leftover level crossings will likely to be eliminated in by end of next decades. Ladies and gentlemen, the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 is not merely about achieving high economic growth. It is about building a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable national economy supported by world-class infrastructure. Railways will play a central role in this transformation by connecting industries with resources, linking ports with hinterland, enabling seamless movement of goods, and providing affordable mobility to millions of citizens. The Indian Railways will continue to serve as the engine of India's economic progress. As the Honorable Prime Minister has rightly said, when infrastructure improves, the nation moves faster. When connectivity expands, opportunities multiply, and dreams of millions of citizens become achievable. The development of railway infrastructure is therefore not just about building tracks and corridors, it is about building the economic foundation of developed India. With visionary leadership, sustained investment, technological innovations, and the dedication of railway professionals across the country, Indian Railways will undoubtedly play a decisive role in realizing the vision of a strong, prosperous, and developed nation by 2047. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiwari, for sharing your very, very pertinent points. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Kawasaki Hiroki, Senior Director at JETRO, to share his thoughts with the august audience.
Thank you. Namaste. This is Hiroki Kawasaki from JETRO. JETRO is a Japan External Trade Organization. It's a government agent which is supporting Japanese companies to thinking about any kind of business in India, exporting their product to India, otherwise setting an office in India. We support them for their soft landing in India. That's the JETRO, that's the company, the organization which I came from. Before going to the main topic, my first experience of the Indian Railway, it was more than 10 years back. I was a student, and then I have taken the non-AC coach from Agra to Mumbai. It was taking 22 hours. And it was this season, so when I was taking that train in Agra, it was very nice climate, but I was young and not aware of the climate in India. So the train goes to south, going to Mumbai, and then getting warmer and warmer, and then I was looking for something tanda, but only chai boy is there, and then the chai was very garam, so I was almost dying. That was my first experience of Indian Railway. Now, after the 10 years, and then I'm here, and then, how to say, the interacting with the very professional people in the Indian Railway, that's very pleasure to join in this session, and thank you for this opportunity. And when people think of the Japan's railways, they often think about the Shinkansen, bread train only, and then that's now going on between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. And today I would like to express and explain about our comprehensive conventional railway network. The operating below 160 kilometers per hour in Japan. That network is actual strength of Japan's railway network. We are connecting every corner of the country and then handles millions of commuters and freight every day. And that we can say that's the world-class, world-best punctuality and safety. That's the strength of Japan. And then that's what I am thinking to contribute to India. That conventional railway is, apparently it doesn't require special designated track and no need to invest much money, but can improve the railway network. So that part, maybe so many Japanese companies are looking for opportunity to collaborate with Indian partners. Oh, that's what I wanted to explain. And then JETRO, our organization, what we can do, what we can contribute to this industry is we are running the one initiative called J-Bridge. This is the one. It is like we are promoting cross-border collaboration between Japanese companies and Indian company. No matter where the business operation is. So if it's in India or in Japan, we can support the promoting the collaboration. And one of the example is one Japanese company called Phdcci, which have an office in the West Bengal, and then maturing the Indian engineer and utilizing Indian engineers and develop the software for the railway system. And then we have connected them with, they're good at software, so we have connected the Indian hardware company in the railway industry. And then they have started a business discussion. That kind of support we can do. And then another initiative is we are keeping updating and compiling the list of Indian companies. And then once we got a query from Japanese company, like I'm looking for Indian partner or I'm looking for Indian importer, such kind of things. We provide that list, and then they will choose the Indian potential partner. So I'm happy to interact with you if you can. You are looking for any Japanese partner, we can add you on the list, and then we can introduce to a Japanese company. That's what we can do. And the third thing, this is the last thing, is the last year, the PM Modi has visited Japan and then interacted with our former prime minister. And then they have agreed on promoting the human resources interaction and exchanges. The target is 5 lakh people exchanges in coming 5 years. In this sector, railway sector, I'm sure that the people exchange and learning each other. That's the very important thing. So that's what we, JETRO, like to contribute to as a Japanese government organization. Yes. The last message is, in this world, I mean, the world is becoming unstable right now, but the Japan and India, we can say we are very stable and then geopolitically mutual. And the Japan strength is the stability, and the India strength is stable growth. So, yeah, we are happy to connect all of the Indian industry and Japanese industry, and then promote the solid, strong partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kawasaki. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Ajay Nandanji, General Manager, Rail Coach Factory, Kapurthala.
Respected panel members on the dais, industry leaders, all participating ladies and gentlemen. I've joined RCF recently, and before that I was working on NF Railway, and earlier I have been at Moradabad as DRM and as EDME Freight in Railway Board also. We have been speaking about many things about railways in general. One of the most important concepts that has been spoken about here is the digital rail. Now, as we all know, our country has been facing a kind of digital infrastructure, digital transformation by setting the most unique and the most, the biggest digital infrastructure in public space in the world by way of the Aadhaar and the UPI and the payment bridge and all these, all the DBT kind of infrastructure. If we look at railway and we speak of digital rail, then the first thing that comes to our mind is that we should have IoT, we should have AI ML based systems, we should have digitization, digital controls. Looking from that perspective, I would start my saying from talking about Vande Bharat. Now, almost all of us have been touting Vande Bharat as a world-class train, in the sense that it has transformed the user experience for the traveling public or the patrons who make reels about it or travel on it, speak about it, everybody. And it has been touted as a world-class train. To me, as a railway man, it's not a world-class train. It is a glaring example of how railway has digitized its infrastructure. Now, many of you would not know that this Vande Bharat Express is the first train that we have created on Indian Railway, whose traction control management system, the overarching software which runs a train, has been completely written indigenously. No outside interference. The entire software has been developed in the country. The first make in India TCMS. This is the first train where the brakes, traction, HVAC, all passenger alarm and passenger information system, every system is controlled using a single software which is developed indigenously. This is perhaps the first bogie which has been completely, first bogie in the sense the bogie and wheel assembly set part, which has been completely developed indigenously with the collaboration of multiple industry partners. Just think of a TCMS software which is speaking to a HVAC system supplied by 2 different air conditioning manufacturers, brake systems supplied by 3 different type of brake systems suppliers, 2 different types of traction motor suppliers, 3 or 4 different types of traction transformer suppliers, and all other subsystems which have been supplied by a large number of industry partners that railways have engaged for making this Vande Bharat. This is a true example of the most sincere and most rigorous collaboration between railways and the entire industry. So, if you say railways should be congratulated or should be feted for creating this Vande Bharat, I would say it will be unfair. It will be fair only when the entire industry which has collaborated with railways, everyone is fitted together for creating this amazing thing. Now, if we talk about IoT, today all the Vande Bharat trains which are running on the system, they are provided with IoT systems, and all maintenance depots, including the manufacturing units, are able to monitor all electrical electronic parameters over internet based at their own premises. A train which I was running on NF Railway with a base at New Jalpaiguri, I had a control room where I could monitor both my rakes, all running parameters round the clock when they were running. Shakur Basti runs Vande Bharat trains in Delhi. They are able to monitor the entire train, all parameters sitting in Shakur Basti, even if their train might be running in Katra or they might be running in Varanasi. This is the true IoT enabled system that it has. So, if we talk about digitization, Vande Bharat is the most complete example of digitization that we have today. As far as RCF is concerned, we are going to roll out our first Vande Bharat train this year by 31st March for the trial purposes, because it will require fresh trials, and we will be rolling out regularly on a regular basis next year. Another interesting project that is going to be an add-on to Vande Bharat would be on-board condition monitoring system. This on-board condition monitoring system with AI/ML capability is also going to be rolled out next year. We are already very close to finalizing the final specifications, and we would be calling for collaboration with our industry partners to develop such systems and install it on future Vande Bharat trains. Probably the first train we would be rolling out only next year. These onboard condition monitoring systems would be monitoring the oscillations that phase and would be able to detect any mechanical failure, component failures, which is expected to occur in near term, either in the rolling stock itself or if there is a defect in the track infrastructure as well. Now, this is something that we are talking about, and it has been, we have, all of us together with industry and railways have already achieved. So, when I say it's not world class, why am I saying that? It is agreed. People of the country who have been traveling by Vande Bharat have been able to experience world class facilities as far as Vande Bharat is concerned. But Vande Bharat goes beyond that. The second thing that I would say is the past 10-12 years have seen a great amount of development on railways, and as we know, this period has been named as Amrit Kal, which will lead to Viksit Bharat in 2047. Let us all industry partners as well as railways be very, very clear that whatever we are making today will run during Amrit Kal and would still be hardly past their half-life when 2047 the Viksit Bharat is achieved. We will achieve Viksit Bharat, and the trains that we are making today or that we are planning to make in near future, those are the trains which are going to take us to Viksit Bharat. So these trains are not world class, these are Viksit Bharat class trains, and Vande Bharat truly should be fated not as a world class train but as a Viksit Bharat class train, and that's what the new class that we should define together, industry and railways. I would once again congratulate PSDCCI for organizing this event and particularly inviting me to speak at this moment. I at this moment would not be speaking much because I am perhaps coming also between the participants and the tea. And with this, I thank all of you for listening patiently to me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Janandan, for a very, very motivational address also. In fact, Vande Bharat definitely is a class apart, which has actually shown us that India can be the global leader in terms of implementing IoT and innovation in the railway infrastructure. Thank you very much. In fact, now ICMAI and PHTCCI has made a knowledge report on this theme. I'll request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release this knowledge report so that it becomes then readily available to all other participants also. So.
Can I request Mr. Praveen sir and Mr. S.M. Sharma to also join us on the dais for the release, please? And Mr. Ranjan Dhingra sir. Thank you.
Just invite Mr. Ranit Rana Saab to give the concluding remarks, and sir, please be brief because it's positive.
Brief, don't worry. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the dignitaries both on and off the dais, and good morning, industry leaders. It's always a privilege, to stand amongst the august gathering. And whenever I get an opportunity to speak in any railway conference, it also fills me with a lot of happiness because railways, it has always occupied a place of pride in our heart. Now, we are very proud of Indian Railways, because it's not only the largest in the world, as Mr. Mangaldev had mentioned, it is about 68,000 kilometers of track. But, it also ferries about 24 million passengers per day. And if you look at the freight, it carries about 4 million tons of freight per day. And going forward, railways have undertaken very steep, targets. It intends to transport about 8 billion tons of freight. And then from the passenger perspective, it wants to transfer about 12 billion passenger journeys per year. And, in terms of the modal share of transport, it intends to increase its share from 27% to 45% within the next 3 years. So with, steep targets, there are challenges. And of course, there are plenty of challenges. But since we have with us Mr. Shri Sachinder Sharma, who was earlier Principal Executive Director, Rolling Stock, and now he is EDCC Railway Board. We have with us Mr. Ajay Nandan, GM RCF Kapurthala. So I'd just like to highlight 3 areas. One is sustainability, second is corrosion, and third is adoption of newer technologies.
Now, when we talk of sustainability, you're all aware that railways have taken a target of becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2030. And, one of the pillars of sustainability is energy efficiency. And I'm very glad that Mr. Nandan had spoken about Vande Bharat, because if we look at all the new Vande Bharat trains, which are going to be on track very soon, the sleeper version, they're made out of high strength, stainless steel, which has enabled them, to go for a weight reduction of almost 2 tons to 3 tons per coach. Now, our humble suggestion to both Railway Board and RCF is that why don't we look at the Vande Bharat coaches, the seater versions, which are being fabricated by the coach production units, as well as the LHB coaches. We still manufacture about 6,000, 7,000 LHB coaches per annum. And there we are still utilizing a conventional, ferritic stainless steel with a lower strength. If we migrate to higher strength, stainless steel, which has almost 70% higher yield strength, there is a potential of reducing the weight by 2 to 3 tons per coach. So that was the first, suggestion which we have. Second is, in terms of corrosion. As we all know, India is a highly corrosion-prone country. Almost, 95% of the country falls under corrosive region. And, it's not only that we have a very long coastline of, more than 7,500 kilometers, but even the groundwater quality. They play a very, very critical role in influencing the corrosion. Now, there are 2 components. We are very glad, that Indian Railways today is the largest adopter of stainless steel. Now, there are 2 components, very critical components, which still undergo a lot of corrosion, and one is the underframe, the other is the bogie frame. And we all know that, if we have corrosion, the structural integrity of the material degrades. And therefore, we have a suggestion that why don't we look at more corrosion-resistant material. In fact, for underframes, there are 100 coaches, railways have tried out along with RDSO and MCF Raebareli. 100 coaches with stainless steel underframes are plying on track. 6 years, almost 6 years have passed, and there is not a single issue of corrosion. Whereas if you look at the currently used cotton steel, after 2 to 3 years, they face severe corrosion problem. Similarly for the bogie frames, and why I'm saying bogie frames is, we visited all the carriage repair workshops across the country, and the common feedback which we have received is after 4 to 5 years, 50% of them are discarded because of corrosion, and after 8 to 9 years, 100% get discarded. Now, RCF Kapurthala is coming out with a tender for development of improved bogie frames. So we would like to, propose a stainless steel solution. In fact, we are also in discussions with Process Switzerland, and very soon we'll be submitting a proposal to Indian Railways to look at few, stainless steel bogie frames as well, and do a thorough testing and, establish that it could be a material of construction, and thereafter, look at mass scale adoption. And third is, adoption of adoption of newer technologies. Of course, I'm very happy, that Mr. Nandan has mentioned about Viksit Bharat. So I will call them Viksit Bharat technologies. We need to go ahead with, hydrogen trains. Today, if you look at globally, there are 50 to 60 hydrogen trains which are plying. And of course, Germany is the leader with almost 40 of them. And we have, Sweden, France, Italy, Japan. India also, as you're all aware, they are testing successfully the first hydrogen train between Jind and Sonepat. And they have plans of, putting 35 more hydrogen trains in the country. Our only suggestion is that what we have read so far, it means these hydrogen trains are meant for heritage purpose. Now, let us migrate from heritage to commercialization, because that will really enable, Indian Railways to achieve a sustainable solution. So these were the few things, which I wanted to highlight because of the presence of Shri Sharma and Mr. Nandan. And of course, as we progress through the day, we have lot of sessions, which are lined up. And I'm sure, these deliberations would throw up solutions to all the challenges that are being faced by Indian Railways. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now it is our great honor and privilege to recognize and celebrate some remarkable individuals and organizations whose dedication, innovation, and leadership has significantly contributed to the growth and success of this vital sector. May I request Mr. Sharma sir to please join us on the dais for this, and I'll request all the dignitaries to please come in the front so that we can felicitate a few of the industry stalwarts and the organizations. To start with, Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation. Please come in the front, sir. Thank you. Please come in the front. Thank you. So Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation Limited is a professional hospitality and travel arm of the Indian Railways and has been working up on the gradation of ticketing services, catering services, domestic inbound tourism, and focused on boosting non-convenience fee revenue, digital payments, and passenger experiences. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jain, who was with us, I think he's been called to the board for a meeting. So I'll request Sudesh sir from IRCTC or anybody else from IRCTC to please come and take a memento from our side. A big round of applause for IRCTC. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jain has over 30 years of experience in Indian Railways, PSU, Department of Public Enterprises. Mr. Sudesh will take it on his behalf. A big round of applause, please, for IRCTC Acknowledged Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India, which is reshaping India's logistics landscape through its ambitious eastern and western corridors and innovative services. Mr. Praveen Kumar, the Managing Director of Dedicated Freight Corridor, may I request sir to please come up on the stage. He is an Indian Railway Service of Engineers officer with 3 decades of experience with DFC projects, specializing. I had to go somewhere. A selection was. We're just starting with the next one. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. We'll just begin the next session. Before we do that, just a request to our chair to please felicitate Mr. Ajay Nandan, General Manager RCF, Kapurthala, with a memento and a plant. So please, requesting the dignitaries to please have a seat. We still have a vote of thanks for this. Dr. Jatinder. A small green plant and a memento from our end to Mr. Ajay Nandan, sir. Thank you to Mr. Lok Tiwari, additional member Bridges. Thank you so much, sir. Requesting all the dignitaries to please and also thanking Mr. Kawasaki Hiroki-san, Senior Director JETRO, for being here with us. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request Ankodev to please give his remarks and the formal vote of thanks for this session. Thank you so much. Do you want to say the next session or do you want to
that you do. I will just say thanks.
Please, please.
Let them settle. I think you can announce next session. So very good morning and maybe very good afternoon to all. On behalf of Phdcci and the Railway Committee, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inspiring inaugural session of the 12th Global Rail and Metro Convention. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of senior leaders of Indian Railways, Indian Railway PSUs, and industry colleagues. A special word of appreciation, first of all, to Shri Sajal Gupta ji for the welcome address, Mangal Dev ji for practical perspective on manufacturing, technology partnerships, and investment framework. I would also extend my sincere gratitude to Shri Alok Tiwari ji for his keynote on outlining the strategic roadmap for modernization, capacity augmentation, digital transformation, and sustainability within Indian Railways. M. K. Anand ji explaining how ICMAI helping Indian Railways ensuring the best utilization of the money being spent by Indian Railway. Hiroki Kawasaki ji from JETRO for highlighting how Indian Railway and Indian companies can benefit from the Japanese technology. Shri Ajay Nandan ji, GM RCF, highlighting and explaining the details of Vande Bharat and onboard condition monitoring system. And last but not the least, Ranit Anna ji, highlighting the energy efficiency, how it is important in our Indian railway ecosystem. Thank you very much to all of you. Today's deliberation truly reflected the theme, Parivartan Ki Yatra, from legacy systems to a globally competitive, digitally empowered, and sustainability across the mobility ecosystem. My sincere thanks to all dignitaries, speakers, delegates, partners, sponsors, and the entire organizing team, whose tireless efforts made this session possible. With this, I once again extend heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests and participants. Thank you all.
Joy Kumar Singh, Director International Marketing and Operations from Concord, to please join us, and Mr. Ankur Dev to please be a part of this as well. So requesting all the delegates outside to please join us for a quick CO Chai Pe Charcha before we break for tea. Thank you so much. I'll hand it over to Sajal sir to please take it forward.
So without much ado, I take your permission to start. Rasna is looking at me that the session is already late. We will not delay you for the lunch, and I'll request all the participants also to kindly cooperate. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly a privilege to welcome such a distinguished gathering of leaders who have contributed in different ways to shaping India's railway and urban mobility ecosystem. Over the past decade, India's railway sector has been going through a remarkable phase of change. If we look around, the transformation is visible in many ways and many forms. Modern train sets like Vande Bharat, the rapid expansion of metro systems, the development of dedicated freight corridors, major investments in infrastructure, digital passenger platforms, and an increasing focus on sustainability and efficiency. But perhaps what is even more significant, as I said in my inaugural remark, is the shift in thinking. Indian Railways today is not just expanding its network, it is reimagining how mobility can support economic growth. About 10 years back, when I traveled to Japan and studied the Shinkansen model, we could see, and there are documented studies and statistics that how the entire economy of the region, wherever the Shinkansen network from different prefectures that ran, and the entire economy and the social strata of the people change. Now it is very true for our NCRTC, very true for our Shinkansen, very true for our mainline railways itself, which is transforming to higher speed and covering new corridors. In fact, I was just present when the NCRTC, Mr. Shalabh Goyal, now he's been assigned the GM charge of the Central Railway. He said there is a ad which came in one of the doctors, very prominent and qualified from Delhi. He said 1/3 or half the price of the treatment and just 45 minutes journey you have to take. 45 minutes is the journey, gentlemen, which we take from our normal household to All India Institute or any of the prominent Max Saket or anywhere. So this is the kind of transformation that is happening. So it's a thinking change, it's a paradigm change. This is why today's session, Parivartan Ki Yatra, Journey to Transformation, is particularly meaningful. Rather than focusing only on individual projects, we want to reflect on the larger journey, how Indian Railways and its partner organizations have evolved over time, what lessons have been learned along the way, and how this transformation will continue to support India's vision of becoming a developed nation by 2047. We are fortunate to have with us leaders who have been directly involved in shaping different aspects of this journey, from policy and governance to infrastructure development, metro systems, passenger services, logistics, manufacturing and operations. So let me begin this conversation by inviting the thoughts of the dignitaries who are present with me today. So I'd like to first talk about freight and logistics. While passenger mobility often receives public attention, freight transportation is equally critical to the economic strength of a nation. Efficient logistics systems can significantly reduce transportation costs, improve supply chain reliability, and strengthen the competitiveness of industries. One of the most ambitious initiatives aimed at transforming freight movement in India is the Dedicated Freight Corridor project, which is headed by Mr. Praveen Kumar, Managing Director, who is present on my left. So in terms of paucity of time, these are all illustrious gentlemen, illustrious professionals. You can always Google their profiles. They have, Dr. Praveen Kumar has also authored many books, and he is belonging to a service, Indian Railway Service of Engineers. You can Google him. I'll straight away come to the question in terms of the respecting the time. Sir, the Dedicated Freight Corridor has often been described as a game changer for India's logistics sectors. India has an ambitious target of migrating from 27% to 45% through the rail freight. So once the corridors are fully operational, what kind of structural transformation do you expect in freight movement across the country, and how these corridors will impact the speed, reliability and capacity of freight trains compared to the existing railway network?
Thank you, Sajal. Let me just introduce one of the key impact factor once this 2 dedicated freight corridor has been commissioned. These 2 dedicated freight corridor actually constitute about 4% of total Indian network. That is 68,000. We are about 2,800 route kilometer. Put together, we are about 5,800 track kilometer. 4% network, and we have already started carrying about 13% of the total freight being transported by rail network. Our speed has considerably improved because we are totally a dedicated freight. We don't run any passenger trains, and neither we have provided any facility for the passenger trains. Our average speed on the western and eastern corridors hovering about 45-50 km per hour. We are also taking a lot of steps to further improve. Our target for increasing the speed is up to 75 km per hour, but a lot of other challenges are also there, like speed of the rolling stock is limited. That is why our total speed can't be increased. Our potential of design speed is about 100 kmph. So definitely provided rolling stock is fit to run at about 100 kmph, loaded, unloaded direction, definitely we can increase the speed. These 2 corridors, once commissioned, now we are focusing for the, as Mr. Sajal has told, that from 27% from the road to rail, about 45%, we have to increase from present 26 to 45%. This can only be possible not only by shifting the traffic from the railway, but we have to increase the total traffic which is as of now running on the road network. In that direction, we are focusing on various multimodal logistic parks on the western corridor and the eastern corridor, and some of them have already been commissioned. And in next 2-3 years, major multimodal definitely would come, and I'm very confident that road share definitely will come and increase from 26%, which is presently there in the Indian logistics. We have also taken one initiative, that is from Ahmedabad to Rewari, trucks on trains, that is mill trucks, which is otherwise running on the road, is now running on the freight trains. Very recently, we have got a proposal that petrol trucks will also be plying from Ahmedabad, and it will go right up to Rewari. So a lot of congestion, decongestion will be there, which is at present there, but it will be shifted to our freight trains. So these are some of the initiatives, and a lot of other initiatives we are taking. And because this is impactful, DFC is impactful, and you might be aware, total earning of the freight of Indian Railway is about 67% coming from the freight and only 33% from the passenger traffic. So definitely with this understanding, we have to improve. We have to focus on the freights. That is why in the recent budget, a separate new dedicated freight corridor has been announced by Government of India, which starts right from Dankuni, which is basically near Haldia port, that is port, and it will crossing 5-6 states in central India, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and it will be joining at Palghar. And Palghar is connected to Vadhavan port. Vadhavan port is a big deep sea port, means that east to west, one port connectivity is now planned by way of east-west dedicated freight corridor. And we have already taken up in a big way, and we want, and we are very confident with the experience that we have gained for construction of these two corridors. From the sanction of this project, we are confident that within 6 years, we will be able to commission entire eastern-western dedicated freight corridor. So a lot of impact, a lot of good signs are there. And world over, I think we are one of the best in track structure, signaling systems. We are also improving the systems on the existing corridor by way of Kavach, by way of CTC. So a lot of new things we are including, lot of various advanced technology for the rolling stock measurement online. So a lot of things are being done on freight corridor. So I'm confident that this dedicated freight corridor definitely will change the logistics scenario in India, and the purpose of dedicated freight corridor is to reduce the logistics cost. And we are heading towards in this direction in a big way. Thank you, Sajal.
Sir, one more question. Hello. So in terms of, we all are hearing the supply chain disruptions world over, and a part of it reflects into the Indian scenario also. Also, there is a massive need from our economic GDP point of view that the exports, they go up. Of course, the related thing is that the FDI comes in. Now, dedicated freight corridor is a game changer. It was conceived to revolutionize the freight movement in the country. Of course, bringing down the cost to a single figure and in terms of the GDP. Sir, how do you see the dedicated freight corridors as the current ones, once fully operational, the new ones that will be sanctioned? How it will aid in new logistics hubs creation, industrial clusters creation, and overall supply chain ecosystem of the country, which will also lead to augmented exports once the businessman has an easy access. So the newer ways could be thought. So what do you foresee 3 years from now, 5 years from now? What is the picture that you would like to paint, or the legacy that you would like to leave to your successors in terms of how the maximum potential of DFCs can be achieved, sir?
One thing is that on the existing 2 corridors, what we have planned about 36 multimodal GCT terminals. And out of 36, if I am not wrong, already 6 terminals have been commissioned. in next 3-4 years, maybe 3 years, we'll be commissioning maybe about 36 terminals. The purpose of this Gati Shakti terminal, maybe from a small area to a large area, maybe 100 acres of land, maybe starting from 10 acres to 100 acres of land, we are planning 36 numbers. So I am very confident that with the introduction of this Gati Shakti terminal, which will be definitely attracting a lot of road traffic into the rail traffic, because our rail traffic, the freight corridor is a highly reliable systems. And we can also plan, we are also thinking for the transit guarantee, that assured time assurance guarantee that we'll be offering for the cargo operators. This is for the existing corridors. And from the learning of the existing corridor, we have planned for the new corridor that has been just announced, that we are already planning maybe about 20-30 terminals, multimodal terminals in a big way on the alignment of the east-west corridor. So these are the scenario. Definitely by construction of these terminals, definitely this lot of road traffic will be shifted, and they will automatically shift because our reliable systems are very, very high, and of course this is sustainable mode of transportation. Thank you.
So one last question is that in terms of Gati Shakti terminals, definitely we can visualize that they are going to be game changers. Automatically the spur of industrial activity will happen. How does the industry get in touch to be a part, whatever form, to be kind of participating in the Gati Shakti terminals themselves on a PPP mode or owning it, or also any other economic activity, whether they get in touch with your office, whether they get in touch with the traffic directorate, the business development directorate of the railway board? What would you suggest as a kind of a very preliminary roadmap so that the industry can take it up?
Thank you, sir. For the business development of the DFC, actually the nodal directorate is infra directorate in the Ministry of Railway, and you can also connect with the PD infra, but primarily you have to connect with the DFC. Very recently on 11th of this month, we are conducting a stakeholders conference. We will be inviting all the industry major lead partners, and with why we are calling this stakeholders conference, we want to see that what is the initiatives and how industry partners can associate in development of the new corridor. And also in the existing corridor, wherever there are potentials, business potentials are there, and how they can associate. So everybody is invited in our corporate office, which is now situated at Noida, 145. Address is already there on the website. We are having a huge complex. Kindly do visit our office. And we are always ready to have network with all the industry partners. Lot of youngsters are also sitting here. They can also come, they can also approach. We are having a heavy haul institute in the complex. We are also having a research and development wing in the complex. We are also having the innovation wing. So a lot of new initiatives that the DFC is taking. And we have also signed many MOUs with many Indian universities and foreign universities, basically with respect to that how this further, DFC can be further lead the way in the freight transportation. So we are ready and everybody is invited, and the next one is on 11th of March. Everybody is invited to participate in this stakeholders conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A big round of applause for Mr. Praveen Kumar for steering this wonderful, innovative and very dynamic aspect of the railway freight movement that is heading the DFCCIL and carrying out so many initiatives. Thank you, sir. Now I'll move to Mr. Sachinder Mohan Sharma. Let me begin by congratulating him. He has recently been assigned as a very central corporate coordination role, which is a mighty challenging and a mighty dynamic role attached to the CRB and CEO's office of Indian Railway. He has had earlier various stints as the DRM, as the EDME coaching. He is engineer by training and a railwayman, a passionate railwayman by his own choice, and he has so many firsts to him. I'll just, he's almost 31 years of versatile, distinguished service across all tiers of Indian Railways. and he has headquartered. He has been in headquartered. He has been in divisions. He has been in workshops, training academies, PSUs, and of course now the Central Ministry of Railways, that is Railway Board. Some of the earlier assignments has been Principal Executive Director, Mechanical Engineering Coaching. He was overseeing the Vande Bharat trains, which is a very strong and the new experience, the new initiative of the Ministry of Railways with a lot of positive passenger experiences. So I would like to talk about his. He's very passionate about Vande Bharat, so the Vande Bharat is the flavor of the season. I would begin by asking about something about his initiatives of Vande Bharat and how Vande Bharat is going to change the scale of the Indian railway network and industry.
Thank you, sir. So my predecessors have spoken a lot about Vande Bharat, so I am sure everybody all over the world is familiar with this train. It has been a revolution, it has been innovation, a disruptive innovation, I must say. 18 months, somebody dreamt that we should have a Vande Bharat, and the team from ICF delivered. It has never happened in the world. Normally it takes 3 years, we did it in 18 months. Now, we've come up with the sleeper version as well. Many of you, if you're following with the Vande Bharat trains, the sleeper versions have come. Another good point is that we are looking forward, as Mr. Ajay Nandan had said, we are looking for the Siemens and the Alstom also to deliver their rakes. So it's not just, so it's about the whole industry, and you'll be glad to know that it is a Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. It's a Make in India initiative, and it's a proud moment for the country. Already we have about 160 services that are running, 97 rakes are operational. BML is also manufacturing these rakes for us. So this has been growing, and if we talk of how it connects with the Viksit Bharat 2047, which is about inclusive development, it's about taking everybody together. So it's aspirational. Yes, everybody wants high speed, everybody wants to reach faster, and as we can see, railways is an enabler. So every rupee, every penny that is put into the railways, the economy generates about 6 rupees out of it. So we also have the Amrit Bharat trains. If you've seen, they are equally fast. They've got 2 locomotives on either side. So that is another thing that has come up. Now these trains, they have a digital ecosystem. As of now, as Mr. Nandan had said, they have a lot of IoT devices which are connected. And I'm sure very soon we will have these connect to the roadside, the trackside IoT devices also. And that is when we can actually move towards predictive maintenance. That is what it is all about. Of course, we were planning to set up data centers in ICF where we could use AI-enabled logics and try and predict when items would fail. As of now, we work towards breakdown maintenance, or we have some kind of schedules. So each and every component we try and have a one size fits all. So if there is a 9-monthly schedule, we'll try and do the schedule for most of the items. But many of the items and components may not require any maintenance then. So with predictive maintenance, we can channelize what kind of maintenance needs to be done when. So this is going to be a big game changer in the future. And I think in the Viksit Bharat, we will see many, many more of these trains. And we would want to enable people to reach their places, reach faster. Of course, in India, we are also planning to do the high-speed trains. That project is also there, the B28 project. And I'm sure very soon, since these trains are equally good to the European counterparts, but 30 to 40% cheaper. So I'm sure there is a lot of demand. There will be a lot of demand outside in the other countries as well, and we would become a big exporter of this brand. So that's how I foresee Vande Bharat trains. So.
Thank you very much for that great insight and the future of Vande Bharat, and that Indian Railways being gung-ho about it, going strong about it. I would like to ask you, of course there are announcements in the budget, but then there was one time when there was a paradigm of push-pull train versus the integrated train set. Of course there is a question of steel versus aluminium also. So I think the policy will evolve. if not concretized already. I would like to ask your experience or your insight into what the industry can look forward to. We of course understand, and that's what I mentioned in my inaugural address, thousands of coaches of Vande Bharat. But if you can put some more definitive stance, the industry will like to take it from here, because not only this audience, but then there's a larger audience which is connected to the PhD and to the CII and to the SOCHM. They would like to really understand that how this ecosystem has come to rest and come to grow in the coming years. So if you can throw some insight onto that, it will be greatly motivating, sir.
So as of now, we intend to, shift all the coaches from the ICF, the old ICF coaches, towards the new technology, LHB, Amrit Bharat, and the Vande Bharat trains. So in all, there were about, last I can calculate, about 650 rakes of Mail Express trains that were running, and every year we are converting them to the LHB trains. Now, why this is important? Because LHB, again, this was through a transfer of technology, and these trains are being manufactured at both RCF, MCF, and ICF. And these are fit for 160 kilometers per hour. So as I said, aspiration is to reach faster. So we are trying to develop our sections for about 160 kilometers per hour. So we have the rolling stock, we have the locomotives, we have these train sets which are capable of that. Of course, the other infrastructure like tracks, the 2 into 25 kV, OHE, boundary walls, all those things are required. We are working on those. Kavach is another important thing for rail safety, and that is also a prerequisite. So we are trying to create a complete infrastructure and ecosystem so that we can run trains at 160 kmph. All trains can run. And of course, as I said, it's about inclusive development. Recently what we've done is all trains have at least 4 GS coaches. 70% of our coaches are non-AC coaches. So it is looking towards the common man also. So it's not about making money. Of course, 55% of the ticket is subsidized, and but that does not mean that we will be inefficient. Our efficiency levels have gone up. Of course, this is a time where we need to consolidate, and we are very lucky that the Honorable Prime Minister, and under the vision of our Minister also, our capital expenditure is about 2,70,000 crores, and we are trying to, as per the National Rail Plan, develop capacity ahead of demand. So we are working towards the Viksit Bharat, and I'm sure by 2030 we'll be achieving most of our targets, and then we move on to the Vision 2047.
Thank you for the great insight, sir. Since you are now at a very central or a corporate coordination office attached to the CRB's office, there are multiple initiatives that our dynamic minister under the stewardship of our very, very visionary Prime Minister and the team at the board are taking. So what is been the journey of transformation that IR is now embarking upon? What are the other reforms, and how do you see their contribution to GDP or the industry, how it is going to evolve over the years? What are the other, the high-end reforms that are happening? I don't want you to go into specifics, but maybe some high-end reforms where the industry can align themselves to be a bigger contributor to the railways efforts.
So again, we are looking at, in the current year, 52 reforms in 52 weeks. Already our Honorable Minister, he has churned out about 4 reforms. If I just speak of these 4 to begin with, one was the e-RCT, e-courts. So railway claims tribunals, everything will get transparent. Things will become faster. So it's about transparency. The second reform was about using AI-based onboard housekeeping services and having better partners so that we can deliver even better services. So that is another reform that has happened. One was on the rail tech policy. That was the innovation portal. So it's open to everyone. Earlier we used to give X amount of money, now it's been doubled. If we want to, if that suggestion is acceptable, we can even, put in about 10 crores of rupees. So people can come up with a challenge, with their solution, and I'm sure other startups and other partners would want to better that solution. So we are open to learning, we are open to crowdsourcing, we are open to all our stakeholders to help us out in this journey of Viksit Bharat. So these were some of the reforms. Of course, GCT 2.0 is another reform that has happened. And that's about, also allowing processing on our railway land. That was something that was missing. So again, we are looking at ease of business. We want people, we want systems to be transparent. We want them to be easy. We want partners to come and partner us in this journey of, reaching that milestone of 45% freight share, which is there in major economies like the China, USA and all, and we would want to reach there. And of course, DFC, the new DFCs are in that direction. The 7 new high-speed rail corridors are also in that direction. So I think it's a very positive time for the industry, for the partners. Now we have to, pick up pace and we have to deliver together. So it's a partnership, and that needs to really take India to the next stage as a developed nation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that great insight and what the railways plan to do, how it is going to shape up the economic landscape of the country. It is not only a lifeline, it is a way of life. Railways and Indian GDP and Indian public is inseparable. And as you mentioned, the attention to common man is very much there. It is not only the Vande Bharat, but it is also Amrit Bharat, it is non-AC coaches, it is a revolution in rolling stock, it is the reforms, the 52 reforms in 52 weeks. If that thinking goes ahead, I think we are in for bigger transparency, more reforms, more participation of the industry, more seamless and integrated operations. Thank you very much, sir. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. We were to be joined by the CMD Concor, but an equally illustrious senior person, Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh, Director International Marketing and Operations from Concor, has joined. So Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh, please introduce yourself a bit, and then how Concor is changing the landscape in terms of e-commerce, manufacturing, demand fostering, more reliable logistics, how you are retooling your terminal network, digital systems to meet the changing demand. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sajal Gupta. First of all, I extend my heartful thanks to Phdcci for extending this opportunity to me to represent my company, our company, that is Container Corporation of India Limited, largely and beautifully known as Concor across the world. Yes, we are a brand in the sector of containerized business in India, because since containerization started in India, the first concept was the Container Corporation of India Limited. This is how we started. We are a 30+ years organization, and since then it's a very successful story and it was a nice experience for the traders across the world. My name is Vijay Kumar Singh. I represent Container Corporation of India Limited as Director International Marketing and Operations. And as rightly mentioned, that in the world of logistics, when plurality matters, we had started from 1 PL, now we are 2, 3, 4, I don't know how many PLs will be added, because many players are coming and together we envision the target and we deliver the product. That is how in the logistic world we are. Concor has largely been regarded or rather understood as a train operator, containerized train operator or terminal operator. Indeed, we are in that business, but in the logistic world, one player cannot be typified in that way. So today, Concor is a complete logistic solution provider, be it in warehousing, be it in first mile, last mile, be it in terminal management, be it in value addition, in varieties of logistic solutions as far as the customer demands are there. So as Concor, a PSU of Government of India under Ministry of Railways, In India, we have around 67 or 70 terminals across India, and as far as our operations are concerned, including many industrial sidings, and thankfully Indian Railways have launched many CRTs and ECRTs. So we are operating around at 190 locations as far as containerized rail movement is concerned. We do provide transportation by having our own fleet of railway trains, that is more than 400, and that is how Indian Railways research and design wing comes into that. If we need to carry more, we need to think in designing the trains which can carry more. So apart from heavy haul, double stack trains, and thankfully Parveen Kumar sir is there, he's heading the DFCCIL. We do run double stack trains, but we have also the trains which are capable of carrying more, that is in terms of BLSS or BLHS rakes. So with that kind of fleet of rakes, and we do have our own containers in domestic operations, around 60,000 containers, and lot many of discussions had already been made in the earlier session that Make in India, and many efforts are being made by the industry, government bodies, PSUs, in pursuit of achieving the purpose of Make in India. So we too in Indian Rail, Concor, have gone deep into that, and we all know that as far as containers are concerned in international business, most of the vessels and containers are owned by the shipping lines. You call it MSC or Maersk or Costco or Evergreen. These big companies are there. So we do have fleet of containers, but those were getting imported from China, we all know. But under the Make in India campaign, we have already procured more than 20,000 containers, which are domestically designed and delivered and produced over here. So that is one big thing happening. And if you have followed very critically and gone deep dive into this budget's pronouncement and planning, Government of India has already set aside a big amount for having containers built in India under Make in India concept. So that is again one thing. So with these kind of infrastructure development, more number of terminals across India and digital platforms we have, we are keen to provide an end-to-end logistic solutions which the customers need in both fronts, international business as well as domestic business. I just take this opportunity to narrate this story in short, that in international business, as we all know, today we are here, and we all know the kind of wars, I would say, yeah, it is indeed a war, which is happening around in the Western world, and the kind of geopolitical issues and the tariff-related issues imposed by many, many countries are there. The thing is not very, very certain. Uncertainty is there in the international market as on date. So if I just take the position early in the morning, so bookings are very less nowadays, and people are apprehensive of sending their cargoes abroad, especially at the shipping lines and all. So these challenges are there in the international markets. But keeping that also, we are equally working together with the shipping lines, CHF Fraternity, Customs, that how we are in the campaign of exporting more, importing more for the benefit of the consumers and the traders and the industry. And in the domestic circuit also, we have gone beyond the traditional business of containerization. We have identified bulk cement and many more typified commodities, and accordingly we have designed containers and designed the product solutions. This is how we are in nutshell as Container Corporation of India Limited.
Thank you for that insight. We just want to know a little bit about the reefer containers. You have talked about the regular ones, but what about the reefer containers? Because India has come onto the world map in terms of vaccine diplomacy, in terms of our food items potential with a vast coastline, seafood, others. So reefer is a very important aspect which rail has some limitations and road was able to carry. So just a brief remark on that.
Thank you for this good question. There's a refrigerated containers is one such product which Concor along with their partners we deliver. Reefer containers movement, especially if you see the OD analysis, the stream is from North India to the western port. Let's say JNPT, Mundra or Pipavav. And thankfully DFCC had come along for creating this transit assurance and double stack the upper deck where the commercials have become more liberalized and the transit assurance has given the traders more encouragement also to have business in terms of volume and also diversion from the railways point of view, that from road to rail movement it is there. So I would say that from north to the western ports, Dadri, Kanpur had been the original locations from where the foodstuffs, food items, refrigerated containers in terms of meat and all, they were getting transported. So that is very, very encouraging and a good ecosystem has already been developed. This is one. Now, as Gupta Sahab has already mentioned, there's pharmaceuticals and other food items. We have recently had an understanding and a deep discussions with the government of Andhra Pradesh, and they were very keen that how pharmaceuticals would be transported from through refrigerated containers from Hyderabad areas to the JNPT. And we are going to start in collaboration with Merck's shipping line very soon. That will be the kind of first of kind for movement of refrigerated containers. Besides that, as we all know, during this tariff issues and all with USA, many such discussions are there that how the marine products are there. So we had already started exporting marine products, especially from Ratnagiri of that coastal Goa portion and all. And that product was there, and we are very keen to also to expand it to the eastern coast like Paradip and Vishakhapatnam. However, issues are there, as I mentioned, that geopolitical concerns are there, tariff issues are there. But being, as we all are optimistic, we believe that these are the issues which will be passing. These too shall pass, and we all will come like anything with greater strength. And there's a great future as far as this thing, as per of course from Taripatri, banana is there from JNPT. So lot many scope and volumes are there. And of course, if you see one of the small terminals of Concor is Malanpur, it is in near Bhopal and so. There we are also having modest demand of refrigerated movement containers. So again, we will be connecting that terminal from Kanpur. So Kanpur, Malanpur and JNPT. And of course from Kanpur to JNPT, Mundra, and of course from Dadri to Mundra JNPT. And of course with DFCC, this is going to be a game changer. Because still with Mundra we have a feeder route. So the direct connectivity with double stack container movement with going to be with DFCC, which we expect that is coming very soon as far as JNPT is concerned, where the connectivity would be from ICD to Gateway Port directly, no such feeder routes of Indian Railways where congestions are there. So we expect that this will encourage the trade to have more business in terms of volume and of course for the benefit for the traders. We need more exports. So at this forum I appeal to the industry fraternity that of course we are the solution provider, but we need volumes, we need trade, we need exports, we need imports where we can play and we can add our part in pursuit of the greater goal. That is the economy of Indian government.
With that note, good luck to Concor and a round of applause for Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh. On my extreme left is another senior officer, IRSC 1991, Mr. Mrityunjay Pratap Singh, representing Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. We had the opportunity to meet the new CMD, Mr. Salim Ahmed, and Mr. Mrityunjay Pratap Singh is here amongst us to address on the RVNL. He is serving as a Director Operations since 26 November 24 and has a very illustrious career. He is served as a board member of multiple RVNL special purpose vehicles and acted as a nodal officer for RVNL's corporate social responsibility initiative. So welcome, Mr. Mrityunjay Pratap Singh. RVNL handles some of the most complex civil works and now international projects also. What lessons from recent mega projects can help compress the construction timelines without compromising safety and quality? And how do you, my second question is, how do you see the balance between EPC, PPP and hybrid models evolving for mega rail and metro projects? If we can use that, or I'll just press the button. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sajal Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Sajal Gupta. RVNL has been on forefront of the infrastructure development for Indian Railways. And as we know, when India wants to be a developed nation by 2047, and for that, the logistic cost has to be brought down significantly. And as a part of Prime Minister's Gati Shakti initiatives, everybody is working in that direction in a unified manner. So, important limb of that is infrastructure creation in such a way that it matches with the demand and even caters to demand which is not yet generated. Basically, ahead of the demand, infrastructure has to be created. So RVNL has been involved in creation of more than 16,000 kilometers of various kinds of projects on various sections which were clogged and the demand was very high and movement was getting restricted. So we have commissioned projects on various parts of the country, and not only projects, but we have taken a special initiatives which is basically SPVs on PPP mode, in which industry has been associated on creation of the railway lines going to the port or mineral bearing areas. So RVNL has got an entire spectrum of the infrastructure creation, and in future also, from our experience, we will be contributing to further growth of the country. Now we have diversified from only creation from railway infrastructure to creation of infrastructure in various transport field, be it road sector or metros in various cities. Now we are constructing metros in 8 cities. So the infrastructure development has to be, especially the transport infrastructure development, has to be in integrated manner. The integration of the transport infrastructure is very vital. When the railway infrastructure is integrated with the metros, roads, or multimodal logistic hubs, then only we can have a seamless movement of the passengers and goods in various parts of the country. Then only we'll be able to reduce the logistic cost. And the infrastructure creation has to be in a sustainable manner, because our natural resources are restricted. So, and we are a developing nation, and our requirement is huge. But simultaneously, we have to look for the growth is sustainable, and for future generations also we leave this natural resources in abundance manner. So that in coming days, the infrastructure creation has to be in a sustainable manner. For that, the various initiatives which are being taken is the Indian industry is going in a big way for the precast construction, where the creation at the site is very minimum, the damage to the environment is least, and the quality of the product is also world class. Other initiatives are that we have to skill our manpower. Skilling of manpower is very important, be it workers who are working at the ground or the consultants supervising the projects. The quality of the manpower is very important, and our manpower has to be equipped to tackle the various new kinds of equipments, machinery, so that the output of the manpower is increased significantly. Because the coming the young generation, they want to be empowered with the latest tools, whether they are AI tools or digital tools. Similarly, the project monitoring has to be on a digital mode, so that the traditional system of project monitoring is moved from to AI-based and ML-based project monitoring system. As far as the 3 kinds of project ecosystem, which is one is the EPC mode, one is the PPP mode, and other is the traditional system of BOQ-based system. But EPC is emerging alternative of traditional way of doing the projects, where the contractor or developer is tasked with the entire spectrum of the responsibility, right from the designing to the delivery of the projects. For that, the results are encouraging, and there are some systems are to be devised so that some of the bottlenecks in EPC contracts are eliminated, for which one of the important component is that right from the preparation of the draft project report, which has to be a top quality. Otherwise, all the projects are based on the DPR, and I'll request the industry also who are involved in the preparation of DPRs, so that they create a world-class DPR, so that during the construction phase, the uncertainties are eliminated, and the contractors who are working in EPC mode, they are assured of what are the problems they are likely to face, and the various kind of delays or cost escalations are avoided. And it will also lead in significant reduction of the contractual disputes, which are taking a huge toll on the system. Although Government of India is moving in a direction where that the disputes are resolved in a fast manner, and various kind of enabling mechanisms are being given to the various organizations so that disputes are reduced to a great extent. Public-private partnership is a very important component of infrastructure creation, and when the stakeholders come together, the project execution becomes even more viable, because they are involved at the field level. They have got their own stake in creation of the infrastructure, and Indian Railways has also come up with a new policy of the participative model, where it has been made more lucrative. RVNL has got experience of basically creation of 5 project-specific SPVs in railway sector, and they are delivering good results to Indian Railways as well as the SPVs. So PPP is the need of the hour, and I am quite hopeful that in coming days PPP will be more successful with the new model. Thank you.
What are the 2 flagship projects which you are, a quick answer to that, what are the 2 flagship projects which in the next 5 years are going to be game changers, or you think are going to have a major impact on the railway network and towards the Viksit Bharat 2047?
Yeah. One of the important projects in which RVNL is also involved, that is the Rishikesh Karnaprayag new line project. This is a flagship project in Himalayan region, where creation of railway infrastructure was considered very difficult. Himalayan being a fragile geology, construction of any infrastructure is very difficult. But we did a meticulous planning, and this project, which is 125 kilometer project, and out of which roughly 83% of the project is in tunnels. So on this project, total tunneling involved is more than 225 kilometers of tunneling, and out of which roughly 205 kilometers of tunneling has already been completed, and in coming 3 to 4 months all the tunneling will be completed, and we hope to commission this project by 2025, and Indian Railways have further plans to extend this hill project to further Char Dham, and in Himalayan region we are executing another project, that is Bhanupali Bilaspur, which is also progressing very fast, and railways have further plan to take it to further Manali and Leh. So all the regions of the country are connected with the world-class rail infrastructure project. Another important project on which Indian Railways is going forward is Phdcci initiative, because safety is very paramount importance. We have seen few unfortunate accidents in the past. So introduction of Phdcci system on various sections of Indian Railways in next few years' time will entirely change the safety scenario of Indian Railways, and not only the conventional rolling stocks, but all the new rolling stocks which are coming in form of whether chair car Vande Bharat or sleeper Vande Bharat, they will be equipped with Phdcci, and I am very sure that safety performance of Indian Railways will be significantly improved in coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Now, on my extreme right is the gentleman from IRCTC. IRCTC, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jain has been a very active participant, speaker onto our various forums. Unfortunately, he had to leave because he had some engagement at the board. So I'll ask you this question straight away. You sit at the intersection, I mean IRCTC sits at the intersection of ticketing, catering, tourism, and so on and so forth. How are you using data and digital tools to personalize services for 3 crore passengers, which are your daily passengers?
Thank you, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi Chamber of Commerce and Industry for giving this opportunity. I am the Group General Manager of IRCTC. My name is Sudhish. I am an Indian Railway Traffic Service Officer. I have worked in Eastern Railway, Southern Railway, Ministry of Railways, and in the Department of Food and Public Distribution. In the last 5 years, I am in IRCTC. So coming back to the question, how we are using the data and the digital intervention for about 3 crore passengers. So let me start by saying the passenger, the customer, doesn't want a product or a service. He wants a solution. It has to be end-to-end to meet the complexities of his needs. IRCTC is at the forefront of collecting different types of services to provide the end solution. IRCTC and railways particularly, we are part of the railway ecosystem, has been the byword for e-governance. Before the e-governance slogan started, railways started the passenger reservation system from anywhere to anywhere. Then IRCTC came into being in the late 1990s, and 2002, IRCTC started the internet ticketing system. You need not go to the railway station, saving tons of carbon in terms of the print. Now you can have this SMS as the ticket and the commuting. And the role of IRCTC, if you see, it is unparalleled in terms of the ticketing services. Even today, with a lot of technology in place, average travel ticketing through internet is about 30%. Whereas in railway ticketing system, the reservation ticketing system, it is 90%. 90% is through the internet ticketing. Even air system, it is around 45%. So the maximum digital penetration has happened in IRCTC. Now, we are speaking about the solution. We are speaking about the customer lifetime value. When an average person travels, it is the end-to-end travel is only contributing to his 70 to 18% of his budget. 80% of the budget is spent on other things, and in an unorganized sector. So he is being fleeced, he is having confusion, he has got decision fatigue. Now to book a air, you have to go through multiple pages and make my trip, list my trip, which one gives the better offer. That's a decision fatigue. And the passenger wants end-to-end service. So we have just crossed the challenging period of Holi. So people are not getting the services they want. Can IRCTC or Indian Railways, being the most environment-friendly transportation system, be the fulcrum of providing the entire transportation system? I would just type, or I will just speak, that I want to go from Mayur Vihar to, say, Karakutam in Kerala. Can the system provide a service end-to-end from taxi or auto based on the personalization? What you are speaking is about the data, how we manage the data. And Sir Praveen sir was initially saying only 67% of railways earning is from 67% is the freight, and 33%, near about 30% is only from the passenger services. In my view, it need not be. If we provide the 80% traffic, 80% of the expenditure we are not able to tap in the passenger system. If we can create an ecosystem approach where somebody travels from A to B paying just 10 rupees, but he is spending 100 rupees for an auto from his place to the end destination. And if we can create an ecosystem approach, the restaurants, the hotel, and so I think it's only a matter of time if we play with the data we have across all the sectors as logistics as a solution, then I think we can at least match the freight kind of revenue. I think that is the real challenge for railways as well as IRCTC.
So now it's time for closing. I'll not hold you to another session or lunch. Thank you to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their insights and experiences. Today's discussion clearly highlights that the transformation of India's railway and urban mobility ecosystem is not just about building infrastructure, it is about creating a more connected, more efficient, and more sustainable future for the country. And the journey ahead promises to be even more exciting. Thank you very much. A round of big applause for our distinguished panelists today for this Chai Pe Charcha. Of course, the chai went missing and we didn't receive the chai, but Charcha did happen. Thank you, Bhavna.
So the chai is waiting outside for everybody. Lunch is a little further away. Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Anshul Gupta sir to please do the honors of thanking our panelists with a small memento to remember us by. Thank you so much. Mr. S.M. Sharma, EDCC, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways. Thank you for your time, sir, and thank you for coming and for sharing your thoughts. And I think, so we are also going to be recording the sessions today and sharing it on the YouTube with everybody. So thank you very, very much, sir. A big round of applause for everybody. Abhi chai mil jayegi thodi si jaldi se. Thanking Mr. Praveen Kumar sir, MD Dedicated Freight Corridor. He's always been a support for the chamber, and thank you for coming here, sir. Thanking Mr. Mrityunjay Pratap Singh, Director Operations RVNL. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thanking Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh from Concord. And Mr. Sudesh from IRCTC. Can I just request the panel for a group photograph, and then I'll request you all to join us for tea. A quick short tea break, and then we have a very interesting AI session with Anshul Gupta sir. So requesting everyone to please be back. Just requesting the panel for a group photograph. And for Advisor Railtel and former General Manager North Frontier Railways, inviting him on the dais, inviting Mr. Pankaj Bhatia, Managing Director GTS India Phdcci Rail, Mr. Puneet Chawla, former CMD Railtel Corporation of India and Advisor CDOT, Mr. Ranjan Kumar Dhingra, Chairman Laron Group, and I think we have with us online Mr. Godfrey Winter, Advisor Projects Overcom from Switzerland as well. And also inviting Mr. Sumit Garg, Executive Director IoT from the Center for Railway Information Systems, Chris, to please join us on the dais. Can we have a big round of applause for all our expert panelists? Again, inviting all the delegates outside to please join us as we're about to begin the panel. Thank you. So I'll hand over the session to Mr. Anshul Gupta sir to take it forward. Sessions are also being recorded and shall be shared on YouTube later on for the industries to take cognizance of the same. And over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce, for giving this opportunity. I think today's session will be discussing about the role of AI and emerging technologies and how we can leverage these technologies to improve train transportation, not only on Indian railways but metros, etc. also. Before I start, I just mentioned that today world over, the modern railway systems, they are not only leveraging AI and machine learning technologies, but they have gone ahead and even the fundamental science principles of science, you can say topics, are being used extensively to modernize, to revolutionize the railway systems. So the physics, chemistry, mathematics, they have become a very, very important feature in today's scenario to leverage any emerging technologies in today's world railways. AI is, you can say, learning AI without knowing any physics or mathematics is like learning some poem without knowing the alphabets. It's like that. So that's how the quantum, you must be knowing about the quantum. Now the quantum technology is the next generation thing which is going to revolutionize railway operations worldwide, and we'll be touching upon that technology also. But when we talk of AI-driven technologies which can leverage, which are leveraging railway operations, the design to operations, or from installation practices to maintenance, or from safety enhancement to security, not only of the passengers but the data. It is playing as of now a very, very important role, and for that I welcome all the eminent panelists who are sitting here today. Expectations from Ministry of Railways in India is very, very high. They need nearly 100% safe train operations, nearly 100% secured, right from cyber to station to rail. Totally a delightful experience for passengers end to end, as I think last session also, few speakers touched upon all that thing, that if somebody is traveling by a train, they count the end-to-end experience. If they are spending $10 on railways and $100 in reaching railways or something else, so it's not delightful. So how we can make their experience delightful? Then zero defect maintenance regime, most efficient train operations, how we can condense the headways further by 60 seconds or 90 seconds. Right now, I think less than 90 seconds is impractical. Is it possible? That we will be discussing today. Then ticketing, I think IRCTC guy, they discussed about the ticketing also. Today also, I think few of our panelists, they will be discussing that what revolutionary technologies are now taking over the next generation ticketing solutions, optimization, autonomous trains, then freight logistic optimization, which is basically the bread and butter for Indian Railways, as the world faces geopolitical turbulence. It becomes more important to adopt this optimization of freight logistics. And last but not the least is the building of competence and assessing that kind of competence when you talk of any technology, whether it's a physical or cyber or you can say artificial intelligence based technology. So these are the areas you're talking of. So I think first of all, I'll welcome Mr. Pankaj Bhatia. He's MD GTS India, Phdcci Rail, and he brings over 25 years of professional experience in business transformation, sales and marketing. strategic planning and operational leadership across the transportation and technology sectors. In Hitachi Rail GTS India, he leads strategy, operations, and growth for smart mobility, digital rail solutions, and urban transportation. Rest, I think you can learn from what he has to say. My first question to him, I think with a very close association which you have with digital and sustainable mobility solutions, and if I remember correctly, one such project by Hitachi was CTC at Tundla also. Can you share as what next generation centralized traffic control or advanced mobility solution is the most suitable for Indian Railways? And what type of various challenges from railways and passenger point of view you feel it will face in implementing or making it successful?
Yeah, so thank you first of all to PhD Chamber for giving me this opportunity to share my views with the August gathering. But I think, sir, this question, I am not the right person for this question. I think there is some confusion because I am not aware of this CTC project in Tundla. So I represent GTS India in Hitachi Rail, and we are a fare collection and ticketing solution provider company to public transport operators like Delhi Metro and others.
So I'm sorry, but the related question is again, it's for the mobility, because ticketing is very, very, you can say, closely associated with the mobility. So what you think that smart ticketing, as I think you're working in that area, should be, I think I just congratulate the metro where you have implemented such systems, that what type of ticketing system, the next generation ticketing, which Indian Railway should adopt. And I must state that in US there are 4 or 5 stations where they have gone contactless. There is no contact. That type of ticketing system they have gone, taking care of the huge crowd which generally come to a station. So in your opinion, what type of ticketing solutions is the most suitable for Indian Railways, seeing the conditions which we face or the design of stations?
Yeah, that's a very pertinent question, and I think Indian Railway has already started thinking, discussing, and doing some pilots on that. As you know, as we see time to time during Kumbh also we saw the crowd management at railway stations like New Delhi. There are so many other stations, is a big challenge. So managing the overcrowding thing on the platform is a big challenge. Then ticketless travel, which results in revenue loss to railway, is another challenge. And there are so many other related challenges we face at many stations like New Delhi. So one of the options from the perspective of ticketing is to install access control metro-like gates, which are part of AFCS solution at railway stations. Before that, I think the more important part is plugging the gaps on the railway station in terms of entry exits, right? Right now, there are so many entry exit points. So managing those entry exit points and then putting up access control gates with some validators which can validate the ticket, both QR ticket as well as if Indian Railways starts using some kind of cards in future for and then there are emerging technologies like we have seen at airports how Digi Yatra has made our life simple, right? So similar technology can be implemented by Indian Railways also, at least for the access to the platform. Because every person is not supposed to be on the platform. Only the valid ticket holders should have access to the platform. Like we see at the railway stations when we go to Europe, that you can access to a certain area, but only the valid ticket holders, they can have access to the platform. And the door to the platform opens just like 15-20 minutes before the train departure time. But still in India, we don't see any such system. So I think this is the first requirement under the modernization of railway station, the project which is right now undergoing. We are also part of this discussion. In fact, very soon we will be starting a pilot at one of the station with our access control gates. The second step is once this system stabilizes, first I think we should start this for the unreserved tickets, which people buy from the counter. And every ticket these days, whether you buy from IRCTC website or paper ticket from window, it has a barcode or QR code, which can be read at the validators, and you can provide the access to the valid ticket holders. The next step can be providing a DigiYatra-like solution where your face becomes your identity. So like you use DigiYatra, you register your boarding pass in the mobile app. Your eKYC by Aadhaar is already done, one-time process in the DigiYatra app. And once you register your boarding pass, your face gets linked to it. And then you go to airport, you just need to show your face. You don't need to scan anything. You don't need to show any ID. So same system in the next phase can be installed on these access gates at the railway station on the platform entry and exit points. So I think these are some of the emerging technologies. Apart from ticketing, there are so many other technologies which can be used under modernization of railway station, mainly to manage the crowd, like video analytics, command control center, face recognition again, object identification. So there are so many technologies available. I think some of them railways have already started using, but in terms of railway platforms and station, I think the usage need to be much more.
Thank you. You're very right. In world-class station construction, they have taken care of this thing, but the need is to, as how we can incorporate more and more AI-based technologies, leverage those technologies so that the access to the desired train or platform becomes not only, you can say, easier, but also a delightful experience for a passenger. So now my next question is from to Mr. Puneet Chawla. He is my close friend, and he had been a S&T officer of 1985 batch. He was PCST and WR. Earlier he led RailTel in a digital, you can say, transformation as CMD there. And a lot of applications, digital applications he has provided, not only for railways, for outside world also. So he brings a lot of experience in digitalization, etc. So my first question to him, when at RailTel you were involved in large railway digitalization projects, what challenges you faced from railways and otherwise internally, and how at the present time you want them that those processes or the things which you did at the time should be tweaked or modified in today's world in the face of the AI revolution which we are facing as on date, which we call it 5th generation or 6th generation of AI, which is sweeping every industry and every country, so that we can make railways a user-friendly, not only from internal but from external thing also.
Thank you, sir. You have asked for what projects, important projects which we did at RailTel during my tenure, and how they can be modified now in the current situation. So this is a very relevant thing and a very relevant question in view of the topics given here today. National roadmap for the railways and Rail 4.0. Now, one very important project which we did was providing of Wi-Fi at all the railway stations of the country. 6,100 railway stations today are having Wi-Fi services there. Then CCTV. CCTV provision of at all the railway stations was started at that time. And today we have got 2,900 railway stations which are provided with video surveillance systems. And now AI-based FRS systems are also being introduced in them. Now, FRS means facial recognition. There is a database of the wanted people who are there, and the security agencies have that database. They can easily match with the faces which come to the station and prop up any face which is resembling the wanted person gives rise to an alarm at the screens at which the people are monitoring. Now similarly, now Railways is going in for CCTVs in coaches. It is a huge project, big project. The tenders are already being awarded. And then there was a scheme to go in for AI-based cameras in the locos also, but for the time being that has been kept on hold. This will enable the controller to see what the driver is doing at any point in time and warn him also, praise him also. Other revolutionary projects done were the e-office. Now approximately 2 lakh users are there on the e-office, and a humongous 5 crore papers of DAC or circulars are being handled there right now. And 50 lakhs files have been generated there on that. But now we require some systems, some AI systems which can analyze those files, which can, so that the sorting of those files, I mean countrywide, all the zonal railway wide, that can become easier, simpler, and people can easily access those. Another project with the railways for the employees, which has really benefited all the employees, working employees, the retired employees, is the HMIS, Hospital Management Information System. There are about 12.5 lakh employees working there. And about the same number of railway pensioners. If you consider an average size of 4 or 5 today, then 1 crore people are using these services, medical services. All the medical cards are there. Every railway employee or his dependent has a card there. Medicines are prescribed by the doctor there, and we, through an app, all the medicines procurement also is done via the apps. Again, intelligence has to be built in this now further to view what medications are being used more, which patients are suffering from which problems, and then there are apps which can check your parameters also. You just have to stand in front of that, and that all those parameters, your vitals, will automatically be transferred there to the HMIS app which is there. So this can be implemented now so that the load on the doctors also can be less, and the whole thing becomes quite streamlined. One more point, I think I'll take this opportunity to one more point, which of course Mr. Sumit Garg will elaborate on this, but I'll just point out that we have got various management apps for various assets. Indian Railways has got maximum number of assets in this. There are locomotives, there are coaches, there is rail track there, all the S&T gears on the ground, which signals you can see red, yellow, green. So the health of all these systems has to be monitored continuously on a continuous basis. So we had started a system at that time for S&T purposes. That was a signaling management system. So now, of course, after some time that project got shifted somewhere else. But the aim is to identify each and every gear on the railways, each and every asset on the railways, and then monitor its health. There are sensors which are attached to these. Devices are there which take data from the sensors, and now these devices send data to the cloud. Now each product, each manufacturer is having his own cloud. However, railways require that there should be a uniform pattern of sending the data so that it can be analyzed. It may be from any vendor X, Y, Z. So CDOT, where I am working now as an advisor, we have developed a platform which is a common service platform to which data of all the vendors is coming, which can be analyzed. And Mr. Garg will tell you further on this. So these are some of the things which were done and which can be improved further, and which is being improved with the latest technologies. And very correctly, this topic here says Rail 4.0. We talk of Industry 4.0 or 4.5 or 5. So this railways has to also catch up with this with Rail 4.0, 4.5 or 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Puneet. You touched upon HMIS. Yes, now RailTel is working on, you can say, introducing AI app-based HMIS, where like if you have a chest X-ray or something, so it can predict what can happen to you after some time, or do you have any serious lung disease like that. So many apps are now getting done. So my next question is to Mr. Ranjan Kumar Dhingraji. Though I have two questions, but I'll just request you to touch upon, because you are working, your group is working in many sectors. So I'm not talking about the AI here. I'm talking of the leveraging of next generation technologies. So in those areas wherever the group is working, including train communication and other communication systems, what next generation technologies you are leveraging for railways?
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, I was getting worried when you started with the topic AI. I said, this is not the place where I could be called as an odd man out. Thank you so much for getting into it. In fact, when we started with it, I took this opportunity of presenting my company first. You rightly said, we are the multi-industry service organization. Not only that, we also work into the turnkey projects, right from concept to implementation. And the third one is system integrator. And as a system integrator, which is perhaps the right answer to this point, and Puneet Chawlaji has also spoken about it, modernization of the railways. You also talked about modernization of the railway stations, which we are deeply involved into it. So may I just give some small presentation if it's convenient? How long? We'll take 5 minutes. But I have to go there. Good afternoon, friends. At the outset, let me thank Phdcci CCI profusely for recognizing the services of the Lauren Group and giving me an award today, which was very unexpectedly. Nevertheless, now coming back to the subject, in fact, Lauren Group as such may not be of much known to all of you. So I thought, why not take this opportunity of introducing ourselves for a few minutes and then take up the subject of my collaborator together, Eurocom from Switzerland, with whom we have now the joint venture, and that is for the Tetra dam system and all the terminals around that for metro systems. These are the two major things. May I have this? कहाँ से करें? I hope you will all be here with me before the lunch is served. I have already spoken about it, one of the leading engineering system integrator, serving their technology since 1988, and it is a totally industrial automation communication-based system. New sectors of food, medical, and industrial have been added to the group since a couple of years now, and we are into the packaging industry too. Video surveillance, installation, and maintenance. This we have been doing since ages, and especially for the oil industry, oil, energy, gas sectors. Talk of any petrochemical plant in the country, any refinery in the country, any fertilizer plant in the country where we are not there. Every plant has got our system, and we look after them. Then we have, friends, the Newman Lauren Communication Systems Private Limited. That's also a subsidiary of ours. And this is basically on voice over IP, that the system we do. The entire system, what I'm talking about today, is based on the technology developed by us. And it is all made in India. Nothing is from outside at the moment. But the one which I'm going to take in the second part is from Switzerland. This is the decentralized, I just spoke about it. And this is the communication security solutions over the IP network. Friends, this portion is very different to the one we are talking here. This is our operations and maintenance systems for all the petrochemical plants. We have more than 500 people working on site, looking after and taking care of the headaches. These are some of the joint ventures we have in the country. And I would just like to take up one Stubby here. Again, no relevance to today's talk. They are basically into the wind turbines. If anybody interested in wind turbines, we're also into it. This is a new venture we are going to come up very soon with Cyrus, with handhelds, again related to railways. And these are rugged type systems, 4G, 5G related. Each and every line of RDSO specification is met in toto. And no one in the country has so far this kind of specification. We'll be coming up with that. Friends, now let's look into the Eurocom. The Eurocom, I said, is the second part of my talk. And this is with Eurocom of Switzerland. Eurocom was founded way back 25 years back, and the 25% of their employees, 50% of their employees are R&D engineers. So you can see how much pressure, how much importance they're giving to the software. So there are about 45 employees. Production, external outsource, and they have references in about more than 20 countries. They are engaged with membership Swiss Rail, UIC, and ETSI. These are the major factors they are involved with. What products do we do? These are basically train radios, acoustic and visual passenger information systems on board, and then the train radio dispatchers. The most important product are the cab radios. Friends, we already supply a number of such cab radios in the country.
Evocom's cab readers are based on analog, DMR, Tetra, and 4G, 5G technology. And this 4G, 5G technology, we are going to come up with this production very soon in the country too. And they also provide, as I said earlier, the acoustic and visual passenger information systems on board, not on the stations. As we are the system integrators, at the moment, we have taken up almost 30 modernization stations where we are doing the passenger information systems on the stations itself. On board, we'll be taking up later on. And Aerocom delivers as an end-to-end solution also the dispatcher systems. We'll talk about it sometime next. Friends, what are the sales and system partners they have? They are dealing with almost every known name in the industry. Stadler, Alstom, Siemens, Hitachi, SBB, all kinds of things. They're all involved. There are many references in the world. If you see the references worldwide, almost every country has blue dot. And you can well imagine it's 45, 50 people serving the world. Next we have, friends, the train radio solution, the voice communication from the train driver to the control center and to the entire rail systems. And this is a part of it, but the portion I want to show you is, if you see the black and the blue portions, the HMIs, these are going to be built in India. And the internal part will, of course, will come from them, but these are the things will be built in India. Friends, we have certain references here, if I look into that and talk about, the Stadler is the one they did it 22, and which is up to 2026 for metro line. I need not go into the detail, these are basically mission critical. Next we have, friends, the Panama, also along with Hitachi, they have done this job. And the friends, this is very important, the Perth, Australia. That's the first of its kind in the world, which is 4G, 5G for the railways, which they have done. And this also we are going to take up very soon in India. And in India, we have done the first job, that is the Pune Metro Line 3, together with Siemens and Alstom. I skip some of the things here. If you see, the dam is the carrier, and all these terminals along with are being made by them, which will be done in India too. Sorry. Somewhere gone wrong. I just wanted to show the last slide. That is the target made in India. The equipment already fulfills the required specifications, and the products are manufactured at the moment in Switzerland, except for two. And Siemens India does the on-site services of Pune, and we have the entire skilled staff, and we'll take care of that. Friends, this is in short about the systems we wanted to come up with. However, the new technology, these are some of the new technologies we have. And for this modernization of the stations, as I said before, we are using all the latest technology there. And 2024, let's say about 20 or 24 stations have been modernized so far already. And 10 are online, which will be done very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ranjanji. You said that there is no AI, but I think I saw a lot of AI things happening there. One question comes to my mind is, because the communication train is a TCMS or other things which we are doing, the biggest threat which will happen, or you can say the security threat in cyberspace is OT cyber security. So I think what kind of precautions or design level OT cyber security layer are being, you can say, provided in the systems, or is there any planning for the future?
Rightly talked about subject. Cybersecurity is the talk of the day. No doubt about it, this has to be implemented. We are deeply concerned, and we are discussing this matter with our software developers, with the cyber providers, security providers, and also with the joint venture people. And very soon we'll be coming up with our plan on that, maybe within the next 6 months' time.
Because standards have already come, whether it's the EN standard or ISO standard, so now everybody, and even CERTAIN has also defined that OT cybersecurity, apart from IT cybersecurity, has to be implemented by all the OEMs. So next, I come to Mr. Sumit Garg from CRIS. I think not taking much time, he is already working on wagon automation. So my question goes to him that what role you think CRIS can play in optimizing freight traffic logistics, where there are hundreds of stakeholders at present by the work, IoT-based work, which you are doing right now for wagon management system, and how you can say futuristic wagon management algorithms you are currently working on. Can you can elaborate on all these things?
Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me to this August event. And I would like to, on behalf of CRIS, inform you all that you all must be aware that Indian Railways is a mammoth organization which is connecting people and commodities across the length and breadth of the entire country. So the responsibility is huge. And we in CRIS, Center for Railway Information Systems, serve as the IT backbone of Indian Railways. As I just said, it's a mammoth organization. So we need systems which can integrate this mammoth organization. You must be aware that there are various different departments in Indian Railways working together. Now, whenever you work manually, it is bound that you'll be committing errors. So IoT, automation, information technology, security, all that is very important whenever we talk of interdepartmental integration. I in CRIS is working currently on various IoT projects, automation projects, which includes IR Niyantrak, that is Indian Railways native IoT-based yield analysis, telemetry, recording and control. It's a big name because we have to give it a Rajbhasha lingo. But the ultimate objective of this IoT project is to monitor, because once you start monitoring the data, then you can start analyzing the data. Once you start analyzing the data, then with the help of AI, ML, whatever we have learned and whatever is the buzzword of the day, that can be implemented and give some insights for proper decision making to railways. Now, with my experience, I would like to share, it's a mammoth task. It's not that easy as it sounds, that AI, security, all these are buzzwords, but when you start implementing it on the ground, there are real challenges. And I would thank Phdcci for organizing such sessions, because that brings government, what government is thinking, what we are trying to do, and the industry. And I think there is a lot of gap between these two. So when you start implementing from the root level, you face a lot of challenges, a lot of planning is required. And we have been working on this Wagon GPS project, RFID project, IR Niyantrak project, all these IoT projects for many years. But there are challenges in our country, especially with the vendor ecosystem and the planning that is done by the government officials. There is a lot of gap between these two. So it requires a lot of effort, a lot of brainstorming. And I would request all the industry partners, the youngsters sitting over here, the startups, that it is very important to plan technically, bring that technology in our country and make it workable. Because what I find is that we are dependent on the foreign technology partners, and they take us for a jolt whenever it is required. So it is very important to understand that technology, bring it in our country. Now, so coming back to the question of Wagon GPS project, that is one of the IoT initiatives, and I would tell you that it has been going on for 3-4 years. Now, at this stage, the tender has been opened and it is under evaluation. Very soon it should be finalized. We had conducted a proof of concept with a lot of vendors. Why I told you that it is challenging is because we have been working in this project for the past 2 years, and every time the tender is invited and we get the bids, we find foreign partners collaborating with Indian partners, and whenever we ask any technical questions to these guys, we find it very wanting. So I would like to request the August gathering here that please understand the technology, bring it in our country, be it through technology transfer initially, but it is very important to in-house build that capability so that we are able to deliver results. We are not able to deliver results in our Indian ecosystem because of the big gap between the industry and what the aspirations of government are. So all the youngsters, especially sitting on my left side, and all the senior people, it is very important to understand the technology, get it in our country, and then start implementing it. So wagon GPS, the idea, so I had prepared a small presentation. If you permit me, I can go through that presentation shortly so people understand it better. Thank you. Can I have the presentation, please? Yes, sir. So I will talk briefly upon the IoT use cases that Chris is currently working on. So be it energy management, rolling stock, or fixed infrastructure, you will find IoT initiatives being taken everywhere in Indian Railways. But the sad part of it is that mostly these initiatives are being taken in silos. As I just mentioned, there are various departments in Indian Railways. So every division has some officers, some supervisors, and through industry collaboration, they are taking siloed initiatives. So they are short-lived, they die down very soon. Now with CRIS, Center for Railway Information Systems, in the picture, what we envisage is to bring it at the national scale. Now this is possible because CRIS is the IT arm of Indian Railways, and we have built all the IT applications that you see on Indian Railways, be it PRS, be it UTS, be it Freight Operations Information Systems, be it on the asset management systems. Everything has been developed by CRIS. Now CRIS being at the nodal level, it is very much possible to integrate it across the different departments. So I have mentioned here a few IoT cases like Iron Niyantrak, which is for escalators, lighting, substations, pumps, valves. Then rolling stock, we have wagon GPS project. We have real-time information system which has been installed on the locomotives. So whenever you put a train inquiry on the NTS system, National Train Inquiry System, so now you get a fairly accurate estimate of what would be the estimated time of arrival or departure of a train. Now this has been made possible because of the IoT initiatives that have materialized, like the real-time information systems. RTI is there. Then we are working on the wagon GPS project, which I will detail you in the later slides. Coach water level indication system. So now you don't find any problem of water getting dry in the coaches. That IoT initiatives is still on the run. Then we have RFID, wheel impact load detection systems, OMR systems, train control management systems for Vande Bharat trains and train sets. So a lot of these IoT initiatives on the rolling stock is being taken, but still in silos and not in an integrative manner. Then on fixed infrastructure side, we monitor the track temperature, the bridge water level, overhead equipment, OHE wires through which electric traction is there. Then signaling, as Puneet sir mentioned about the RDPMS project, and then broken rail detection systems. So these are the IoT initiatives that Indian Railways is taking. Now to briefly tell about the Iron Niyantrak project. So basically in this IoT project, what we envisage is to first capture the data from the field, that is escalators, lifts, pumps, lighting on stations or in colonies, wherever you go. So all that data will be captured automatically, the electrical parameters of it, and then through the edge gateways, it will come to our CRIS cloud, where all the analytics would be done. And then we would be giving the insights to the railway users about the predictive and the prescriptive maintenance and other things. The most important part is that we'll be able to remotely control those assets. Now this is very important, especially when the manpower is getting scarce day by day. So this remote controlling functionality, again here security becomes very important, so that inadvertently the lights don't go off or the pumps don't run. So to avoid all these things, security is again, as my previous esteemed panelists said about security, so security is also very important here. Then we have real-time alerts. Whenever an asset goes down, We will get real-time alerts on the command and control center or to the control rooms in the divisions, and immediately action can be taken to resolve that problem. So this will ensure greater uptime of assets. Then we have also implemented certain rules and schedules that we can impose on the edge gateways. For example, if you want to run a pump from morning 6 to 8 and then from evening 6 to 8, then a person need not go kilometers away just to switch on and off a pump. He can do it remotely sitting at his place. And even if he does not want to do it, he can put that rule or logic on the edge devices and it will automatically do so. So obviously these things will have a lot of advantage. You can see a long list of advantages. I will tell you the most important ones is that this is not a siloed initiative. It has been taken by CRIS, so it is being implemented pan-Indian Railways. All the departments are getting integrated. It is not vendor specific, it is not railway specific. It belongs to the entire Indian Railways. You could do comparative performance analysis, how one railway is performing vis-a-vis the other railway, how one vendor is performing vis-a-vis the other vendor, which make model number would be suitable for me for what kind of application. So all these analytics can be done. Then you could do data analysis on the load profile, usage analysis. Now, I mean, escalators and lifts are getting installed without thinking about the utility of those assets, even at small stations. But then with such data in hand, you can analyze how much revenue that lift or escalator can earn to railways. It will help in increasing uptime of assets, reduce resource wastage, and obviously the cost of maintenance reduces. Now here I would like to bring about, which Puneet sir also mentioned, about a common service platform which is very much required whenever you go for an IoT initiative, especially for an organization like Indian Railways which has various departments. Now with a common service layer in place, you can get all the data ingested into that common service layer. You can see on the right hand of the slide, a common service layer is there. On the bottom is the edge devices of different IoT use cases, be it GPS, be it RFID, or electrical monitoring parameters, whatever edge devices you install, all the data comes to the common service layer. From the common service layer, the data is sent to the different application layers. Now this common service layer was missing till now. Now with CRIS has partnered with CDOT, and CDOT has done a lot of intensive research on 1M2M protocol for IoT. So that's an open source global standard, 1M2M, which we are adopting for all our IoT use cases now. Now with this open source global standard, now whenever you follow a standard, it helps you to make it non-proprietary so that everybody can get integrated into it. Any vendor can integrate with it once he understands 1M2M, and it's very simple. We have done it for IR Niyantrak project, and it has been successful for past 2 years. So from the common service layer, the data is sent to the different applications, be it IR Niyantrak, Wagon GPS, RFID, or any other application. The data is validated at the common service layer. If the security protocols are inbuilt into that 1M2M common service layer, once it passes those initial checks of validation and security, the data is passed on to the application layer. Now, way forward for IR Niyantrak project is, now we are looking for collaboration with various system integrators, vendors. See, the model of this IR Niyantrak project is that the software part, the data analytics part is being handled by CRIS. We have issued certain guidelines and the data format as per 1M2M standard with CDOT in picture to all the railway units which are inviting tenders for those edge devices. So we are looking for collaboration with vendors and startups for getting those intelligent field devices. We call them IFDs, intelligent field devices, which are nothing but the edge gateways, along with various sensors from which data will come to the intelligent field device and then ultimately to the CRIS servers. Then now we are looking forward for collaboration. We have got a lot of crores of data are coming to our systems daily. So now we are looking for collaboration on the predictive and prescriptive maintenance part of it, wherein artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms are required specific to the electrical parameters. The next is, again, Indian Railways has set a target of net zero carbon emission by 2030. So by measuring the energy performance of railway units, we can identify the problem givers where we can improve the energy efficiency, and so that we are able to meet that target by 2030. Again, we are looking for collaboration on this technology with the private partners. Now, just briefly talk about the RFID, Radio Frequency Identification System in Indian Railways. Now, this is also an ongoing project.
Can you expedite?
Sure, sir. So, RFID gives a digital identity to all the rolling stock, be it locomotives, coaches, and wagons. So, rolling stock can be uniquely identified. Then, why RFID? Because it helps to, give real-time entry-exit timings of a rolling stock in a particular geo-fenced location. And then exact train profile can be formed with RFID. So nowadays you won't face a problem that whether the A1 coach is on the left side of A2 coach or on the right side of A2 coach. You will get the exact coach position. That is one of the use cases of RFID. It is under implementation. Coming to Wagon GPS project. So this is a brief architecture of Wagon GPS, wherein the GPS devices, as you can see, will be installed on the wagon body. It will be connected to the GNSS satellites, from which the real-time location will be passed on to the servers. Again, use cases of it is that you increase the visibility of the wagons so that you can optimize the and increase the utilization of the wagons. So you will know whether the wagon is in loaded condition or unloaded condition, where the wagon exactly is, and how I could improve the wagon turnaround time with this Wagon GPS project. So, I mean, these are the IoT initiatives. And again, I would like to tell you that you please partner with Chris on these new technologies, because getting it in India, we are talking of make in India, but getting it done in India is really challenging. And we are looking forward to some genuine partners to make this possible for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumit. I think before we end, I think 3 things I just want to mention. I think we discussed about, the session was on digital railways, leveraging AI and next generation emerging technologies. And as prescribed under AI mission as well as National Quantum Mission, where the railways have to do a lot of things. And after seeing this thing, don't mind it, but we have to do a lot of work to reach to the, you can say, the vision of the government under AI mission and NQM. So this question, I think once I mentioned about this thing, one is creating a digital twin for Indian Railways. Some work was done on Jhansi-Bina section, when I was in Railway Board on Jhansi-Bina section, of creating a digital twin where whatever he said that all the data from all the departments was, you can say, modeled into a mathematical model. And because we don't have the sensors, the digital sensors and other sensors, but now that thing has been taken care of in NQM. So I'll touch upon that thing. So that I think Chris or any other agency or startups, they have to take up that step, that how we can create low-cost sensors using whether the digital technologies or quantum technologies, so that this dream of creating a digital twin for Indian Railways becomes true. Number 2 is GPUs. So today we are talking of GPUs, and after 3 years we'll be talking about QPUs. You go to NQM, and QPU, the power consumption is 1/10 or maybe 1/100th of a GPU. So that is a requirement for the country, and one of the most complex subject is optimization of rail logistics, or especially the freight logistics. Without doing the optimization of rail freight logistics system, we can't, you can say, optimally utilize all the assets. That's what, you can say, use case has been made in NQM also, because the logistic cost has to be reduced by half on Indian Railways, and NQM has taken it as a part of quantum mission. So, and quantum is not only for the computing, it's for the communication and also for the sensing. MRI, you see, I think everybody is aware of the MRI. It's one thing which everybody is aware. It's a one example of quantum. But now, lot of research has been done. India has also gone ahead with this quantum technologies. I think anybody can ask questions, including the panel, or bring out this thing on AI, because the session was on AI, OT cybersecurity, and other technology like quantum. Thank you.
Sir, Ravi Agrawal this side from Macromancy. I have a question specific to Mr. Sumit Garg. Sir, you said that you are inviting the partners to innovate more and more for the railway. Sir, there are hundreds of startups, as Mr. Gupta said. There are hundreds of startups that are ready to implement the digital twin and 3D beam modeling and so many innovative products. Even you said that whenever you invited the bids for the tender, some foreign partners collaborated with Indian and you are lacking of the cybersecurity. What do you think about having ITEX kind of a problem statement based challenge system where you list down your 10, 12, 30 problem statement from the IT, OT to mechanical, all the electronics and kind of things. Then you can invite the startups to enter in the railway system to promote their product, to showcase their use cases. No cost involved from the railway, but startups can give your very indigenous solution in a very rapid scale. And one more thing, sir. Recently, Minister had announced rail tech policy. Me and my team is trying to get the document of the rail tech policy, but still we are not getting. In the morning session, someone has said that that is an innovation portal and something. But if the company, we are not able to get, I'm a 15-year-old company, having a turnover of 190 crore, but still I am not getting that. What do you think about any startup that is in the college?
Yeah, my name is Tulsi Dharan, and I would like to be appreciative of what he said. Like, you have the IDEX, like we have qualified in through IDEX on a couple of PDS there. But I have worked on your project also. Mr. Garg, I have worked on your project on wagon tracking. We did successfully do the POC at that time, but never bid for it. Now, the last point here I would like to make is what Mr. Anshulji said. About, one is we talk about data, we talk about managing data, IT, OT environment, but very important point which he has put across is on security. We talk about security, yes. We have to talk about audit also, because audit is today also periodic. I remember a tender from Chris coming in for 39, because I've been associated with Chris projects since 90s, FOIS 2. So audit requirement came 39 applications. Then they said, I'm coming up with another. Now we have to go into real runtime audit systems where you actually can generate an audit report log within half an hour of the ask. We cannot go in for periodic, and this is very important. I'm connecting back to the IoT systems and the data kind of scenarios which are going to exist. So these are flat questions, but I would like to come and meet you maybe whenever possible to take it forward. Thank you very much for this time you gave me.
I think very good questions and suggestions. They have been noted down. And you are very right that when we talk of AI or cybersecurity, especially in OT domain or quantum, in all these missions, it is written there that how these are to be developed. Standards have been defined. The only thing is to set up labs. Right now, there are very limited labs which can test and certify the product. So any person comes, he says this is AI product, this is cybersecurity product. So that's a difficulty which government organizations face. So now this is up to us how we frame those standards, testing procedures, labs, and these labs have to be independent labs. So that these products we are not only able to adopt on Indian Railways, but able to export also. So these are the requirements. I think that's what.
They have to be very different. It cannot be the same kind of.
Yeah, that's what already.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Already ISO 17025, 24, 26. They specify,
even
and government has already given instructions also. So that the person who is using or manufacturing or you can say testing cannot certify it.
Absolutely. Yes. This is where we have been also.
This government has already issued the instructions. Only thing is we have to follow that thing.
In fact, in some places we are trying to help government to understand they have to get authorizing bodies also.
Anyway,
so I think
slowly, gradually, these things will
because
come
we have a platform which does all ISOs. Yeah.
Okay,
so
thank you. Any other question?
Yes,
I think.
Sir, I have a question.
So just a moment, I would like to answer to the young chap's question here. So you mentioned about the startups not getting an opportunity and not getting the documents of Realtek and all. I would suggest please don't wait for all these systemic things to develop, because that takes a lot of time to develop. If you are really interested into it, get into touch with some railway official who is interested. If you want to do work on these projects which I just mentioned, you can straight away connect with me. I mean, don't wait for any policies or any systems to come out in the government, because it takes a lot of time. The government is making honest efforts into those things, but you know, all these things, documentation and other things, getting it implemented into the ecosystem takes a lot of time. So if you're really passionate about doing anything, you can directly approach any government official in no matter which ministry you want to work with, and I'm sure you will get a good response. So that's not a problem.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have a question.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, how are the rail and metro implemented strategic objectives and operational challenges in India different than advanced countries? I'm here, sir. Should I repeat the question? Yeah, please. Yeah, sir. How are the rail and metros implemented strategic objectives and operational challenges in India different than advanced countries?
A question to me or?
It's a general
question. Okay. I think I had a meeting with the chairman ISRO also a few days back. The same challenges which ISRO faced are being faced by Indian Railways also.
Myself, Dr. Ishu Singhal, and we are into automation and robotics. So you can say that we have developed a chat GPT and for application for real-time hardware adoption. So if you have some kind of any kind of process you want to implement, so that can be implemented in real terms by adaptive modular manufacturing. So some of the examples can be anti-corrosive coatings and nanomaterials based lightweight polymers, composite conjugates. So I was wondering that how can we collaborate with the railway industry?
You belong to which institute?
I did my PhD in material science. Then I am running a startup, and we did.
So under National Quantum Mission, what
Yes.
you said that various types of sensors and material science.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Government has set up, I think, 3 labs so far. More are coming up.
Yes.
So you have to be in touch with those labs. There are a few professors who are working with them. And if you have any difficulty, you can take my contact. I'll get them contacted with them.
Thank you. I will contact you.
I think thank you so much, everybody. I think it was a very good session.
And it was moderated also very nicely. Mr. Anshul Gupta is a landmine of knowledge, and he's working in various areas. So if anyone wants to pick his brain during lunch, please feel free to do. I'm saying it without your permission, sir. Thank you so very much for being here, all of you. May I request Ranit Raina, sir, to please present mementos as a token of appreciation to our esteemed panel. To Mr. Anshul Gupta, Advisor Railtel and former General Manager, Northern Frontier Railways. Big round of applause, please, for sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thanking Mr. Pankaj Bhatia, Managing Director, GTS India, Phdcci Rail. Thank you for being a part, sir. थोड़ी जोरदार तालियां. Thank you. Mr. Puneet Chawla, former CMD Railtel Corporation of India, Advisor CDOT, and part of the PhD Railway Advisory Committee. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Ranjan Kumar Dhingra, Chairman, Laron Group, and Mr. Godfrey Winter, who has joined us online. And sir is an esteemed member and co-chair of the PhD Railway Committee. Thank you so much, sir. And Mr. Sumit Garg, Executive Director, IoT from CRIS. Thank you for coming and being a part, sir. So these are all companies who are working very hard in the railway industry. Can I request the panel for a group photograph and then inviting everybody for lunch. We'll take a quick lunch and start. We have two very, very important sessions on freight and a dedicated DMRC masterclass on their iMetro and their workshop and vendor development. So requesting all delegates to please come back in half an hour so that we can company on the stock exchange. And he comes from a second generation entrepreneurial family, continues to carry the legacy forward. And anybody who wants to work on the listing area, thank you. Wagons and tracks. We have some industry stalwarts with us here. May I invite Mr. Harsh Dhingra, sir, Management Consultant, Rail and Metro, and former Chief Country Representative of Bombardier Transportation India, to please join us on the dais, who shall be moderating the session. We are also privileged to have Mr. Ranit Rena, Associate Vice President, Sales and Distribution, Jindal Stainless Limited. And may I also invite Mr. Mangal Dev, Head of Phdcci Railway Systems, to join us on stage. We are awaiting Mr. Rakesh Sharma from IRCON to join us from the civil engineering side. So meanwhile, we shall be starting. And I think we can start talking to our audience online. Meanwhile, till the audience who's having lunch can join us back. So I'll hand it over to Harsh Dhingra, sir, to start the session. Thank you.
Pavana Mangal is also here, no?
This is the most important session. I think everybody wants to learn from you also. Please take your time. Thank you.
Let's wait for our other panelists to come. Just give us 2-3 minutes. Good everyone. I think post lunch I could see some people are sleeping. So we are going to make this session lively for all of you. First of all, thanking PSD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this session. And I'm also very happy that two of my friends are here. The experts in the field of material as well as the rolling stock. And the session that we are having now is a future ready rail and metro and infrastructure, especially focus on rolling stock, wagon and track. The interesting part is that 10-15 years back, we only used to talk about railways manufacturing coaches. They were making about 5,000-6,000 coaches. And some private players are there who are making wagons, somewhere around 5,000-6,000 wagons per year. And today when we are sitting here in 25-26, it's almost like 8,000 to 9,000 coaches are manufactured by railways. We have about 500 to 700 metro coaches manufactured. We also have the new technology or new kind of a product, a very famous product, Vande Bharat metro, Vande Bharat trains also manufactured by railways and now private players. In the last few years, the private players have entered into this market. So this is an interesting phenomena which has happened is that the coach production and the coach requirement all over the India has gone up. It has almost doubled in the last about 10 years. Same is the case of wagons. The wagon production has gone up from 6,000 to almost 15 to 16,000 today. And this is a thing which is happening in India, and majority of the foreign players have set up the factories in India. And this is a part which is helping not only the rolling stock player, but also the companies who supply the subsystem, system, as well as components to railways. And The point that comes immediately to my mind is that my friend Mangal, who has been associated with the multinationals, he is the one who brought the French company here, who has set up a factory in India. He's also now working with the Japanese. Mangal, just your thoughts on the technology advancements on the rolling stock which has happened in the last 8 to 10 years in India, and how do you think we can see the future in next 5 to 7 years? What new technology in rolling stock can come?
Thank you very much for a very pertinent question, and good afternoon everyone. I hope you had good lunch. So the discussion can be very interactive if you like. So to take your question, as you rightly mentioned, railway has moved from loco-hauled trains, rakes. We have the locomotive in front, and then we have close to 24 coaches, and you have now experienced Vande Bharat, which is a train set. So it's a fixed train, and it's a distributed power. So alternate coaches have power motorized bogies, which are powered, and you don't need a locomotive specifically. So I think this is a very big step. And before this happened, the metro trains are all EMUs, electrical multiple units, with distributed power, and I think this metros brought in the revolution in India, right from Delhi Metro, by bringing and showcasing this state-of-the-art trains, and of course this state-of-the-art railway system, using most latest technologies, whether it is in laying the track or the signaling or the electrification and the train itself. So having taken this first step, railways have acquired a lot of experience, how to design, how to validate, how to homologate these train sets on massive Indian railways, and now you see large number of Vande Bharat trains running across the country, and from sitting trains to sleeper trains. So Indian Railways has also been working on putting the first hydrogen train into operation. So we believe that first prototype is now ready, and it is undergoing extensive trial. So having said these two quite important milestones, I think the future is to have multiple technologies, in provided to these passengers, carrying the passengers across the country. So replacing the LHP coaches, loco-haul trains, to either more distributed trains, or maybe you could have train sets with the push-pull locomotive, because certain sections, certain areas may need that kind of train sets also. And then Indian Railway could also think of, they had tried these double-decker trains in certain areas, and obviously based on the platform height and platform length, etc., some of these trains were not so successful, but these trains could be designed because they were based on LHP or ICF design coaches. But if you have now the requirement that double-decker trains are more successful, in regional service, mainly in the regional service between two, like Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, Chandigarh, or Delhi and Agra. So these trains could be very successful, and these trains can be designed based on the available SOD. So this is something that we could see, and railways could also look at running some battery-operated trains. So 100% battery-operated trains are already, very successfully running in the European by European rail operators, because they haven't electrified, the entire network. So maybe that is one of the reasons. So rather than electrifying the network, which is quite, costly affair, and so before this they were using diesel generating units, and that adds to the environment pollution. And rather than continuing with that, they replaced the diesel units with the battery units, and now there are trains which are 100% battery powered trains. So this new technology of battery energy storage on the trains, I think is another type of train that we can see in India. So that is talking about how these trains will be configured, both in terms of whether they are train set or being distributed power, or how they are powered by battery or hydrogen or fuel cell and hydrogen. But also, like railway has announced for 7 corridors of high speed, which would mean they are very serious that there should be high speed trains running at more than 250 km/h. And I think it's a very important decision to decide on what kind of speed they want to operate them. Is it 250? Because different countries globally have adopted different high speed parameters. Of course, high speed is, beyond 250, it is the high speed. And, countries like Germany and France and Japan and Spain, they are running trains over, and Italy, and they are running trains over 300 also. So Indian Railway will soon decide, whether they want to run at 250, 300, 350, etc. So this is very important based on the distance, based on the traffic, based on the infrastructure that they will have to set up. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed corridor has, been a very great learning experience for all the companies who participated, in creating this infrastructure, which is entirely on the viaduct and uses lots of tunnels and bridges, to cross rivers or cross different channels, including the undersea tunnel that was part of the program. And so therefore, I believe that this experience, the technology transfer has already happened. So in terms of infrastructure, Indian Railway is quite competent, and based on the experience that we have seen on DFC and on this high speed, India is capable of producing the infrastructure. But the question is on the new set of signaling and the new trains, which will run at this very high speed. And because a system is as a whole, it's not just, you can't look at these systems independently, because they are interacting with each other to provide a final ecosystem of, high speed travel. And at the end, the punctuality is also very, very important. So how do we really operate these trains? Because these are very costly assets. So if you don't sweat them completely and run, at a very close headway, so you will not be able to recover, the revenues that you envisage. So all these new technologies we will see coming in India, including the trains, including the train control system, and the passenger convenience related to that.
Thank you, Mangal. One other point you have mentioned about the speed, that takes me back, I think, for the younger generation who is sitting here. There was an era of chuk-chuk gadi, where you used to have the train running at 25, 30 kilometers per hour. And old people like us sitting here, we have seen those era. And now we have seen the era where the trains have gone to the 130 kilometers per hour when we started introducing Rajdhanis and Shatabdis. Vande Bharat has come to 160 kmph operational speed, though still the trains are having challenges of running up to 160 because there are capacity constraints, speed restriction on the track side. But over the last 30, 40 years, the speed really have gone up. As far as the rolling stock design is concerned, the vehicle speed has gone from 30 kilometers per hour to 160 kilometers per hour. As Mangal also has mentioned, that on the high speed, beyond we go from 160 kilometers per hour, we go on a dedicated high speed network. First one is Mumbai-Ahmedabad, where we are touching 250, 260. And there the product is getting introduced next year in this market. Then new corridors will come, 300, 350. There is always a debate whether we should have a 250 is sufficient or we should go on 300, 325. But the main parameters that we have seen over the last few years is the technology which is adopted on the vehicle body, which we call is the stainless steel. Because stainless steel is a critical component, and there has been a focus on how we should reduce the weight. There are two things which are important, is that how we can improve the energy efficiency. When we want to improve the energy efficiency, we should have a lighter weight. So there are challenges. We should have a stainless steel or aluminum. Stainless steels have evolved over the last few years because now we have a lighter version of stainless steel available. Similarly, on the propulsion side, the things have improved. There is a higher energy efficiency product, also regeneration, because he has mentioned about the mid-on generation or the loco haul. All those things have happened. That energy efficiency has become an important parameter whenever we are running this train. So my question to you, Ranit, is that on the stainless steel side, how you have seen the technology has evolved over the last few years, and how do you see that in the coming years, are we going to have a better stainless steel, much better stainless steel material which will be available? Ranaji.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you, Dhingraji. So before I go into the details, I would like to start off with a Grant Thornton study, which they did in 2016. And they mentioned that the material of construction for smart transportation should exhibit 3 S. So first S is safety, second is savings, and the third is sustainability. So when we talk about safety, if we talk about rolling stock and particularly passenger coaches, there are 2 most important things. One is fire resistance, second is crash resistance. Second, and of course the third one is fatigue strength. Second is savings. Now when we look at savings, one is we look at a material which is corrosion resistant, which is maintenance free. Second, we look at a material, a high strength material, such that it enables lightweighting, and with lightweighting comes energy efficiency. And third is we look at the total life cycle cost savings. And the third one is sustainability. So when we talk about sustainability, we mean what is the reduction in carbon dioxide emission, whether it's a green steel. Now, when we look at these 3 parameters, and if we compare and contrast the materials which are normally used or normally being utilized for rolling stock manufacture, there are 3 materials. One is carbon steel, second is aluminium, and third is stainless steel. So on each of these, these 3 S, when we compare these 3 materials, for example, when we look at the safety aspect, the fire resistance. Now, aluminium starts degrading at 120 degrees centigrade. When we look at carbon steel, galvanized material, the degradation starts from 400 degrees centigrade. When we look at stainless steel, the degradation starts from 800 to 1000 degrees centigrade. So in terms of fire resistance, stainless steel exhibits better properties. When we look at crash resistance, stainless steel exhibits 2.5 times, it's more crash resistant or more impact resistant than galvanized or carbon steel by 2.5 times. And we look at, and we compare it with aluminium, it's almost 3 to 3.5 times better. Second, when we look at the second one, that is a savings, stainless steel is able to provide a corrosion-free life of 35 years. In fact, if we look at the wagons, today they are all made out of, a grade called IRSM 44 or ferritic stainless steel. Now, ferritic stainless steel happens to be the base grade of stainless steel with the lowest amount of chromium content, and that itself is able to give a life of 35 years. In fact, the adoption of stainless steel in wagons, it started off in South Africa, and there is a company called Columbus Steel. So Columbus Steel developed this grade, and it was known as 3CR12. Now, they started utilizing this particular grade of stainless steel in wagons since 1985. And today, when they have done the entire performance analysis, they have found that still now, these stainless steel wagons have remained as it is. There is no sign of corrosion. And what they infer is that these ferritic stainless steel grades are capable enough to provide life in excess of 50 years. And these wagons are used for, haulage of coal and iron ore, which are considered to be corrosive and abrasive medium. So in terms of, corrosion resistance, stainless steel does score better. Then coming to the total life cycle cost, when we look at, coming to the lightweighting aspect, in the morning, in the first session also I had spoken about how, high strength stainless steel have come into the picture. Today, if you look at the rolling stock, the passenger coaches which are getting manufactured, they are with the conventional ferritic stainless steel where the yield strength is about 320 megapascal. Today we have, these metros, as Mr. Mangaldev has rightly pointed out, metros have been the harbinger of change. And they have, shown us what new technologies could be adopted. So these metros which you see running across the country, they make use of, tempered or high-strength austenitic stainless steel grades, which have yield strength starting from 515 megapascal to 690 megapascal. And therefore, that offers the possibility of weight reduction. In fact, as I was telling you in the morning, the Vande Bharat sleeper trains that are being designed by TMH Russia, by Titagar, they are all making use of this advanced austenitic stainless steel, and they are getting a weight reduction of 2 metric ton. However, the coach production units, still now they make use of ferritic stainless steel for the Vande Bharat, for the LHB coaches, and therefore, there is a huge potential of lightweighting and, achieving energy efficiency by switching over to higher grades of stainless steel. Now coming to the third important point, that is sustainability. So sustainability is, it's how much of carbon dioxide emissions we are able to save. So there was another study which was done in 2016 or 2019 by the Energy Institute of Europe and International Aluminium Institute, again in Europe. So they looked at all the, the major geographies across the world, and for all the different modes of transportation. It is not only rolling stock, but commercial vehicles. And they devised, through empirical studies, a correlation between weight reduction and the carbon dioxide emission. So that study, that mentions that for India, they mention that if you are able to achieve a weight reduction of 1000 kg, that is 1 metric ton, then we are able to save 180 tons of carbon dioxide over the caudal life of 35 years. And therefore, if you are able to, and therefore, it's a simple multiplication that if you are able to save a weight reduction of 2 to 3 tons per coach, there is a humongous amount of, carbon dioxide savings. In fact, if you do a complete analysis, it comes out that on adoption of high-strength stainless steel for rolling stock, and rolling stock means passenger coaches as well as, wagons, Indian Railways would be able to save almost, 18 million tons of carbon dioxide over the caudal life of 35 years. And a study was done by Indian Railways along with, an United UK agency, where they mentioned very clearly that a savings of 15 million tons of carbon dioxide would will enable Indian Railways to save 17,000 crores of rupees. So therefore, when we look at all these three aspects, we see that stainless steel seems to be the obvious choice. And let me tell you, we are extremely thankful to Indian Railways that they have the largest adopter of stainless steel, for manufacturing of all types of rolling stock. Even if you look at the passenger coaches, whether it's the local trains, the Shatabdis, Rajdhanis, Durontos, or the Vande Bharat, or the high-speed train, the bullet trains, the 2 new bullet trains which are going to run on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad corridor. Earlier these were supposed to be imported from Japan, but now ICF, they have been given the task of specifying the material for these high-speed bullet trains, and they have specified austenitic stainless steel. So, Indian Railways has been the largest adopter of stainless steel. However, there is a need now to migrate from a lower grade of stainless steel to a higher grade, that is from the ferritics to the high strength austenitics, which is going to give them a humongous savings in terms of, life cycle cost savings, in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. And railways have, they have taken a target of becoming a zero carbon emitter by 2030. So adoption of, the advanced technologies will surely enable them, will act as a catalyst for achieving this, this target at a faster scale.
Thank you, Ranit. One of the important parameters, you would have seen it from the discussion with Mangal and Rana, is that as far as the passenger coaches is concerned, the stainless steel adaptation as well as the technology, lighter weight version which has come, has shown that the life can be improved up to 35 years. Unfortunately, on the wagon side, it has not been done. The stainless steel which is used in wagon is still old. And during the lunch, I was discussing with one of my friend, and he was talking that on the freight corridors, wagons are having a lot of problem. So a school of thought for the next session when they are talking about the freight, how we can improve the wagon technology so that we can improve the life of the wagon. Currently, they say 10 to 12 years. How we can improve the wagon life from 10 to 35 years like we are doing for passenger. We have paucity of time because our next session is also going to start. So I just would like to open this forum for discussion with our young generation as well as the people who would like to ask the questions, especially related to rolling stock. Sir.
So I just wanted to ask you, what is the thickness of the sheets which are used in the wagons and how the weight reduction comes, because the density of the stainless steel may not be much lower. I mean, it cannot be much lower. Aluminium is understandable that it is having a much lesser density, but stainless steel couldn't be having much less. So it has to be doing with the thickness. Secondly, sir, it's open. What is the relationship between speed and fuel consumption as far as the railway this thing is there, because you are transitioning from lower speeds to higher speeds. Even with the better technology, the same train running at a higher speed, it is fundamental rule, but I just want to know the practical side of it. How much will be the difference between running at 100 and 120 or 160? Thank you.
The material part, I would like to address, and then Mangalji would address the second part. So in terms of thicknesses, there are different thicknesses used for different types of rolling stock. For example, when we look at the coaches, normally the thicknesses starts from 1 millimeter for various components, and it extends right up to 10 millimeters, considering the underframes as well, underframes, bogie frames. Similarly, for the wagons, what we have seen, the underframes, it starts from 4 millimeters, 6, 8, 10, and then for the body, it generally is from 2 to again 5 millimeters. So these are some of the thicknesses. Now, coming to your second part on that how is it is better than aluminium in terms of specific gravity, because aluminium has a lower specific gravity. Yes, you are right that both stainless steel and carbon steel, the specific gravity is similar, 7.85 grams per cc, whereas for aluminium it is 2.78. But what we need to consider is, the modulus of elasticity. If you look at the modulus of elasticity, stainless steel has it's about 200 gigapascal, whereas for aluminium it is 74 gigapascal. So modulus of elasticity is extremely important for providing the stiffness of the material, and therefore if you see, although the specific gravity is 1/3 that of stainless steel, but the modulus elasticity is also 1/3, and therefore what happens is the weight gets balanced out. In fact, we did a very detailed study of rolling stock of Vande Bharat coaches, where we looked at, for all the major components, what are the thicknesses used and what are the grades of material. And we found that if one moves from the conventionally used ferritics to high-strength austenitic, for different components, there is a potential of weight reduction of close to 4 metric ton per coach. So this is how, and in fact, aluminium, when I've spoken with all the design heads of various global OEMs, they mentioned that with aluminium, the maximum weight reduction which is possible is about 2 to 2.5 tons per coach. So stainless steel gives you a higher, weight reduction. If you compare the cost of stainless steel is about, 1/3 that of aluminium. So finally, if you look at the cost and if you look at the performance, stainless steel seems to be a better choice than aluminium.
So definitely, when you increase the speed, the consumption, fuel consumption or energy consumption will go up. So it's in the ratio of directly proportional to the square of the speed. And also the drag coefficient, that you have, which will be applied to this. So definitely, it's a parabolic curve, which with the increase in speed, the energy efficiency or the energy consumption will go high. That is why you see that if you're operating your trains at less than 200, not much challenge is there on energy consumption. You can use normal conventional technologies. But when you have to go to more than 300, 350, look at the evolution of high speed, whether in France, Germany, the country that I mentioned, or in Japan. With every model that they introduce, they increase the speed and the technology is changed. And the more specifically on energy side. The high speed trains, which run at 350 or 60, they are much more efficient in terms of energy. They are at par or better than even the metro trains or, the conventional train. Because a lot of focus has gone into designing, these trains to be more energy efficient and using such technologies. Therefore, when you look at what Harsh talked about, regeneration of energy. So that also depends on, what kind of devices you are using. The IGBT devices are you using, or are you using silicon carbide devices? So, lot of, you have to reduce the weight. I mean, you talked about, the debate on aluminum and stainless steel is ever on. It is never going to rest. So, there is a world that is completely using aluminum technologies for the high-speed trains, and I'm sure there will be a world, which will say that stainless steel is more cost-effective because we have a complete value chain established. No new capex is required. If your country, is prone to this kind of pollution and corrosion, then definitely, you have to look at those options. It's the circumstances based on which you will make a decision. But tomorrow, Europe was also like this. What India is today, Europe was also like this. There was huge challenges, and then, they took a step change. So we have to look at a step change. So when you look at a step change, definitely new technologies have been developed, in the rest of the world, and India, which has a huge potential of engineers and innovators, they can also, look at leapfrogging into the future. I think future is something that we have to all dream and live to. Thank you.
Just to add to what Mangal has said, is worldwide, beyond 250 kilometers per hour, everybody has gone for aluminium because of the lighter weight, and you have the other considerations. So everywhere it has gone for aluminium. But below 250 also, some of the countries, some of the rolling stock manufacturers have already shifted to aluminium. That doesn't mean that aluminium will be there required for the Indian market also. But we are still working at a lower speed level, as we are saying that majority of the speed level is below 160 on the mainline network. Running is about 100, 120, where stainless steel is more suitable. More questions? Can we have question from others? Yes, yeah. More questions, please?
Mangal sir and Harish sir. Sir, I just want to ask, what is the future of hydrogen locomotive in India? In terms of business and all.
Difficult because worldwide people are not using hydrogen. Some are there. I think Mr. Suri is sitting there, who is a hydrogen expert. Yes. He can vouch for it. India is testing. First time they are testing for 1200 HP. Okay. Some people are using in Europe also, but there are dual messages which we are getting, especially if the hydrogen technology, hydrogen storage, all those challenges are there. So I can't say at this stage, but there are strong promoter of hydrogen also, and there are strong people who are saying the hydrogen is not required. So I don't know how to get into this debate further.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, my question, what specific innovation technologies are being incorporated to detect, fix, and handle the misalignment and structural disorders in the rail tracks? Rail track.
I don't know, Mangal, you want to take it?
Very, very tough question. So
maybe the people who are coming next on the wagon side track,
Yes.
they will be able to take
They
it.
can answer
I'm
it better.
passing that question.
Yes, sir, no problem. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Bhavana, can we complete it now?
Yeah.
So thank you, my panelists. I think they have done an elaborate description of what is required on the rolling stock side and an interactive session we are having by our audience. Thank you very much. Thank you, PhD Chambers. Thank you, Bhavana.
Thank you so much, sir, for making it so short and concise, and thank you for all the deep insights as well. I think we need a separate session on this totally one, a full day thing, so we'll work that out later. And may I request Sajal Gupta, sir, to please present mementos to our honored panelists. Thank you for your time and for your advisory group and for always being there for the chamber. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Harsh Dhingra, sir, thank you very, very much for moderating the session. A big round of applause for the panelists, please. Thanking Mr. Mangaldev, sir. And thanking Mr. Ranit Rana, sir. Thank you so much. I'll request the panel to stand for a group photograph as well. A big round of applause for the experts. They have years and years of experience, and I think you all can learn a lot from them. Yeah. So can we have a group photograph, sir, please? And without further ado, we'll just start the two main panels for today. We have this special panel on freight rail revolution, efficiency, speed, and sustainability to increase railways freight share. And we are very, very honored to have with us our moderator, Mr. Davinder Sandhu, sir, co-founder and chairman of Primus Partners with years of experience in the railway industry. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Welcoming Mr. Lokesh Singh, Executive Director, Mechanical Engineering Freight from Railway Board, Ministry of Railways. Welcoming Dr. Surinder Kumar Arivar, sir, EDTC Rates Railway Board, and the founder of the Gati Shakti Forum for India. Mr. Ranit Rana, Associate Vice President, Sales and Distribution, Jindal. Mr. Shobhit Bhatnagar, Director, DP and BD, Dedicated Freight Corridor, as a part of this very important panel. They're again eminent industry experts with years of experience, and thank you so much for taking our time and being here. I know Railway Board is very, very busy at the moment, but thank you for being here so much. I'll hand it over to Mr. Sandhu. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, PhDCCI, for arranging this. And thank you to the audience and to the August panel for making time and sharing their thoughts here. This is a subject I believe all of us have been cogitating about for years and years and years. So we'll try to delve into perhaps something new and see if something we can discover for ourselves. Please be very engaged as an audience and ask your queries. But let me be a little provocative before we begin. The subject is about modal share of railways. Sustainability has also been mentioned towards the end. Hydrogen question has been raised. But I think words are very important as we use them because they focus our mind on what we are actually looking at. So when we say the modal share of railways, it may seem like a very fundamental question, but that's what I'm saying, I'm being provocative. Which railways? I mean, why are we not being very specific and saying Indian railways? We don't use that word. And the confusion is because this is a ministry, this is a regulatory body, it's a board, its general manager is the administration, it is also a regulatory body for other railways, and it is also kind of a departmental undertaking. It used to have its own budget. Somehow it seems to me that within the Indian railways, when people talk of modal share of railways, they talk of much larger kind of a, picture, but it's important to be very focused that we are saying that the Indian railways is in competition with other companies in the private sector as well as in the public sector, and we have to get more for ourselves. I think that question is not really focused, and therefore I am being provocative and asking this question, whose modal share? I mean, are we competing in the market or not? Because if we were, we would be empowering our people on the Indian railways in absolutely different dimensions. They would not be coming back asking all kind of questions about whether I can make this promise, whether I can sign this agreement, whether I can get this traffic or not. So let me stop here and move on to our panelists. But that is a question that I have for all of us: whose modal share? And it is important to say that it is Indian Railways which is in the business of cutthroat competition, and it has to have its policies accordingly. And if it addresses this, there is enough potential to then to start having policies and strategies to make that happen. But let me come first to you, Lokesh. I mean, as far as freight is concerned, I mean, you are the provider of what the railways asset is needed to carry. So how are you making it better? How are you making sure that the Indian Railways as an organization, and now I will not use the word railways, I will use the Indian Railways. The Indian Railways as an organization is producing assets and making them available to its commercial department or to the operations department in servicing the customers better and enticing the customers into using the products that you have. I mean, that's a thought, and of course, you can share your thoughts and we'll carry on the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Sandhu. Good afternoon to everybody. It's really a big journey. Freight is the bread earner for the Indian Railways. And as you know, task is mammoth on us. And we have been doing this last so many years, and I hope with your cooperation we'll be doing better. As you know that today the fleet size of Indian Railways is about 450,000 wagons. That consists railways, private and defense. And we are fulfilling the need of the customer, whether it's a general purpose wagon or a specialized wagon. So we are according to the time. And as I understand, the prime requirement of the customers are the quality, cost, delivery. Three things everybody wants as a customer. तीन चीज़ें अगर सबको मिल जाए तो उनका किसी भी रूप में हो सकता है. They want quality, cost and delivery. If three things are fulfilled, they are happy with the. Probably Indian Railways has been lacking in this. That is why the question comes every time to Railways as a service provider. And I am happy that I am at this moment, about 2 months back I joined. When I started interacting with the people, customers, stakeholders, then I found certain things need to be done immediately because we are going too slow. So one thing I found that the maintenance time was too much, and because of that the logistic cost, that is one of the highest in the world, I think as I read that it's 14 to 15%. So definitely we need to lower down, and maintenance, of course, the asset is one of the component of that can give big relief to the customers. Of course, quality has been again the custom, as the previous panel has pointed out. Sustainability, so I don't go to that level. Sustainability is a big thing. I want to be be a bit reliable, so that availability is, today the availability is the main question, whether it's the passenger side, whether it's the freight side, that's the big question. Because of that, our customers are not able to get the asset, the kind of asset they want, whether it's an automobile, whether it's other kind of the stuffs, we are not able to provide. My colleague here, Mr. Ahirwar is here. Many times we interact and we try to come out, but expectations probably we are not able to meet. So we have, recently I have come to know that our train operators are wanting the privatized maintenance. So we are working on that so that they have not to depend on Indian Railways for that. So I think very soon we'll be coming out with that policy. In addition to that, certain policies are coming on the way of the maintainers, like one called the character certificates. I had a very strange word for me, and in that they have to go to our bosses for the relaxation of that kind of if that certificate is lost. So many things are there we have to do so that we improve the reliability, availability, and maintainability and safety. And as this panel progresses, we'll be discussing slowly.
Thank you, Lokesh. I am particularly happy at the fact that you talked of the internal customer. Because again, I think railways remains always confused. Who is whose customer? So absolutely right. You talked of examination time. Because if your examination time is higher, you will not be able to offer the number of wagons that should be there, to the commercial department, who is your real customer. So it's very good that you have that perspective at least. But let me come back to you, Dr. Ahirwar. We've been hearing for many years, railways is 6 times more efficient or consumes 1/6 more energy. So I've been in your boat, so I'm literally asking you a question that somebody has asked me a number of times. So they said, all right, we understand that you are having a lot of fixed assets, so there's a lot of fixed costs that you have. But if your operating expenses in terms of energy are 1/6, can you at least be half of the road cost? I mean, for a customer, what is the meaning of saying that I am 1/6 6 times more efficient? Until and unless it translates to the bottom line of your customer. And you are, the honcho, the master of rates and freights. So what is this issue that we are efficient in energy usage 6 times, we say, and even if we account for higher fixed capitals cost and account that in our financial model, why are we not significantly cheaper than road transport?
Thank you, sir, for a very, very deep question. I don't know whether I'll be able to answer it fully, and sometimes I should not be answering also very honestly, because that would become a kind of maybe contradiction to our official position. But whatever expression I would make, that's my personal view, not to be considered as official view. So with that's the first thing which you said, whose modal share? I would just like to say one thing to clear all confusion about this aspect of the subject. It's about railways share in India, not necessarily Indian Railways, right? Because railway also exists beyond Indian Railways, and there are major partners, including container companies or the investors in wagon, investors in track. There are a lot of part of the network which is in the private sector. So it is just not Indian Railways per se as an enterprise, which about whose share we are talking about when we are talking about modal share of railways. So that's one. So we are just thinking about what can be the right share of different modes of transport, basis their, the cost effectiveness, environmental sustainability, right, and efficiency as such. So basically greater or lesser social cost, which is to be borne by this society. And we find that, yes, from environmental perspective or the economic perspective, the mode of railways is relatively more efficient, may not be as cost effective in many a situation because it varies from region to region, even season to season as well. So, and then if I further go into the retail, it varies from commodity to commodities, right? There are lots of commodities which are subsidized, even within the freight segment. And then you already know that there's a passenger segment which is hugely subsidized. And this is a kind of a cross subsidy which is happening. So a lot of transfer of the cost is happening on the freight side of the railways, which we call as Indian Railways as a service provider. So that's the overall picture. Now, when we say why can't we cost effective or cost competitive as far as the roadways are concerned, as per the recent estimate of the logistics cost by DPIIT, we are almost 40% less than the road generally overall. But in this case, what we have not included, which is supposedly generally not included also, is the last mile connectivity and the first mile connectivity. We are going terminal to terminal. So railway terminal to railway terminal, we are definitely more efficient, right? But we do not since give the last mile and first mile, and that adds to the cost to the customer, right? And for the shipper, it is that total cost end to end. But for me, I am happy saying that terminal to terminal, I am still better than road. However, the customer is bearing higher cost. So that's a big dilemma. Now, the solution to this problem of, kind of an overall logistics cost and end-to-end logistics cost being higher on the railway side and not as much on the road side, I think it makes a very strong case for multimodal transportation, right? And within the multimodal transportation and that cosmos of multimodal transportation, there would be an emergence of natural share of each mode of transport, right? For example, the railways may be more confined to the mid-mile, while the roadways are confined to the first and the last mile, and of course the shorter lead, which are not very economical to move by railways. So longer distance railways, mid-mile railways, first mile and last mile roadways, and also the short lead for the railway. It makes a more economic sense and also a case for multimodal transportation, wherein I have a right mix of modal share. Now, one more question arises, sir, which you said, whose modal share? There's another similar question. How much modal share is the ideal modal share of any particular mode of transport in this country, right? So again, this is also a question which has no answer as such, no consistent and definite answer as such. And even I do not actually, understand whether there's a universal acceptance of the criteria which should be applied to determine the modal share of different modes of transport. So a lot of dilemmas are there. Right? If I say the railway should have more than 50% or 45% of modal share, why it should be? Is it energy efficient? Is it more environment sustainable? Maybe it is consuming electricity, but again, electricity is, as long as it is being produced by thermal sources, it is not as environment friendly maybe, right? And then being cost effective to the final customer, like end-to-end logistics. Again, if that's also cost effectiveness is also a criteria, then again, what should be the modal share vis-a-vis the cost effectiveness? The third very important thing is, as Mr. Lokesh also alluded about that, see, availability of the capacity and capacity itself which has been created. Now, there's a difference between these two things because a lot of the capacity utilization depends on the kind of access we are able to give to the available capacities, right? And when I am saying access to the available railway capacity, it's like there can be the cost barriers, there can be physical barriers, there can be barriers of kind of inadequate inbound infrastructure. Like majority of the railway stations will not have, or means the freight loading points or unloading points may not have a capacious road connecting it or serving it. Because the road is constructed beyond the railway premise. So while the railway infrastructure is getting upgraded in terms of the capacity, the road is not matching that capacity. And that lies another governmental jurisdiction. Central and state ka fark aa jata hai. So that's a big problem, and this is restricting the utilization of the capacity of the railways. Now again, there are internal factors too, which restricts utilization of the full capacity which has been created within the railway system. So there are a couple of barriers, and that is determining, the final cost to the customer, and also the so-called efficiency in the railways, and maybe the so-called the environmental concern which are addressed by the railways. That's also.
Thank you, Surinder. I think that was very incisive points you've touched there. Clearly, of course, if the railways thinks multimodal, which is, and you alluded to the point of the last mile, because typically railway says, take your stuff away from my wagon, and I don't know where you need to go after that. Absolutely, that's, I think, the right way to think about it, because if you are multimodal, you will start addressing part of the problem. And there's another very important point you raised, and I've always felt that. Why do we talk of modal share? We should talk of our own efficiencies. We should talk of reducing our own costs. We should talk of reducing our own customer friendliness. If we focus on that, I mean, our market share will go up. I mean, I think that's, this whole thing around, I agree, I mean, 30%, 40%, 90%, whatever. Maybe in the old planning commission planning model about, energy imports and all those kind of things, there was some general equilibrium model that addressed that. I'm aware of that part, but maybe that is not so valid today. It's more important to be cost efficient and cost effective and customer friendly yourself. If that happens, modal share will go up. And of course, not to deny the fact that the railways is critical for us. We are energy deficient in the conventional forms of energy. I mean, it is systems like our waterways and our railways. If this war goes on for another 5, 8, 10 weeks, we'll really realize how important these systems are to us. So that's absolutely right. So we're not discounting that, but I agree, the points that you've raised are very important. So Shobhit, let me come to you. I mean, you're running the Rajdhanis of rates. So your average speeds are, of course, what is really helping the Indian Railways move up its average speed, which almost continues to somewhat stagnate at not a very good rate of growth over the years. So what is your plan? And I will also request you to somehow point out, and I'll come back to Lokesh on that, because asset availability. One part is we don't do predictive maintenance. So I'll come back to Lokesh on that. But what are you doing for that at the end of the day, of making sure that you are running fast, but at the same time, you are helping the asset, rolling asset being predicted in terms of maintenance? Anything you're doing on the DFC on that?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you all. Yes, sir. We have been doing a lot of things. I mean, we have established HABDs, I mean, what we call hot axle box detectors, almost at between every section, and total about 154 of them on both the DFCs put together. So apart from that, now even the wild systems are being established. So 4 of them already done, 2 on eastern, 2 on western. And apart from that, so we have come up with another thing which is called as MVIS, Machine Vision Inspection System. So this this was the DFCCIL initiative with the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And in that we have met with very good success. I mean, sir, I would say there are cameras at 2 different levels on both the sides of the track. And with that we try to take the photographs. And those photographs are transmitted to the Operation Control Center in Prayagraj or in Ahmedabad in real time. And the person sitting there, they try to judge how severe is the issue. So, I mean, for our hot axle, sir, I mean, the grease is oozing out, it can be seen. And then they say, okay, whether to stop the train or not, or whether to detach the wagon or not. So, that way, sir, now we are going for a second version of it, which is an improved version. We are calling it as MVIS Plus. So, up till now, we were detecting about 19 defects in the wagons, but now we are targeting about 47 of them in the next one, improved one.
The wagons are so heavy?
No, different varieties of defects which can arise. I mean, it's getting detected, I mean, as and when. So, and it's more or less predictive. for the predictive maintenance. I mean, it's not that immediately we require to detach the wagon, but it goes to the information. I mean, the information goes to the concerned people that okay, this wagon has this limit. So there are both kind of alerts where it's red and yellow. I mean, so yellow can move ahead, go up to the next maintenance point, while the red ones, yes, we do take some action immediately.
So Lokesh, that's a segue to you, because I think finally, I mean, we are in the AI age.
Yeah.
Why do we need somebody to detect a flat and for the tuck-tuck sound to happen at a station for somebody to know it's about to happen, or it should be much, hundreds of kilometers in advance if the curvature is off, the flange profile is off. So, I mean, I would request you to, of course, build up more on what the railways is doing, not just today, but how do we ensure for the next few years also?
For the youngster, I would like to tell you that our maintenance traditionally had been the pen-paper base. People were standing the side by of the trains, they were doing the inspection by eyes, ear, touch. These were our sensors. And all the sensors are based on that only. ये तीन ही चीज़ हैं जो सेंस, चार चीज़ें हैं जो सेंस करते हैं, उसी पे काम करता है. तो कोई AI कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं है. जैसा कि भटनागर साहब ने बताया कि ऑलरेडी हमारा DFC जो एक डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट के लिए कॉरिडोर है, इस पे काम काफ़ी तेज़ी से हो रहा है. और सर की अपनी चैलेंजेस थी, उन्होंने जल्दी करा लिया. इट शुड हैव बीन डन बाय इंडियन रेलवेज एज वेल, बट थोड़ा सा स्लो चल रहा है उसमें. तो आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू दैट वी वांट टू स्विच वेयर टू प्रेडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस, दैट इज़ बेसिकली बेस्ड ऑन द AI, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है. तो कहीं ना कहीं ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस स्टेक पे है, ट्रस्ट का डेफिसिट रहता है, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट वी आर बिलीविंग मोर ऑन मशीन. And machine can be the replacement of the ear, nose, touch, eyes. And this is how the MVIS are talked about, that is vision analytics पे काम कर रहा है MVIS. I think this is one of the machine of its kind, really working well. And we are fascinated by the result of that whatever DFC has learnt. And we are also implementing in Indian Railways. I think few tenders, I think 4 tenders you have to award, sir. तो सर को ही हमने दिया है कि 4 टेंडर सर आप ही करके दे दीजिए हमारे लिए. और इसी तरह से हमने DMRC को भी कुछ काम दिया हुआ है, बिकॉज इंडियन रेलवेज हाउ इट्स गोज, बिकॉज देयर आर चैलेंजेस इन प्रोक्योरमेंट्स एंड इवन इन फ्रीजिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी इटसेल्फ, बिकॉज RDSO इज आवर एजेंसी विच इज टास्क्ड विद दिस काइंड ऑफ द वर्क, बट दे हैव लिमिटेशन इन दैट नो हाउ, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट वी हैव टू टेक द हेल्प ऑफ whosoever is good. Even Chris is good in certain aspect. In some aspect, DFC is good. Some aspect, DMRC is good. So we have to take this synergy among all of them. तो ये एक चीज़ थी जो सर बताया. तो MVIS एक आ चुका जिसमें कि विजन एनालिटिक्स आई. दूसरी बात आती है ओमारा से आया था, हमने वेबटेक कंपनी से लिया था, एंड दिस वाज डिटेक्टिंग द राउंडनेस ऑफ द व्हील वेयर द फ्लैट टायर, जिसमें कि फ्लैट टायर जैसे हमारे पंचर हो जाता है टायर में, इसी तरह हमारे रेल के व्हील्स में जो अगर the roundness of that wheel goes off, that is more than 50 mm, then we call the flat tire. So उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए we are installing WCM wheel condition monitoring system, that is part of the OMRS, as well as for the monitoring the bearing we have installed ABD. So two of the machines are this sandwich in one of this equipment. तो एक तो हमारा आया, उसके बाद HAVD आया, हॉट एक्सल, हॉट फील्ड डिटेक्टर. तो there are many things coming up slowly, but one of the challenge is the false alert. False alert is the main problem. Because of that, my traffic people are saying that okay, you are giving so many false alert and punctuality go on task. So that is the main problem. So we have to somewhere, we have to trade off is always there. Punctuality versus the safety, like the production versus safety. दोनों के बीच में एक बड़ा एक ऑप्टिमम बैलेंस करना पड़ता है. इन DFC दे कैन टेक चांस बिकॉज देयर नो पैसेंजर ट्रेन, देयर नो कोचिंग ट्रेन्स, तो दे कैन सेट एनी वैल्यू वॉट एवर सूट टू देम. लाइक in the case of the HABD, today I was just deliberating and found that we have specified that one box to another box there has to be difference of 35 degrees. If it goes more than that, we'll detect it hot axle. But sir के केस में in DFC we found that they have set the 20 degree. When we bring that in our system, then we find our alerts will go 2 times. So you can imagine how our train will run. So that is a challenge where industry had to work, And of course, will always be, as and when our assets will improve, problem challenging is our assets, as in the previous panel, people were telling that bring the steel. So likewise, steel is the one component for the body. We have bogie, we have brake system. So every component has got its own challenges. The main challenge is the workmanship. What I found as a mechanical engineer, it's not the material. Material is, we have as it should have. But workmanship, wherever human is involved, that is a stake. Okay, I am saying this is the real challenge, because even if I go in the railway system for the inspection, we found that human failed. We are bringing AI here again. So we want something where we can have the durable kind of thing, so that human is not coming so often in the picture. So that is the main crux. Like we are importing some kind of bogie. In America, AR runs any bogie for 9 years. Imagine, we are not able to run even 3-4 months. Every 3 months some problems comes. In America, they are, I think, USA, they turn the wheel after 3 years. Imagine, we are turning in 3 months. So this is where they have reached. And because of the preciseness in their workmanship, preciseness in the processes, so that is where we have to go. So we are checking out our ways how to go that side. Thank you.
Yes, Lokesh, certainly. I mean, even the Indian Railways, I think, is being very innovative in many areas. No doubt about that. Absolutely the right way to go. But you should not take too many chances. Many places you are very near to the railway track, the main line track. So that will be, so don't try to take those chances, DFC. Be careful. So let me come back to you, Surinder, on this. I mean, you set the rates and sort of set the basis for revenues. So out of what is happening here in terms of improvement, who's tracking outcomes on the railway system? I am inducting capital investment into automation. I am detecting flaws. I am doing predictive maintenance. So will I be able to carry the same originating traffic with lesser wagons? Because that directly translates to passing that lesser cost to your customer and increasing your modal shares or your market size or addressable wallet, whatever we want to call it. So all this is fine. This is fantastic what is happening on the railways in terms of technology induction. But what are the outcomes? Who's monitoring that? Are we going to have less wagons? A wagon is going to move more, speeds are higher. I mean, how do we track these outcomes of these capital investments we bring in?
I think that's a very valid question, and when the capacity is being created, made available, definitely its utilization has to be looked at, and we are definitely accountable for that. As I said, it is just not creation of the capacity which ensures greater performance, but also the barriers which are to be removed. And as I said, infrastructure barrier, we are definitely tending to remove, and a lot of work is going on there. Then there is a capacity constraint which has been there, is gradually being overcome. And today, especially in the rolling stocks, in fact, we have no shortage of the wagons as such. In fact, a surplus, right? And the norms of yesteryears, which we call as like busy season charge, increasing the freight rate on a periodic basis, on one or other pretext, or probably not rationalizing the rate structure of the railways, which has been like, favorable for long distance bulk traffic. And long distance means beyond 500 kilometers. And also favorable for full rake load, not for piecemeal, right? Now, what we have been observing that our long leads, the average size has come down to around 550 or 600 kilometers, right? So the shorter lead is, and the long lead, the difference is narrowed very well, in a big way. As a result, the rate structure which was looking at the longer lead or capturing the longer lead more than 1,000 kilometers is struggling with, capturing the shorter lead as well of under 500 kilometers, around 500 kilometers. And for this, the rate structure has been very unfavorable, to tell you, let me tell you. A rate for a ton of commodity carried beyond 500 kilometers is almost half of the rate which is charged for carrying up to 100 kilometers or below 100 kilometers, right? Or maybe 200 kilometers. So, and then a majority of the freight movement, which is happening nowadays because of very distributed economic activities, right? Point of production is coming closer to the point of the consumption. As a result, the leads are only decreasing. And in this change scenario, we are definitely looking at now the newer ways or a newer rate structure. And we have already undertaken the exercise for rationalizing the rate structure. We have started with container, and many of the persons in this room might be aware that we have adopted a new principle for charging container haulage for bulk cement, and there's a kind of one rate, and that is based on, again, gross ton kilometers rather than NTKM, and charging for TU and looking at the content of the container as well. So we have become the content agnostic, or gradually becoming content agnostic for the containers and rationalizing the rate, and especially for the shorter lead. The gap between the short lead rate and the long lead rate is being reduced, right? And for even the passenger segment also, the similar treatment is being done, realizing that the shorter lead is a huge market, and we are not even competing, right? So you said like we are competing with the road. In the shorter lead under 500, we are not even competing there. With a newer rate structure, probably we would be competing. Now, second endeavor we are looking at is, aggregation of the cargo. So to convert the piecemeal loads into rake loads. So first thing is to incentivize that aggregation. And that aggregation incentivization also mean that if you are coming with a wagon load and 4 or 5 people come together with 10 wagon load each, they would be getting a rake load rate, which is 10% less than the wagon load rate. So this is an incentivization which will promote aggregation and conversion of the wagon loads into the rake load. And the very important, which I always believe, there are not initially many takers within the railway, when we speak in the railway fraternity, that is about creating a cargo community system around railways. We have generally been insular, even if we were initiating a scheme which is to facilitate first and last mile connectivity, we have not spoken or not understood or not facilitated that movement actually. We have just offered some rates and then forgotten, right? So that has not been happening. So now we are also thinking about how to connect with the even first mile service provider. Herein, I'm not competing with road, I'm trying to complement with the road, right? And this creates a cargo community, or you can say rail cargo community, like we have port community systems and port community or air cargo community. Similarly, we are looking at now creating rail cargo community as well, which will have road service operators also as part of the community, and they would be giving the first mile, last mile, which will help us probably in focusing at the mid mile, and also help the roadways to take the entire traffic first mile, last mile. And we provide that access for the road to come into the railway system through improved infrastructure. So the goods sheds are being worked upon. Recently only we have launched another scheme for promoting development of freight related infrastructure in the goods sheds through private investment or through PPP. So all these things are being worked upon, and we are definitely aware, sir, that the rate of growth in loading has not been very, very high, and especially in the maybe last 1 decade or so. But there's a potential, and for that it has to be in a kind of a new strategy which has to be adopted by railways, and we are working on that. And of course, we are also shunning that approach that to keep the operating ratio only good or high, we were just increasing the freight rate. So we have stopped short of that, doing that, and let's see how things emerge out. But a lot of experimentations and a lot of reforms are being attempted, and this year being the kind of a year of reforms, so we are already onboarded the Reform Express, and let's see, things should work out well, sir.
Okay, thanks for saying that, because at least made me very happy to hear that railways does not consider the road its enemy, which has been the problem with railways multimodalism approach. They always thought the road is our enemy, not realizing that there is no road, nobody can come to the railway station anyway. So, I mean, if the railways have started thinking like that, excellent, because that is really the way to move forward. So, how are you participating in this in terms of starting multimodal terminals? I mean, it always surprises me that the first multimodal program really was launched by the Ministry of Road Transport as part of their Bharat Mala, saying we'll have 35 MMLPs. I thought the railways should have done that 30, 40 years ago. But what are you doing now that the Gati Shakti terminals, and I have my problem in the way that policy is drafted. I will come and make the investment, but you will be the owner, and I don't know how the private sector will deal with taking that kind of risk. But what is DFC doing in pushing forward multimodalism on your system?
Yes, sir. So, in fact, sir, we did have earlier a different policy from the railways. Sir, I mean, the DFC had its own policies, but then hello. So, but then we switched over to the Indian Railways policies because of the customer feedback. So, I mean, we were getting the feedback that DFC being a small organization at that point of time, definitely, and there was customer feedback that probably with the change in the management, the policies would change. So, nobody was really coming out with their investments. So, that's why we adopted the Indian Railways policy, GCT policy, deliberately, so that people would have faith in the longevity of the policy and that the policy would be followed for a longer period of time. So that's why we have adopted the GCT policy. And I would say that this has given very good results. The Schedule 1 also, we have commissioned one station, I mean, so far. But under the Schedule 2, that is the railway land and the person becoming the operator, that way we have already commissioned 4. And so this month we are commissioning 3 more. So within 2 years, it's about 8 terminals which are coming up. But so we already have about 31 terminals lined up. So the response from the people have been very good, sir. I mean, the advantages that people are getting by being having a terminal on the DFC, sir, is first of all the 25-ton axle load, which becomes accessible especially on the Western DFC. So that gives a huge advantage in terms of double stack containers or containers also. And the other thing is the speed of clearance. So whenever the terminal is on the Indian Railways, sir, I mean, even if it is just 8 or 10 kilometers, it would take a few hours, may take a few hours for that train to really come on to DFC and then start moving at a higher speed. So there are distinct advantages which people have realized, and there is a good investment, sir. I mean, I would say, sir, that when all these 3 ports also get connected, Vadhavan and GSW port at Murbe and the Hazira port. So we have already created a capacity of loading of more than 100 million tons per year. And this would start showing up in the next 2-3 years. So it's a very good response, sir. I mean, that's what I can say, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think, where is our MC, Bhavna? I think, Bhavna, can we open it to the audience? Or you are running out of time and you want me to wrap up? Or
if you can wrap up, sir.
Okay, I can. Okay, sure. Thank you, audience, for bearing with us. But again, being provocative towards the end, just hold on. I see a lot of young people there.
Yeah.
Can anybody tell me what is a railway? And don't be shy of this. I can tell you many railway officers don't know. I'm asking a question from the young people here. This is your country. This is your Indian Railways. This is your assets.
सर ये तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन हो गया. हम लोगों ने जब रेलवे ज्वाइन किया था पूछे कितने पहिए होते हैं डब्बे में. तो बता पाएंगे कितने अंगुलियों से बताइए.
What is a railway? Simply, just tell me, what is a railway? We talk of railways, we are having a whole day, excellent days of railway conversation. So what is a railway? Can anybody, I especially want any of the young people I see on this side of the, it just hazard a guess. I mean, there's, okay, no, so even I'm very young, it's obvious. So, but, yeah, please. Okay. Anything that runs on a rail track, okay.
not up to your expectation, I assume.
No. There's no expectation here. I mean, as I've told you, there are many railway officers who will flounder on this one. But there was a query from somebody who was wanting to answer from there. But what is a railway? That वो तो road भी connect कर रहा है, कुछ भी कर रहा है. What is a railway? And it has got relevance to what we had just discussed. That's why I'm asking this question and wanting to hear an answer. Okay, so let me read out from you. And finally, things happen in this country when things are in law and there is a statutory backing to what you do, because any actions that you take have to be in matter of policy and law. So there's something called a Railways Act. Okay. So the Railways Act says a railway means all lands within the fences or other boundary marks indicating the limits of the land. So all land of a railway is a railway. And what conventionally you would have answered, all lines of rails, sidings, yards, branches used for the purposes of a railway. All electric traction equipment, power supply, distribution installations used for the purpose. The transformer in the railway station is a railway. Oh, that's what the Constitution and the law says. All rolling stock, stations, offices, warehouses, wharves, workshops, manufactories, fixed plant and machinery, roads and streets, running rooms, rest houses, institutes, hospitals, waterworks, water supply installations, and dwellings and staff quarters constructed for the purpose of railway staff and with the railway. Now here are the surprising ones for you. All vehicles which are used on any road for the purpose of traffic of a railway, whether owned, hired, or worked by a railway. And finally, ferries, ships, boats, and rafts, which are used on canal, river, lake, navigable inland waters by the traffic of a railway and owned, hired, or worked by a railway administration. The point I'm saying is that the Railways Act is fundamentally multimodal. It is the only multimodal organization by law in this country. The first MMTO in this country by law was Container Corporation. They were giving the bill of lading for all the area containers by law. They were the only MMTO. This is an organization that has actually forgotten its foundations. When I joined the railway system and I was the assistant operations manager at a place called Sonpur, the bridge across the Ganges had broken. And I used to issue a ticket from Barauni to Patna, which included a ferry movement between Hajipur and Patna. Nothing prevents the railways from being multimodal. You are by law the first and only organization. So if you get in touch with what is a railway, everything is allowed. There is nothing that prevents a railway, and I have written the coal logistics policy of this country, accepted and passed at the highest levels, is the only logistics policy which Surinder knows has been approved by the Cabinet Secretary's group. I advocated to the railways, you issued a railway receipt, but please take it from the mine to Paradip port, hire a bulk vessel and take it to Ennore or wherever you want, or Jindal's, because you will be giving the coal at 10% less than what you are charging today. It is for railways to look at its own act and to discharge the responsibility that the people of India have placed upon the railway system as per the act's authorization. Nothing stops you from doing that. So I just wanted to provocate you on your thoughts on that. What is a railway? The railways is not this railway line. And in fact, unfortunately, railway officers also move only between the track. It's a completely multimodal organization. It authorizes you to do everything. Yeah, back to you, Bob.
It's like I consider Sir's last version of the statement the Chicago address of the Mr. Vivekanand, right? Where there was people were not knowing what railway is, but when he spoke and finished, railway was founded. Thank you.
Can we have a big round of applause for our experts? Thank you so much. May I now invite Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Sajal Gupta to please present mementos to our esteemed panelists. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking out time. And working. We look forward to faster, high-speed railways. Thank you so much, Mr. Devinder Sandhu, sir.
Railway men are also railways.
The passengers too. Passengers too, actually.
Big round of applause, please. Thank you.
Big round of applause, please.
Mr. Devinder Sandhu, sir, thank you so much for moderating and coming. Mr. Lokesh Singh, sir, from the Railway Board, thank you so much for taking out time and being here, sir. Dr. Arivar, sir, thank you for always supporting the PhD Chamber's endeavors and being here, sir. He's our Gati Shakti man. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Shobit Bhatnagar, sir, from Dedicated Freight Corridor, thank you so much for coming and for supporting our endeavors always, sir. Thank you very, very much. Can we have a group photograph? Thank you. Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you. And I'll request you all to, if you can just stay for the last session on DMRC. It's going to be really interesting. So, be great. So, if you can stay for this DMRC last session.
I'm getting frantic because while I'm in question. Right? I'll just. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sir, bag de do. I'll just do it. Sir? So now we have the most important session for the evening. It is by the DMRC group, O&M of urban mobility, indigenization and innovation plans and opportunities for the industry. We are very grateful to the DMRC officials for being here with us today and a few people from the industry in this session. We'll have presentations in this session and we'll learn about the new opportunities, about the path-defining initiative, the iMetro portal of DMRC. And we are very grateful to Mr. Manoj Singhal, sir, Director, Infrastructure, DMRC, for being here with us. He's going to give an introduction and then move on because he has another engagement and we've already delayed him. And then on, we'll be taking the PowerPoint presentations from the other esteemed DMRC officials. So just give us a minute to set the stage and then we'll just invite everybody on the dais. So inviting Mr. Manoj Singhal, sir, Director, Infrastructure, DMRC, to join us with a big round of applause, please, on the dais. Inviting Mr. Rajneesh Kumar Rena, Deputy CEO, iMetro, from DMRC to join us. Mr. Ashish Tiwari from DMRC to join us on the stage, please. Mr. Ashok Tiwari, sir, my mistake, sir, sorry. Mr. Naveen Talwar, sir, from DMRC. Mr. Ankush Malhotra from Sistra India, and Mr. Rajat Gosai from NCRTC to please join us on the dais. So we're going to have some very interesting presentations, and the session is also being recorded, so we'll be sharing it with the industries forward, and I'll hand it over to Manoj Singhal, sir, to please give the introduction and then take it forward, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This is in continuation to the last year when we had a Chai Pe Charcha. I was part of that. During that period, in the deliberations, MD NCRTC was also there, and what we collectively highlighted is that these forums are very important, and what we try to understand is how industry can work with us and how we can facilitate the indigenization of the equipment. In our project stage, there are certain specific clauses where we expect that the certain part of the product will be manufactured in India. You will try to identify some of the sources as well as these systems and subsystems. But now as we move on, Delhi Metro has been operating for since 2002, so we are 23 years old. So we are facing some different kind of challenges. The project stages are coming up pretty well. In last 10 years, the growth has been phenomenal. But the challenges which we find across in the operation and maintenance domain is that after a certain period of time, that there are lack of supports from the international OEMs. There are obsolescence issues. There is a problem in getting these spares. And with the kind of volatility which we see in the international markets, the prices are also a big challenge. So with this background, now what our discussions were there around 25th when we had called the industry bodies. Phdcci was there, CII was there. So we wanted to have a platform where we can share that DMRC has been trying to aggregate the demands. For that, there is a iMetro platform which serves as a common platform among all the metros. As well as we already have two policies in place. One is the innovation policy, where we are ready to work with the startups as well as the industries to collectively handhold and are ready to give you a platform to test your products, and so that can be utilized as a import substitutions. And one of the interesting part which my colleague Mr. Talwar will also be covering, that we are looking for the interoperable signaling systems. So these were the key areas, and during the meeting on 25th of Feb when Mr. Sajal Gupta was also there. So there was a very interesting presentation on how the new predictive maintenance features are being incorporated in one of the latest systems which has been inaugurated off late by the Honorable Prime Minister, NCRTC. So we thought that let us have a session integrating all these requirements, and that will give us a good insights to the young students and give them a challenge and identify the industries who can work with us and take this forward. So with these opening remarks, I think it is an interesting session which will give you some better insights, and we will look forward to getting the proposals. In the presentation which Mr. Tiwari will be covering, he will be giving you the details, how you can be part of the proposal which you want, where we are ready to give you seed fundings, and there are proposals which can be submitted without seed fundings. In seed fundings, there are certain IPR related things which we would like to have. So because I have to rush for some other meeting at IAC, so I would like to request and seek your excuse, and I think it will be an interesting session, and next time again we would like to interact in the every year scenario. And Mr. Sajal Gupta, I think, will take it forward. Thank you.
So thank you very much. As Mr. Manu Singhal has just mentioned, he has a very urgent task to catch up along with the MD DMRC. And I would just like to hear from you, sir. Innovation, indigenization, the two pillars. So just please elaborate a little bit, and definitely we will carry this message further to our industry members. This session is being recorded, that will be circulated, and also there will be a compendium. So rest assured that PhD will leave no stone unturned to get this message across and the further deliberations. But please just explain a little about indigenization and about the innovation, because simultaneously there is an innovation fund being talked about by right from the PMO's office, and Railways is also embarking on the latest innovation policy. So I believe it is in sync that all the ministries are now talking of hand-holding, also a kind of a fund which will help to accelerate the indigenization. Kindly just specify a little more.
So what I would just like to clarify, in the indigenization, primarily we are looking, as far as the O&M perspective is concerned, the import substitutions, because we already have certain systems which are working. Like one of the example is that earlier the brake blocks were being imported. Now for a certain period of time, those have already been indigenized, and now we are sourcing from Rane, one of the regular manufacturers, and most of the metros are sourcing from that. So that is basically, as far as O&M is concerned, it's more of an import substitution that we are talking about. It saves a lot of foreign currency and the currency fluctuation benefits. And in case of the innovations, what we are looking at is how you can help us in creating a solution which helps us in improving the customer comfort or the maintenance practices. So that is, as far as we consider, more of a hardware plus software, maybe more software driven, where there may be some AI/ML solutions where we can use big data analytics. On this, we are already working with some of the leading firms, like Deloitte is already doing 4 or 5 use cases with us. We have already deployed the track monitoring systems, the OHE monitoring systems, to reduce the downtimes as well as to identify and monitor the system. And during the non-revenue, a short window of 4 or 5 hours, those can be more effectively utilized. So innovation is more towards finding out a different way of enhancing the reliability and the maintainability of the systems. Fundamentally, there is a difference, and this is how we have tried to structure it in our 2 different policies also. I think I can take leave now.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
All the best. Thank you.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Director Infrastructure has to leave, and can we have the
before
momentum?
he goes, we just like to thank him, sir. So I'll request our co-chairs to please join us, and Ranjan Dhingra, sir. So we just want to felicitate DMRC and Manu Singhal, sir, for being there and for making the difference. If you could just come in the front, sir, and we just like to give you a small memento. Mangaldev, sir, if you can join as well. And big round of applause for DMRC under sir's guidance. It's growing by leaps and bounds. So if you can all just, and we can just have a quick photograph with him before he leaves as well. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for DMRC, which is instrumental in ushering a new era of mass urban transportation in India, with a focus to swanky and modern metro systems, which has completely revolutionized the. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, DMRC, for selecting this forum to launch the iMetro more widely to the public. It has been there for some time. There is a website, and I'm sure the dignified speakers are going to elaborate a little more on that. So I will now like to pass on the mic to Mr. Ashok Tiwari, Executive Director, DMRC. He will like to brief on the overall policy, indigenization and innovation, for which Mr. Manu Singhal just make a beginning, and items done so far, identified for the future, and how does he elicit the role of the Indian industry, Indian rail industry, to go forward. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sajal. Taking the discussion forward from what Mr. Manu Singhal was deliberating. Basically, I'll be covering major 2 policies. One is the development. Primarily, development covers whatever import substitution or indigenization thrust which the government is giving under the Make in India initiative. We are trying to evolve it for our closed systems. Under the Make in India policy, even though the government has given exemption for the closed systems, that is the spares that can be purchased from the OEMs, whether they are imported or Indian, that freedom government has given. But gradually DMRC found it important that to make our industry more sustainable for the metro ecosystem, we promote development within the country even for the spares. And in this perspective, the development policy has been enunciated, and we really recently revised the policy where we have tried to target the railway domain vendors who are maybe working in the mainline railways also. And if they can show interest to various components which are used in the metro system, and if they have the wherewithal to evolve the design. When I say design, it means there is a component, we can give the samples to the development agencies, and they can work on it, try to do the reverse engineering, and then come out with a prototype which can be deployed. The field trials are carried out, and if the performance is satisfactory, over a period of time. Then we go for a development order. And then again, on a wider population, the particular sample is deployed and the performance is monitored. And different timelines are set for different components based on the criticality of the components, so that we get a proper validation of the developed component. So this is how we have tried to make provisions in our development policy. And accordingly, a lot of interest over the years we have already received from various manufacturers, like what Mr. Singhal was telling in case of brake blocks, even in case of various greases which we were importing, gradually through involvement of companies like Indian Oil Corporation, we have been able to get the equivalent greases also. Similarly, for other components, we are looking for developing the network switches, the IP ring switches, the Panto strip, and a large number of components. Bhavna, if you can put the presentation, then that will help me to just show a glance of how it is. So over the past 5 or 6 years, where we have put thrust on this development process, I can tell you we have been able to save almost 95 crores from what we were procuring from the OEMs. The price levels, comparatively, this savings of almost 100 crores, and a lifetime savings we have targeted of almost 400 crores. Similarly, there are other items also in the development process, almost 65 numbers in our rolling stock applications. Then in signaling system, we are developing the ICBTC in collaboration with Bell. So that's a major project which is supported by our ministry, that is MAHUA. Similarly, in other systems also, we are looking for developers. Yeah, thank you. So if I can, yes, I'll come here. Thank you.
You can point out towards here.
Okay, that will help. Then it is okay. Correct. So as I was elaborating, the total O&M budget of Delhi Metro is almost 1,000 crores, and out of which 500 crores is used for procurement of spares. So it's a significant quantity. Then almost 108 items in rolling stock and 11 items in the signaling system we have been able to successfully indigenize, and resulting in savings of almost 94 crores. And further, we are targeting 65 items with a projected savings of 382 crores. So in this perspective, we have further tried to improve the development policy to encourage vendors to develop it. And this policy is already put on the public domain on the DMRC website, so anybody can access it. And the key features include the periodic updation of the items identified. It will be done on the website itself. Interested vendors may approach with relevant documents along with their credentials. The performance monitoring period up to a maximum of 2 years has been kept. And items with the same specifications which are supplied in other metros, they can be considered directly as an additional source of supply. So in this perspective, as Mr. Sajal was also referring to iMetro, we had successive 2 rounds of meetings with all the metros in the country. And we have put all these items on, as well as the policies, on the iMetro platform. Now these are accessible through the iMetro platform as well as through DMRC website. Now, the vendor development process basically involves the search of vendor, where we are also collaborating with CII and the Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and other industry associations, so that they can help us in identifying the right set of vendors, then examining the vendor credentials, then development of the sample for trial and monitoring, and limited quantity order initially we give on an extended trial basis. We monitor the performance, carry out all the testings, and then after successful monitoring and validation, the vendor gets approved. Now, these are some of the major indigenous items so far we have been able to indigenize, which includes the brake blocks for our RS10 stock, the gear drive oil for trains, the overhaul kit for traction motor, O-rings, inspection hatch covers for HVAC, articulation arm assembly, the output filter capacitors for our SIVs, and the like. So this is just an indicative list for giving a glance on how the things are progressing on this front. Similarly, in the signaling systems, the IATS, which is already deployed on our line 1, the driver machine interface, the DMI, that has been again developed in collaboration with Bell, then ventilator fans, the PSD power supply on our airport line, signal LED, and similarly other items of power supply units and similar items. These have been developed. And these are some of the items where they are under indigenization, like the CCTV system conversion in our RS3 stock from analog to digital. Earlier it was a Korean product, and now we have migrated through an Indian vendor, resulting in significant savings. Then high efficiency traction motor, which was earlier of Mitsubishi Melco. Now we have developed it through Crompton Greaves, and this is already deployed on our RS1 stock. Then brake disc for RS2 for our line 2 requirements. Then primary suspension, saloon door rollers, and the like. Similarly, for the signaling system also, the ICBTC project, as I told, is already in progress, and we are expecting that by the end of this year or beginning of next year, deployment is going to be initiated. Then this project involves complete development of safety critical CBTC, the communication based train control system, including both hardware and software. This is being developed in collaboration with Bell. All the IPRs that will be generated under this initiative will be owned by the ministry, as it is funded by the ministry. Now, these are some of the areas of interest for the potential vendors where we expect the vendors to contribute. The electronics and power supply, the various PCBs, if we can get vendors in this segment, pantograph carbon strips, speed sensors, network switches, the CPUs, the HVAC compressor, escalator steps, the V3 of drives in the lifts. For our rail grinding machine, the grinding stones and the filters, and the telecommunication spares. Now, these are some of the RS items where we are looking for vendors, even though we also understand that the ecosystem is still to emerge in the country, like manufacturing of the IGBTs, then pantograph carbon strip for our various stocks, then speed sensors, gate drive units, then compressor for our HVAC units, IP ring switches, DC-DC converters, etc. These are some of the electromechanical system items where we are looking for developers, like steps for our escalators of Schindler, then emergency rescue devices in our Kone units, V3F modules, then programmable PLCs for Johnson escalators, etc. These items are already listed. We have already put it on the iMetro platform. So for reference of all manufacturers. Then the PV, some of the items of the PV like the grinding stone for the RGM, the dust filters, the spark blanket, and similarly for the signaling items, these are some of the like tuning units, the DMIs, the PSD power supply units, the ATC fan racks, etc. And similarly, we have a list of AFC and telecom items where we are looking for vendors. The TFT panels, the Tetra site controllers, the power supply units that are used in these systems, etc. Now moving forward to the innovation policy, this was launched a few months back. DMRC is keen to associate companies with new solutions where innovative products can be tried in the DMRC system. Now this policy is basically with the motive of encouraging public-private partnership under the Make in India initiatives. Under this, we have developed a Metro Innovation Center for Excellence, which is termed as MICE. And the MICE will be a self-sustaining entity, which is headed by a head of department level officer in our DMRC Academy. And it will be open to all Indian startups, Indian companies, joint ventures, and international entities. And applicants must demonstrate domain expertise and prior experience in similar products and solutions. Even startups can apply for under this initiative, and their credentials will be based or evaluated based on the credentials of the founders and the technical leadership. So MICE will be a single window center where any project report is submitted by the proposer to this MICE, and then there is a two-stage evaluation process for the project report, and then approval can be accorded based on without seed funding or with seed funding. In case of seed funding proposals, the MD DMRC will be the competent authority with recommendation of an apex committee. The maximum ceiling limit for the seed funding has been pegged at 1.5 crores, and it can be enhanced by 1 crores in exceptional cases. Similarly, for without seed funding, no financial support from DMRC will be provided, but the IPR will be shared jointly, and a royalty of 3% on the product sales has been pegged for 15 years. Similarly, for with seed funding proposals, if they go through, the maximum funding which DMRC can provide is up to 50% of the project cost, and the reimbursement, it will be a reimbursement based funding. So everything will be monitored. based on the expenditure incurred, and the royalty ranges from 5 to 10% depending on the seed funding percentage. There is a provision of mobilization advance also up to 20%, that is maximum of 1 crores with a bank guarantee support. The IPR will be jointly held by DMRC, that is the MICE, and the entity which is involved in the product development. And the royalty will be paid annually based on the audited sales. And MICE will be monitoring the royalty collection. All the products will undergo field trials, testing, validation by this innovation center, and the fitness certificate will be issued after successful validation. Once a product is validated and DMRC has additional requirement of such items, a margin of preference, purchase preference up to 20% has been kept whenever there is a bidding process involved. And the L1 bidder will get 50% of the quantity, and the remaining 50% can be awarded to the validated innovator, subject to falling within the margin of purchase preference. Now we are also intending to apply for the funding under the Atal Innovation Mission, and DMRC aims to develop this MICE as a Atal Incubation Center for excellence for the metro sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for that great insight into your policy and the excellent work that you have already done and that you propose to do in the coming days based on demand consolidation and with all the metros coming under one umbrella. So I think this is a win-win situation for the industry in terms of getting a consolidated huge quantity. Numbers are important for the ROI and also for the metros, that under one spearheading work, the entire ecosystem of metros in the country, existing and upcoming, will be greatly benefited. So with that, I will like to invite Mr. Naveen Talwar, Executive Director R&D, DMRC, and he would like to speak on DMRC's plan for indigenous interoperable signaling system for Indian metros. Mr. Talwar.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I will slightly start with the introduction and try to merge into the policy which has been shown by Mr. Tiwari. If you see, 23 cities presently are undergoing metro construction or operations. Delhi Metro is operational since 2002 and now 350 kilometer is operational. It is considered as a lifeline because it is a integral part of the multimodal transport system of Delhi. If you see this slide, in which 3 distinct phases of Delhi operations I have shown, where progress of Delhi Metro is shown. First phase, if you see, from 2002 to 2010, then 2010 itself, then the last is 2018. Now 3 distinct phases. What I have said is that initial, when metro started, it started with the railway technology copying, we call as a fixed technology. Subsequently, it was a ATO operations in the Commonwealth era you have seen, and now we are into the era of unattended train operation or driverless train operation. This technological advancement, if you see, we are having various original equipment manufacturers into it, like Alstom, Siemens, Bombardier, now taken over by Alstom, as well as Nippon. All we are familiar with and having competency of running the metro systems with these OEMs. This one can say as a compliment also, and we can always pat upon us that yes, competencies are there, our staff is multi-skilled who can manage all the OEMs. But there is always a dark side of it, or I can say a tough part of it. even though multi-skill staffs are available in DMRC, but it is not possible for us to put the staff skilled in one particular system into the other system. The second difficulty comes that we can't have a centralized inventory. There cannot be equipments which can be just used or plugged in from one system to the other system. Not only that, in one of the line, you will find that as line has grown in phases, that also the equipments of one of the lines are different. Now, what difficulty gives? It gives us a difficulty in procurement of the spares. It makes our inventory very costly. We find that lot of time discussions with the OEMs across the table is going on, and once we have decided to procure one particular thing, it takes 1.5 years to 2 years when PO is actually given to it. And in that 1.5 years time, rates have changed. The euro rates or the dollar rates have changed, with the result the first proposal has gone just waste. We also find that there is no upgradations into the system because there is a binding between the hardware and the software, and application just cannot be changed. Systems become obsolete. We are bounded by the hardware. Even some of the switches and servers which are available in the local market, they can be easily used, but we find that software wedding to that particular model of the hardware is there. So with these all things input into it, we decided that we will break this monopoly of one particular line by the OEM. And we will also introduce the indigenous system into it. We initially tried with certain piecemeal items like tuning units, driver machine interface, which Mr. Tiwari has pointed out. We developed with help of BL to show the industry that yes, there is hardware which we can develop, we can straight away use by developing the hardware into your system. But the OEM objected to it, saying that it is a safety audit, I will withdraw it. Because signaling system is like a closed capsule which is covered by the safety audit reports, and you can't just change the systems. We then decided that we will go into a development of complete one subsystem, and we developed IATS with help of again BL. In this way, we started indigenization. But indigenization is not merely a PSU. We want a participation of all the industry into it. That is why I am here to tell you that how we are going for our interoperable solution. We discussed across all the OEMs. For last 1.5 years, discussions are going on. We are trying to say them to come to a common platform where you can have a common protocol so that your products become interoperable. Our study indicates that in the new lines which CBTC is there are around 83 different OEMs products are used. We tried to localize it and found that many of the Indian products are used, but still as per Pareto principle, cost-wise they are only 20%, 80% cost is by the OEM, main OEMs holding it. Following that, if you see, this is the total CBT system which we have shown. We divided our whole CBT system into 3 categories. One, the level 1 which you see is a hardware type of thing, which is a passive element. It does not contain any software. Now we have decided that all these items, already RDSO approved firms are there. We will try to introduce into our tender these RDSO approved firms, so that already the indigenous industry can participate. Some of the things Mr. Tiwari has also shown into RT Vision as an example, has participated in the LED list. We will also be standardizing the modules of it. Point machine also we will be using indigenized one, so that Indian industry comes into it. Second part is a level 2, where we find that it is basically the servers or switches which has got the operating software, which can be easily demarcated from the application software. Reason being that if suppose I made a condition into the tender that application will be independent of these servers or switches which will be cost supplied, that is commercially off the shelf available supply, then easily in this industry can participate, and it will ease out my operation and maintenance, as well as it give me a cheaper rates and the vendor rate. The last part, which is basically the level 3 part,
where the application of the OEMs come to it, we have decided that we will make a standard interfaces, standard protocol, so that all the OEMs become interoperable to each other. This is slightly a long term, but level 1, level 2, we have seen that even by the safety audit certificates, this can be easily covered. If you see, our total roadmap is like this, which we have designed, where we have already decided which of the items which will be taken from the cord supply and which will be item where we will be using directly from the RDSO vendors, as well as we have pointed out, I was discussing with Mr. Puneet Chawla, he was sitting beside me, CMD Railtel. He was asking why you are not using 4G or 5G. In our roadmap also, we have kept that part also. Even the cloud-based networking in a longer range, because all the OEMs are coming into it, this strategical part we have made. We are also roping in with certain, with the help of iMetro, Comet and UITP international forums. We are also in communication with all the metros so that we come on the platform. And again, we are going for a presentation with our OEMs on the coming 12th, where we will discussing the tender conditions, and probably in one of the line we will introduce all these conditions in the tender so that maximum participation of Indian industry comes into it. This is what I have, whatever I said, it is written in our future plan also. Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful insight and leading the technical content, what the industry, real industry, as well as the in other industry which is working in defense, which is working in electronics, they can look forward to by collaborating on the iMetro platform. So with this, a big round of applause for Mr. Talwar. The person who is administering it, who was involved in conceiving it, in implementing it, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar Rana, Deputy CEO, iMetro. He will like to brief on the overall aspect of the iMetro and its role.
Thank you, Mr. Sajal, and very warm evening to all the esteemed gathering, and seems still quite interesting to know about the iMetro and the various initiatives which has been done in the field of MRTS, especially in India. So like you might have heard a lot about iMetro, I think 7-8 times. The speakers before me, they have introduced you about the iMetro, but just to give some more information about the iMetro, it is a forum which has been created under the MoHUA, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And the objective of this forum is to bring all the metro systems of India together at one platform where we all can share our information, our knowledge, our experience, our learnings, and we can deliberate upon to make things standardized and to promote indigenization. So this sums up the complete objective of iMetro. So here we are talking about indigenization. So yes, this is a forum for indigenization for all the member metros, but at the same time, I believe it gives opportunity for entrepreneurs, for industry, to find a place where they can go and approach, and iMetro can become the integrator for you. So we can combine together all the metro systems in one hand, and the industry can easily approach those systems through iMetro. So we, like it's already been said that Delhi Metro has identified around 119 items which is been indigenized or has already been indigenized. But at our forum, we have identified more than 200 such items. So as of now, around 5 metro systems, which is Delhi Metro, Maha Metro, Kochi, Chennai, Bangalore. They have identified those items and they have put those things on our website. So I think it will be quite useful for industry to go and see, and you can easily find out some business and kind of a help from the iMetro in this regard. And just to brief you about iMetro, like we are having 16 member metros in India, and like you will be happy to know that India is the 3rd largest metro system in the world, after China and USA. And out of this, 100 1,121 kilometers. iMetro has around 1,065 kilometers of network with us, and we are catering around more than 10 million passengers a day. So this is going to be the huge organization, and the kind of a contribution which we are getting among all the members is really great. They all are participating it well. And during such deliberation, the idea of Indianization evolved. And during such discussions, the governing body, which is headed by the Secretary, Honorable Secretary Mahua, they have formed a high-level directors committee to develop a framework that how these policies of Atmanirbhar Bharat can be put forward. So during such deliberations, 2 weeks earlier, we come across Mr. Sajjal Gupta. So he was there with us. So that's why, so I just want to reiterate that the iMetro is a platform which can be used by industry and as well as by the members to realize the benefits of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
So a big round of applause for the DMRC team and a wonderful initiative which is very, very pro-industry. Now I'll come to Mr. Ankush Malhotra, Head of the Department Consulting and Advisory Services, Sistra India, and would like to have his insight into what they are doing and how they can really impact the, what are the future plans for the rail, road, and because they are not rail agnostic, they are not rail focused only. They do consulting for all other sectors also, but we'd like to know the highlights of Sistra India.
Thank you, Sadalji. And first of all, thanks to Phdcci Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to this panel discussion. So I bring a different perspective to the operation maintenance of metros and all. I feel operational maintenance of metro system. One is about the running trains and the signaling system and other things and all. But really the emphasis on movement of people. The metro system is designed for easy movement of people and all, and I feel the most important factor is multimodal integration. And that is what at Sistra we believe very strongly and working on various aspects of promoting multimodal integration. So at Sistra we not only are working on a single mode which is either road or metro or buses and all, but we are working on various other systems like ropeways, cable cars, electric mobility, even water metro. We are working on those projects and all aimed at improving multimodal integration. When I mean multimodal integration, we basically talk about 4 or 5 pillars of multimodal integration. One is of course the physical integration, ensuring that a high-speed rail station or a metro station or a bus station are all integrated so that people can easily shift between various modes of transport. The second pillar is mainly about the fare integration, which I'm happy to state that with the introduction of the NCMC card, a lot of that has been taken care of between the various modes and all. Now we have a single card that we can use across various metros in India, but also its integration with the buses and all is happening, so which is a very welcome step. The third is about the technology integration, which all of my esteemed panel members have spoken about, that how signaling and other systems can be integrated so that there's a smooth transfer of information from one mode to another mode and all. And the other is mainly about the institutional integration, where I strongly believe that with organization like iMetro coming into place and all, they can promote the best practices that has been followed by DMRC, not only in Delhi but across other cities and all, in promoting institutional integration and all, so that really multimodal integration is done in practice and all. It also, in terms of physical integration, we are working on various projects in cities of like Chennai and Kochi and all, where we are designing these metro stations and all in such a way that the integration happens where a person who needs to board a metro comes to the metro by various modes, which is either a cycle or walking or buses or taxi and all, easily deboards at the metro station, comes on to the metro, catches the metro and then, goes on to his destination, and from there has an easy embarkment and then moves on to his last destination. Also, one important component is the first and last mile connectivity, which I also very happy to say that organizations like DMRC are really spearheading that in a great extent and all, with a lot of emphasis being paid by DMRC for ensuring the first and last mile connectivity, which is either through modes like e-rickshaws or other electric mobility modes and all, where a lot of innovations are coming in also in promoting integration in terms of at the technology level, where a lot of startups have come up with promoting apps and all, where on a single app I can plan my entire journey from my home to my office and all. So with these tools and technologies coming into place, and I'm sure the innovation platform that DMRC has launched will also promote development of such tools and all, which helps people travel in the metro more easily and all, and also improve the ridership pattern in the cities and all. Because with now about 20 cities coming in for metro, and I'm sure that another 20 cities are in line for implementing the metro projects and all in various cities and all. I'm sure DMRC and its innovation platform and all, and including what we are doing at iMetro, will certainly pave a very strong way for promoting urban mobility in the cities. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Out of personal curiosity, I wish to ask Ankush one question out of the news reports also. You see, we have a wonderful coastline. We have fantastic inner waterways also. So when are we seeing the ferries, apart from the Kochi metro, Kochi water metro, I would say, and also the yachts, wherever we go, in Europe, in Korea, in Japan, we see fantastic yachts. So I think with this kind of a navigable coastline and the inner waterways, the way to the yachts would be, of course, public transport, starting with the utility. I'm sure Sistra is doing something. They have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, I'll answer that question very gladly. So as we speak, we along with Kochi Metro are working on feasibility studies for introducing water metro in about 18 cities in India. The studies are at various stages of completion and all. And also the IWI has now, launched a draft water metro policy and a water metro scheme and all, which is at various comments from public, and also stakeholders consultation are being held. And I'm sure in next couple of months, maybe 3 or 4 months, once the policy is also approved and our feasibility studies are also completed and all, we'll be happy to introduce water metro in other cities and all. I can say cities like Mumbai, Goa, even Guwahati and all, they are at various advanced stages of introducing water metro as means of public transport.
Thank you very much. So I think we need not look at Singapore and Europe and Malaysia and whatever. We will have soon a wonderful water metro system and a water leisure system of the ferries and yachts in the coming days, thanks to Sistra trying to work up the feasibility studies, DPRs, etc. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Ankush Malhotra, head of the department. Now, last but not the least, Mr. Rajat Gosai, the GGM planning of NCRTC. Mr. Shalabh Goyal is a great patron. He is a great propounder of the industry and rail interactions. He has been elevated to the position of General Manager, Central Railway. So I was talking to Rajat, he said, we are missing our MD, we want him to retain, but then in the interest of his promotion, we can't stop him and we wish him good luck. So Rajat, over to you. You have to tell us about what use of technology for predictive maintenance. So it's a O&M that we are talking of. iMetro is a wonderful platform. And what has NCRTC to do with in this initiative?
Thanks Sajal and thanks Phdcci for this opportunity and giving an opportunity to showcase few of the technology usage by NCRTC. So our full section was recently inaugurated by Honorable PM in the, 2 weeks back on 22nd February. So just I'm covering few glimpses about the technology usage by NCRTC.
So a broad description slide about the corridors under consideration. So first one is Delhi Meerut is completed. So balance Delhi Panipat, Karnal and Delhi Gurgaon, Bawal are under the last approval stage of Government of India, and few corridors like Ghaziabad, Jewar and Gurugram, Faridabad, Noida also active consideration. DPRs are going on for this, for the change what we are bringing in the NCR region. So this is about the Delhi Meerut, which is now completed, and the operations are successfully going on. So these are inaugurations, pics being done by the Honorable PM, the latest being on 22nd February. The few technologies what we have used for the bringing the on-time delivery of the project, few like the monitoring tools during the construction, like the Primavera speed, then the documentation parts by using the PTZ cameras and videos and all, and the BIM initiative what we have used since the beginning of the project on the GIS platform, and then the advanced usage of the BIM, that is AR, VR and real-time visualization and simulations being used, and in-house capabilities we have built for the track alignment and simulations done, and the other for the operation maintenance parts we are using the AMS extensively. So this is just a glimpse of the speed what we have done. Few dashboards what we are in the showcase during the construction. This is a inbuilt O&M dashboard we are getting about the delivery punctuality and availability of this, and about the ridership status and what we are getting the revenues. Then we have a non-fare box revenue status even with the dashboards. Then about the solar initiatives, energy initiatives we have done, so a few dashboards for showing the status of those. And we have few apps during the usage like the Gati app. Then we have a Namo Bharat Connect app for the commuters usage. And the asset management mainly bringing all the documentation part integrated with the all the certificates and warranties, everything being included, and the maintenance being regularly monitored on asset management. And then we have dashboards regarding the asset monitoring system being followed there. And we have for the innovation part, as we discuss about, a lot of innovations are being, even the policies being introduced by DMRC, we have established an innovation lab at our Duhai depot to promote what insight we can just collab with the various startups and build few innovation examples within the NCRTC. Now this is one of the examples what we have got alerts of the security like cable theft and all is going on. To get the feel of that, we have introduced a autonomous drone facility by which we are getting an alert if anywhere the theft is going on. So autonomous drones take off from the station established and go to the location and give the live photographs about it, so that we can have a control over it. And various other usage can be there for the asset inspection of OHE and infrastructure, or even hard to reach areas. Then we have a autonomous track inspection system, which robotic innovation along with the Eric Robotics we have done, where we get the track data by getting the parameters, and then the various predictive maintenance can be generated through the AMS part. And like other IoT sensors are also being done, and this is the AR, VR initiatives what are being taken care, because we have all the BIM platform integrated with the asset management. So these kind of views are available for doing usage of AR, VR during maintenance phase, even for the training part. And the major what we use as a based on AI and ML, the computer vision, Saksham we call this. So mainly for because we are dealing with a lot of passengers, so their behavior analysis done with the type of the camera analytics, and even for the lift, if we're getting some trapping in the lift, so we are getting the alerts. So this kind of also use casing we are going to be, it is deployed in all the stations up to Meerut South, and for the subsequent which is open, that is also will be deployed shortly. Yeah, other common usage what we are getting for the if we usage of drones for the washing of the facade or buildings and other things we are also using in the NCRTC, and we are getting overall part of the line we have decided to go for the digital twin, first with us at a smaller range of the priority section, and then to be taken for the full corridor for the Delhi Meerut. So that is what we are taking up. It's in the process for the developing a digital twin model. This is just a glimpse of the technology's usage experiences by the Honorable PM. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And for the last presentation, which is going to be the most interesting one, may I request Mr. S.K. Suri, sir, former General Manager, Rail Coach Factory, Kapurthala, to kindly give his presentation on emerging opportunities in railways. And then we'll wind up for the day. Thank you so much. I'll request the panelists to stay for 10 more minutes with us. And I'll invite Suri, sir, on the dais, sir.
I can point out towards this. वो लगा दें. आगे. Just test it. Okay. Mr. Sajal Gupta, Chair, PhD, CCI, Railways Committee, all the other dignitaries on the dais, all the other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As you all are aware, Indian Railways is going through a phenomenal expansion and offers tremendous growth opportunities to any progressive organization willing to diversify into the railways, or if you're already into the railways, willing to expand your footprint. I will be giving an overview of the emerging opportunities mainly pertaining to rolling stock. There are three factors which are driving growth. One is modernization, second is expansion, and third is outsourcing. So modernization examples, we talked about them throughout the day. You have the Vande Bharat trains, you have 12,000 horsepower locomotives. On the expansion side, we have added some 14,000 kilometers of track in the last 3 years, which is really phenomenal. We have 7 crore passengers on the waiting list every year whom we are unable to accommodate. And our objective is that ultimately we should be able to give accommodation to each one of them. And the railways, as far as the outsourcing is concerned, the railways have decided to focus on the areas of their core competence and outsource everything else. We are upgrading the Golden Quadrilateral. The Golden Quadrilateral, as you know, comprises Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, Chennai, and the 2 diagonals. It constitutes 16% of the railway network, but carries 60% of the traffic. So a lot of emphasis is on upgrading the Golden Quadrilateral. Building the 2 dedicated freight corridors was a part of that. Delhi, Calcutta and Delhi, Mumbai are the busiest routes on Indian railways. So here we are building these dedicated freight corridors. And before we had the DFCs, the dedicated freight corridors, we are using common track for running freight as well as passenger trains. Their requirements are different, they are contradictory. Passenger trains have light axle loads and they should have high speeds. Freight trains have high axle loads and run at relatively low speeds. When you use the same system for running both types of trains, you get suboptimal performance of both. We are also going in for substantially enhancing the production of rolling stock. So the 2 dedicated freight corridors, which have been almost completed, New Delhi to Mumbai and Ludhiana to Calcutta. 3,000 kilometers long corridors. The railways have spent 1.25 lakh crores. And the objective is to have the trains, goods trains, running at 100 kilometers per hour. The maximum load which we are carrying on the railways was only 5,000 tons. The dedicated freight corridors will be able to carry 13,000 tons. They will have a headway of 12 minutes, which is the interval between two successive trains. So we will have trains running at 100 kilometers per hour, leaving every 12 minutes and running non-stop. Along the New Delhi-Mumbai freight corridor, the government is also setting up Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor, and it also has a huge outlay of rupees 1 lakh crores. And the idea is to develop industrial townships with world-class infrastructure. The rolling stock, there's a growing demand for rolling stock all over the world. Worldwide, the annual rate of growth is 5 to 6%. And what is the rate of growth in India? It is 20 to 25%. So every rolling stock manufacturer in the world wants to come to India, because nowhere are they seeing such a growth. You have locomotives, rolling stock comprises of locomotives, coaches, wagons. In coaches, you have the mainline coaches, you have metro coaches. You have heard about them. You have high-speed coaches. The high-speed corridor is coming up between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, and you will be able to cover a distance of 500 kilometers, say, in 2 hours. So Mumbai and Ahmedabad will become one city. Earlier, Indian Railways was building all the locomotives and coaches by themselves. They had outsourced manufacture of wagons long time back, but locomotives and coaches they had retained with themselves. Recently, the railways have also opened up these two sectors. And railways have awarded a contract worth rupees 26,000 crores to Siemens for production of electric locomotives in Dahod. As you all know, Siemens is a multinational company which is more than 100 years old. But at no time in the history have they got a contract as big as that awarded by Indian Railways. Currently, we are producing a total of 1,700 locomotives per year. The electrical equipment is almost 100% outsourced. So all those who are manufacturing electrical equipment can look at all the products. It also has something called electric locomotive shell, which is a heavy fabrication, and the cost is rupees 1 crore each. And railways are outsourcing 90% of these. On the wagon side, earlier the ordering was small, 5 to 6,000 to 10,000 wagons a year. Now the level of ordering is 30,000 wagons a year. And we are also going in for stainless steel wagons. In the coaches, as you are aware, we have made many innovations. We were earlier making coaches in mild steel, or called cotton steel, and a few years ago we decided to discontinue the production and went in for 100% stainless steel coaches, that is the LHB coaches. Now we have gone in for coaches like Vande Bharat, which are self-propelled trains, and they have many features which are attracting the users, like automatic doors, continuous windows, fully sealed gangways. And it is quite likely that in the next 10, 15, 20 years, all the trains will get replaced by Vande Bharat type of trains in India. We are going in for a phenomenal increase in production of Vande Bharat coaches. As I said, this field has been, we have opened it to private sector, and the railways have awarded contracts to private parties for manufacture of a total of 400 rakes. A rake is a set of coaches comprising a train at a cost of, it should be 25,000 crore. We have given for 200, this is the ultimate. So far we have awarded contract for 200 rakes at a cost of 25,000 crores. I'll skip these two slides. They give some details of Indian Railways e-procurement system, except to say that it is, everything is online. You can download the tender online, you can upload the offer online on your laptop, sitting in your office or sitting at your home, 24/7, and it's a fully transparent system. So I'll skip this slide. So in coaches, the business opportunities are in stainless steel fabrication. We have over 20 items, and we have sub-assemblies like end walls, side walls, roof. In mild steel, we have something called front part and coach underframe. And then we have bogie frames, and there are other stainless steel items like biodegradable toilets, water tanks, etc. A coach basically comprises of a shell or a body and two bogies. Sometimes people refer to a coach as a bogie, but that is a misnomer. A coach shell is separate and bogies are separate. And each coach shell has two side walls, two end walls, a roof, and an underframe. Side walls, end walls, and roof are made of stainless steel. Underframe is predominantly mild steel. Now, earlier, railways were making each of these items themselves. Today, they have outsourced each of these items to varying degrees. The end wall costs ₹1 lakh each. You have two end walls per coach, and outsourcing is 100%. Side walls and roof, they are normally procured as a unit. They cost around ₹17 lakhs, and about 60% have been outsourced. The front parts cost ₹2 lakhs each. We have two front parts per coach, and 100% outsourced. The underframes cost ₹10 lakhs each. You have one underframe per coach, and 50% have been outsourced. So all these items put together, the overall business potential comes to ₹2,000 crores per annum.
Sir, kindly wrap up, please, in the interest of
okay,
paucity of time.
Then you have coach bogies. Again, the business potential is 1,000 crores per annum. Furnishing of coaches, again, everything has been outsourced. Seats and berths, modular toilets, sidewall panels, seating panels. Again, the business potential is about 2,500 crores per annum. We are using air springs in the secondary suspension, and here the business potential is 400 crores per annum. We have repair workshops, 45 repair workshops, which are undertaking repair of coaches and locos and wagons. They have also done a lot of outsourcing, like conversion of old ICF coaches into NMGs for transportation of automobiles. So in the repair workshops also, the businesses they have outsourced, the potential is 2,000 crores per annum. Solar power generation, we have decided to become carbon neutral by the year 2030. No other railway system in the world has set such a stiff target. We have gone in for 100% electrification, 99.4 or 5% is completed, only a little bit is left. We are putting up solar generation on station platforms, station buildings, and land-based systems on workshops. We are going in for upgradation of railway stations. 1,300 railway stations are being upgraded. For smaller stations, outlay is 30 to 40 crores. For bigger stations, it can be from 100 crore to 7,000 crores. And a few stations have already been completed, others are in progress. For New Delhi station, we have awarded a contract under phase 1 for worth 2,000 crores. There are business opportunities in other areas. Container manufacture is one area, and then there are dedicated freight corridors, because after their completion, container traffic is expected to pick up phenomenally. So there will be a requirement of 50,000 containers in the next 5 years, giving a business potential of 2,000 crores. Then you heard about the OMRS, online monitoring of rolling stock, and MVIS, machine vision inspection system. So these are the systems which are coming under. One is a mission Raftar, whereby we want to increase. Today, most of the Mail Express trains are running at 100 kilometers an hour. After mission Raftar, they should be running at 160 kilometers per hour, at least on Delhi-Bombay and Delhi-Calcutta routes. Then you have service sector, where also a lot of outsourcing has been done. This is a case study. Omex Auto Limited, a firm headquartered in Gurgaon. They have 9 factories, 3 outstation, 1 each in Bangalore, Lucknow and Uttarakhand, and 6 in NCR. They went into railways 5-6 years ago, and within 5 years they were able to have a throughput of 200 crore per annum from the railways. Their group turnover is 1,200 crores, so this 200 crore was a small turnover for them. But the beauty was the profit from the railway business was more than the profit from all the other segments put together. Thank you.
Thank you. That was some handful of data, fantastic statistics. Thank you, Mr. Suri. Big round of applause for him. So we can have the felicitation, and then maybe we can do the concluding remarks in terms of paucity of time, right?
आप concluding कर लीजिए.
Okay. All right. Honorable dignitaries, respected members of the Railway Board, CMDs and MDs of the PSUs and metro organizations, international partners, industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the close of this 12th Phdcci Global Rail and Metro Convention, I would like to thank each one of you for your time, your insights, and your candid participation throughout the day. As they say, content is the king. So I think I take pride with the secretariat here at PhD and my fellow co-chairs and chairs, the honorable guidance of the Deputy Secretary General, the Secretary General, that beautiful deliberations have happened. So in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the fantastic content, I think this conference has been a real winner. We have received so many insights. A big round of applause for each one of you gentlemen, people on the dais as well as in the audience. So even though our audience may have diluted, but then rest assured that this deliberations, the record of which will be circulated amongst all industry members who are there in the rail industry already, and those who are willing to expand into the rail industry. We receive always lots of interests and lots of intents that we want to come into the railways. So this deliberations, the I-Metro, particularly from the NCRTC and the other dignitaries talking about Mr. Suri, showing us the roadmap that there are so many business opportunities in the railways. So I think that gives us a great insight. Our deliberations have highlighted 3 clear messages. First, that the policy and the investment environment for railways and metros has never been stronger, with record capital outlays and a clear focus on safety, expansion, and high-speed connectivity. Second, the digital technologies. You'll be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, in this year's Sinotrans, the last year's Sinotrans, maximum stalls, even the most hardcore American mechanical manufacturers, they were only talking of digital technology. So digital is the age which has come, and they say that there's no stopping an idea whose time has come. From Kavach and advanced signaling to AI-driven asset management and integrated ticketing, they are no longer optional, but central to the efficiency, safety, and passenger delight. And third, that India's Atmanirbhar manufacturing push in rolling stock, components, and systems of which you got a beautiful glimpse from the iMetro platform and systems, gives us a unique opportunity not only to meet the domestic demand, but who knows, to emerge as a global rail manufacturing and services hub in the coming days. We also heard powerful perspectives on green and inclusive mobility. From achieving net zero targets in a record time ahead of schedule to designing accessible solutions and services that truly put the passenger at the center. The message is clear: growth, safety, technology, and sustainability must move together. From the industry side, there is a strong readiness to invest, innovate, and partner, whether in digital solutions, advanced rolling stock, freight logistics, or station and urban mobility projects. What industry seeks is predictability, speed in decision making, and clear frameworks that encourage long-term partnership and localization. Going forward, PHDCCI will compile the key recommendation from today's sessions into a concise outcome document and share it with the Ministry of Railways, MAHUA, and other concerned ministries, as well as our member companies. We'll also be very happy to curate focused follow-up interactions on themes such as digital railways, freight logistics, and urban mobility, in collaboration with the concerned railway board, official, PSUs, and metro organizations. On behalf of the PHDCCI leadership and our Railways Committee, I wish to thank the Ministry of Railways, our distinguished speakers, moderators, sponsors, and partners for making this convention a success. A special thanks to our international colleagues who joined us to explore long-term collaboration with India's rail and metro ecosystem. Thank you once again, and we look forward to welcoming you at PHDCCI's future initiatives as together we work towards a truly future-ready, resilient, and inclusive rail system for Viksit Bharat 2047. Have a safe journey back home. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for ending today's convention with such vigor, sir. May I request Dr. Jitendra Singh, Deputy Secretary General, to please join us on the dais and present mementos on behalf of the Chamber to the honorable panelists. I think this was the most informative and deeply interesting session. Thank you for being here and thank you for your time. Requesting sir to present memento to Mr. Rajneesh Kumar Rana, sir, Deputy CEO, iMetro, DMRC. Can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists? Yes, I'll request everyone to come in the front, please. Thanking Mr. Ashok Tiwari, sir, Executive Director, DMRC. Thank you so much, sir. He's the force behind the iMetro thing. And thank you for being a part of our initiative. Thanking Mr. Naveen Talwar, sir, Executive Director, R&D, DMRC. Thanking Mr. Ankush Malhotra, Head of Department Consulting and Advisory Services, Sistra India. Thank you for your deep initiatives. And Mr. Rajat Gosai, GGM Planning, NCRTC. We brought in sir at the last minute, but thank you for a wonderful presentation. And may I also invite Mr. S.K. Suri sir on the dais. So thanking Suri sir for a detailed presentation on railways as always. A big round of applause for sir. He has years of experience and thank you so much. I'll invite the PhD Railway Committee to join us for a group photograph before we conclude. Inviting Mr. Ranjan Dhingra, Mr. Ranat Rena, Mr. Mangaldev to please join us for a group photograph and the team to join us as well. Requesting the team to join us also for the photograph after this. Thank you. Inviting everyone for high tea outside. Please, thank you so much, sir.